Hey, how are you? Good morning. Welcome to track number 2. Pedro Serrano, I'm going to be here with you all day. This is going to be a fantastic time for us to be together. We have a great time for us. I am going to do a couple of announcements. One of them, BSidesOK / swag, if you want to get the swag, right? And then we are doing all our questions and answers via Slack. So if you can see them, you can take a look and join us. We are on track 2. I will be monitoring track 2 as much as I can. So this is going to be a fantastic time for us. So let's see, what else do I have here? I have our first speaker. It's already online, so I'm just going to bring him in so that we can have a sort of a quick hi and how are you and all of that. And let me go remove all these other things in here. So Trent, welcome. We are having a great time in here. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and I'm just going to give you the floor because we don't have time to waste with this. We are very excited about what you're going to talk about.
All right, appreciate it, Pedro. Yeah, so I'm Trent Russell. I'll go ahead and share my screen so we can get going with the whole deal here. Okay, let's see. So I am Trent Russell. While I managed to do this, I'm Trent Russell. I am the founder of Green Skies Analytics. Green Skies Analytics is so our firm works primarily with internal audit departments to co-source or outsource the analytics function. But we also work with, we say compliance and risk management. Those people are cool too. So we also work with them, but largely work with internal audit departments, building out either custom projects, or we have some SaaS tools that we've started to build that have been pretty interesting and have gotten a lot of insight from. And the reason that I do these sessions is because I attend these trainings all the time too. I go to the 1-hour IAA sessions for, the great thing about the good that came from the pandemic is I can attend anybody's session now, or any chapter session. And so I attend these all the time, the 1-hour ones, the 2-hour ones, things like that. And I'm always wanting people to show me how to do this. A lot of times it's just the theory, and I'm just like, that's great. Like, it's great. I can go figure it out. But not everybody's in analytics. So when you just talk about theory and not how to actually do it, I can imagine it's frustrating to people. And so when I first started doing these a couple of years ago, that was the goal. Like literally the title was like analytics, like audit analytics, a how to, or something to that effect, because that's what I want to do. I want to show people how to actually do some of this. So we should have mostly audit folks here, but even if not, the techniques that I'm going to show you how to do can be used in any aspect of your business or your job function. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to show you 2 of those, and then I'll show you an example of how to show you what was referred to as the Cadillac of internal audit or audit analytics. I was talking to the audit executive at MasterCard over their compliance area. And I was telling him that, about this project, and he's like, oh yeah, that's the Cadillac of internal audit analytics. So I'm going to share with you how to do that also, down to the formula. So you can literally take the slide and do it yourself. I use Excel because everybody has Excel. We're all somewhat familiar with it. So I hang out in there. If you have a big fancy tool that you want to use instead, which makes sense, this is pretty easy to convert into that, what I'm going to show. And some of these, one specifically analysis that I'm going to show usually is a built-in kind of function of the tools, like the big fancy tools. So it shouldn't be a problem. So anyway, we will just go ahead and jump in. I don't use a lot of slides. I think I have some just kind of in the back, just in case I come up short on time, but I found over the years that it's usually a lack of time because I talk too much as opposed to running out of time. So if I don't get to those are really more for reference. There's only actually, I think, this slide and then 2 more that I'm actually going to to use for this. And then again, the rest are for reference. So if you guys want those, I can, send those out. Feel free to let me know. So let's just kind of jump in then. So the first thing we're going to talk about is called a Z-score. And all a Z-score does, we're going to talk a little bit statistics, like I'm going to talk a little bit about some statistical terms. Don't worry about them. That's usually where I lose people. If it was me, that's where I would just probably turn it off also. So just like kind of hang in there for like 30 seconds. It's not that long. And then at the end, what I do is just bring it back and say, this is all you need to know. Like forget, you don't really need to know the ins and outs or the details of like the stats piece. Just know ultimately at the end of this thing, all you have to do is put a filter for anything greater than 2.5. That's basically it. All right. So this is the workbook that I use to show it. It's got some dummy data in it for demonstration purposes. You can refer back to this again, either after the recording or if you want the actual workbook, you can have that also. Usually in the workbook, I'll leave the formulas in there so you can kind of reverse engineer it if you want to. But again, largely Z-score, we're just trying to find outliers in the data. Doesn't matter what kind of data it is, we just want to find the outliers in that. Within the audit world, usually we're looking at some kind of transactions to some degree, or however you want to label that, but a kind of a dollar amount. There's usually a dollar amounts that we're looking at, or counts or something to that effect. So this is why I think it's really useful and why I tell people after this, you have no excuse not to use analytics on almost every single engagement that you do. Even clients that I work with, when I do consulting with them, I'll show them this. And then depending on the tool, I'll build it for them in there and say, no matter what, you should use this on every engagement. There's no reason not to. And people seem to like that because if nothing else, they can go to the audit committee and say, look, we're using analytics on 80% of our engagements now where we, before we weren't. So, all right, let's get into it then. Okay, so what we're looking at here is it's just a file of transactions. This is a large company, and so we have multiple organizations within this company. Within each organization, they have various departments. So the accounting and finance department, there might be 5 of those, one for each organization. And then within each department, there are account numbers. Account numbers you can think of as just think of them as expense types is what they mean here. So think of maybe this one 74. Let me zoom in a little bit. I always kind of forget to do that. 7407. Just think of it as like a printer, something like that. 7320 is a laptop. 7315 is pens. A lot of pens apparently. $1,000 worth of pens. So maybe one really nice pen. I don't know. So anyway, that's just kind of the lay of the data. And so again, what we're trying to do is find the outliers within this. So what we want to do is within each org, within each department and account number, the question I have is, are there any departments within these organizations, within these orgs that have spent like an outlierish, if I could say an outlierish amount of money in a given account number. So typically we spend, $200 on a printer. For whatever reason, we spent $5,000 on this one. Typically we spend $1,000 or $20,000 a month on consultants. For whatever reason, we spent $75,000 on this. And so all we're trying to do is this, you can use this to find fraud for sure. But really what we're trying to do is just get an understanding of the business also. And so you can use this up front at the very beginning of an engagement, run this analysis to take, by the end, you'll see you can probably do it in about 3 minutes. If you get the hang of it, you can probably do it in about 30 seconds. But really what we're trying to do is, again, have questions that we can take back to the client and say, hey, did you know that, were you aware of this transaction where you had, do you know why this one is 4 times or 10 times greater than the average amount that is spent on this, the average invoice amount? And maybe they do, which is totally fine. Part of this is also just about building relationships, which is kind of odd in that we're using analytics to build relationships. But if they know we're doing this kind of thing, there's a level of trust there. There's a level of caring. So they look at it and go, okay, you guys are like, you're not just here to check the box and dock us if we're or rat us out. Maybe if our account's off by a penny, like you're doing work that's actually going to add value. And so that's to me one of the biggest things about analytics, and it never gets mentioned, is the relationship building that it does and the trust that it has, that it helps build with a client. So, all right, I'll get off my my soapbox on that topic. So the first thing we need to do, though, if we want to find outliers within a given account number, department, or org, and let me just delete this one just because it's a negative number. It doesn't really mean anything. It's not the best one to be the first one as the example. So in order to do that, we have to find the average invoice amount to calculate the Z-score, the average invoice amount, and the standard deviations within each org number, department, and account number. And if I lost you on standard deviation, that's the piece I was talking about. Don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to create a field to be able to find the average invoice amount for each account number within each department, within each org number. And so the way that I do it in Excel anyway is to use this concat function. If you're in Office 365, it's concat. If you're in an older version, it's going to be concatenate. You can see it just below the concat function. They work very, very similarly. A quick, search of it, you can kind of figure out the differences. So I'm not going to spend time on that. And all we're going to do is create this unique field, this key. That's it. So we've concatenated the org number, the department name, and the account number. And then we can just drag that down. What I like to do in Excel is, especially if I'm using, let's see, I think we have this one's not huge, but when we start doing VLOOKUPs and things like that, it can get a little resource heavy. And so that, Excel starts to spin. I think it's going to do it anyway, regardless of doing this, but I copy and paste the values, and that'll take the formulas away. So it makes it easier on our resources there. So the next thing we need to do is we need to get the average invoice amount and the standard deviations for these. And so quick and easy way to do that is with a pivot table. And this is another reason I like using this Z-score as the example, because we're showing a function, which is a large part of analytics, is understanding the various functions. We're showing a pivot table, which is another large piece, not pivot tables necessarily, but the aggregation of data is a big piece of analytics. And then we're going to show a VLOOKUP, which is pulling data from one, we'll call it a table, but it's a tab in Excel, from one table into another, or joining them. And those are largely the big pieces within analytics are those three. If you know the functions within the tool you're using, if you know how to aggregate or sum, you could say, the data, and if you know how to bring data together, you've kind of got it figured out. That's like 95% of the work in terms of executing analytics within a given tool. So, all right, so you can see if you're not familiar with pivot tables, it has summed the invoice amount for each one of these. We don't want the sum, we want the average amount. And this is where kind of the all the goodness, all the value, or a lot of value in pivot tables comes from, is this value field settings down here. So once you drag it down and you have, your sum is what it defaults to, we want to change it to get the average, like I talked about earlier. So now we have the average, and then we also want the standard deviations. So we'll come in here and grab the standard deviations. All right, so now we have those, which we need in order to do our formula, but we have to get them over here. So an easy way is to use a VLOOKUP. The reason I use a VLOOKUP for you Excel folks that are like, oh, VLOOKUP suck, you should use an XLOOKUP. I totally agree. Unfortunately, I did this before XLOOKUP was a thing. And so when you click on the video, there's a video link in here for people that get the workbook. When you click on that, it still has the VLOOKUP video. So that's what I stick with. But so VLOOKUP, what we're doing is saying, hey, everywhere where in our data tab where you see that name of our key, we want you to find it in this tab. And then we want you to pull back the average amount. So we pull it over again. And since we want the value in this second column, we put a 2. Always close it out with a 0. Okay, let's do that again. Look up. Oh, of course, I must have some, I'm having some bad luck too. Let's see. Okay, let's do that again. We'll do this. We'll put it in our pivot table. I think it was only reading the first 2. For whatever reason, it's not pulling in. There is nothing better than when live goes wrong. So we have accounting and finance. Accounting and finance and the account number. So maybe we'll just recreate this. We'll just do it with the, we'll keep the org out. Redo this. So we'll do department, account number. We'll copy and paste the values. Okay. So we should be good to go now. Accounting and finance reporting, 7205. Okay. So let's try that again. And the good thing about having the video in there is even if this doesn't go right, we can you can refer back to the video in the I'll send the workbook out and we can refer to the video. Okay, there we go. All right, so for facilities and 7407, the average invoice amount is $1,006.14. We also want to grab that standard deviation amount. So we're going to do that VLOOKUP one more time to get the standard deviation. Instead of using the, the 2, now we want the third value. And if you're not familiar with VLOOKUPs, I would recommend, especially if you don't have like one of the bigger tools, the fancier, I guess you could say, tools, spend 20 minutes looking up, not VLOOKUP, I'd actually recommend looking up XLOOKUP, which I think is in the show note, or not the show notes, I'm so used to saying show notes, is in the description, I think, of the course today. So, but spend 20 minutes looking at that and 20 minutes looking at pivot tables. There's so many YouTube videos on those 2 topics in Excel in general that it's really worth the time. It's going to save you a ton of time if you're not familiar with them. And you don't have to, like, if your goal is to, if you don't want to necessarily be like a full-time data analytics person, it's still really, really valuable. All right, so we have outliers here. I'm just going to change this to Z-score because we're actually calculating the Z-score now. So we have the average invoice amount for each department and account number, and the standard deviations for each department and account number. So the Z-score formula is very simple. We just want to take the amount for each individual transaction, subtract it from the average invoice amount, and then divide it by the standard deviations. Here we're dividing by 0. So of course you can't, so it's not going to make a lot of sense. All right, so again, we're going to copy and paste the values. Okay, so this is what I was talking about when I said forget, like, you don't have to pay attention necessarily or want to understand the stats piece, which is the standard deviations. All you really need to know is once you've done really these 3 steps in this example. So we created the key, we got the average invoice amount, we got the standard deviations. I guess the 4th step is that simple math that we just did. And the last thing is to know this, if nothing else, anything greater than a Z-score greater than 2.5 is considered an outlier. And quickly, if you want to zone out for a second, you absolutely can. Let me just explain that because I get asked why 2.5. 2.5, it represents the number of standard deviations you are from the average. And so when you go 2.5 standard deviations or something like that, represents something like 98, we'll just say 98% of the population. And so when you're looking at that 2% outside of that, those would be considered outliers. It's the 2% of the population. All right. And so maybe an example might make a little bit more sense. So here we have for the Office of Technology, so our OIT department, account number 7159. Again, let's just say that this is laptops. Well, those are pretty cheap laptops. Let's say these are printers. Okay, so 7159 are personal printers, and the average amount spent on those, so if you look here, is $250.77. But this one was $1,300. That's not huge, that's not a huge dollar amount in general. So maybe we go, okay, whatever, that's fine. We don't really care. Or, you would have additional fields in here to give it a little bit more context. Let's look at facilities then. Facilities, account number 7321, on average is $1,999.64 for whatever reason. This one was $10,250. So 5 times greater than the average amount. So this might be good to take back to them and say, look, did you know this was going on? What is this? And just show it to them. If nothing else, you can say, look, these are all the outliers that we found. And we just wanted to, show those to you, provide those to you. And so that you have a little bit more insight into what's going on. And again, this is what I guess we said 5 steps. Create a key. Sometimes, most of the time you don't even have to create a key. Create a key, find the average invoice amount, the standard deviations, and then do that basic math, and you'll get the Z-score. One of my favorite examples of this, a real life use case, was with overtime hours. So we had, a list of, thousands of employees and their overtime hours per month, and then the job titles. And so I wanted to know who was an outlier relative to their peer group in terms of overtime hours. And so what we found is we did this. And so instead of creating a key, we just did it on job title. And we found there were 16 people with the job title of elevator maintenance. I think it was 2. So 16 people had the job title elevator maintenance 2. And someone had a Z-score of 9 point something within that. And so we looked at it and saw that this elevator maintenance 2 person averaged something like 8 hours of overtime a week, every week for a full year, where his peer group averaged 2 hours of overtime every week for the year. And so that's a huge discrepancy. Like, out of 16 people, why would one person have that many more hours? Like, it might make sense if there was just one person with that job title because they're working a ton of hours. They're the only one that does that. But for someone to have that much more than everybody else, it should, at a minimum, or you would think at least it would be divvied up across all the employees so that they're closer to the average. But that wasn't the case. So that was a very interesting case that we looked at. And again, you didn't have to create the key. You could just do it on, this is job title. We just did our average and standard deviation on job title and overtime hours. So again, it's not a transaction, but it is a number field. And so anything basically with a number field is what you can do this on. All right. What would a data analytics training for audit be if we didn't talk about Benford analysis? For those that aren't familiar, and I know this text is small, so I'll just kind of describe it. Basically, there is the world is full of a natural occurring number set. And if someone were to create fake data, then that would stick out. Okay, so that's all we're trying to do here, basically. It's find, again, kind of outliers in the data. But using the Z-score and using the Benford analysis, again, you can use this on pretty much every engagement. And the reason I do this one, again, I see it all the time. Like, people talk about it all the time, but they don't tell you how to do it. So I just built it instead in this workbook. So all you have to do this analysis is literally copy and paste your data into this workbook. And just let me zoom in and just make sure that your amount field goes in column C, and then whatever you want, the rest of the data can go in the rest of your columns here. But that's it. That's all you got to do. Clear this column out, paste your amount field in here, and then it does all the work for you. And so what we're doing is, if you're not familiar with Binford's analysis, it says that there is a statistically, or by law, I guess we could say, since it's a law. Let me walk you through it like this, and then maybe it'll make a little bit more sense if you're not familiar with the term already. So you can see here what we're doing is, in our amount field, we're pulling out the first digit in each amount and then the first 2 digits in each amount, because we're going to do 2 different analysis, 2 different Binford's tests, I guess you could say. So you can see this amount starts with 2, so we get 2. This amount starts with 29, so we get 29, 13, 13, 51, starts with 51, we get 51, and so on and so on. And so what we can do is we can plot this, the first digit amount against Binford's law, or Binford's rate, I guess we'll say here. Let me bring this over a little bit. Okay, so this is the count of times that a number in our amount field started with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, all the way through. So 18,415 times a number started with the number 1 in our amount field. And so Binford's law or rate says that 30% of the population will start with the number 1. 17% will start with the number 2, 12% will start with the number 3, 9% will start with the number 4. So what we can do is we can plot Binford's rate against our rate and see if there's any outliers, because it should be the same or very similar. So let's see, like you can quickly look at the graph. Now, it looks pretty okay. There's a little bit here at 5, but nothing major. Okay. So usually I don't get a ton with doing the first digit dollar amount. There's plenty of use cases for it though. They're using Binford's on just like a crazy amount of things now. Even in the security world and in like digital images, and trying to find like fraud within digital images where it's hidden within there. There's really some crazy. If you're interested at all in Binford's on like a much deeper level, I've got some resources that I can pass along to you. Specifically, there's someone on LinkedIn who is studying Binford's in higher ed. Like that's his job is to study Binford's analysis and apply it. And he comes up with some really interesting stuff. Even as of yesterday, he was putting something up. So, all right. So the first digit amount usually doesn't tell me much, but you might as well just take a look at it, because again, all you got to do is copy and paste your data in there. But if we take a look at the first 2 digit amount, see if there's anything in here that kind of sticks out. Let me pull it back. I know it's the text is small, but it's almost for a reason. So if I did nothing else, if take away the horrible explanation that I've done so far, and if I just showed you this, the immediate question would be, what's going on with this thing? Why is this one so much taller than the rest? And what's going on with this one? That's unusual. This one seems kind of odd, and this one seems kind of odd, and for good reason. So these are the outliers. If you look, or let me zoom in. Let me come over here, right here. All right, so we can see that from our population, the amount fields that started with the number 93 represent what says 1.79%, whereas Binford says it should be about 0.46%. So there's a lot more than we expect. So this is our data, and we're looking at it, and we go, okay, 93 we need to look at, and 62 we need to look at a minimum, or we'll just use those as an example. So what you can do then is you would come into this file or this tab, filter on 93, and then you could, most of the time you can just scroll through and see what's going on. Again, you'll have your other fields out here to provide some context, like a description field, an account field, maybe a vendor name field, whatever it is, but something to provide some more context. But even then, you can scroll through here without any additional context and go, okay, 9322, 9322, 9321. Okay, well, we see a bunch of 9322s. Yeah, so there's a lot of those in here. So that's probably why whatever these $93 and 22-cent transactions are is why we have a significantly higher amount of 93s in our Benford's analysis. And so again, like you can look at it and tell what's going on. There are most of the time when people demo this or show a Benford's rate, Benford's analysis, the example is usually something about split purchases is usually what it'll find, because we'll say, okay, our spending limit's 5,000, and somebody will go, okay, well, to get around that, I'll just charge 49, and then I'll take the rest and put it, charge it again. And that way I don't have to go through the whole approval process and et cetera. And so you'll see usually a big spike right at 49, because there's a lot of 49, an unusual amount of 49 or transactions that start with 49. And so it's a good way to find those. So that's the use case I usually hear. I thought was interesting was this one that we found. It was for a supply chain audit. And we were looking at what were supposed to be non-routine purchases or like specialized one-off purchases. So these are purchases that are made outside of like the approved vendors and the folks that are getting like routine, like we buy 10,000 pens every 2 weeks or whatever. We buy, masks. We buy 5,000 masks every week or whatever, whatever the case is, but routine purchases. And what we wanted to look at were the non-routine purchases. And so we just threw the data into this workbook, and we saw this huge, probably the biggest spike in terms of outliers I've ever seen in doing this at 95. It was, like way up here. And so we went into the data, we filtered on the amounts that started with 95, and there was a trend. There was it was like $952 transactions, and there were hundreds of them. And so we filtered it, looked at it, and realized they were making multiple purchases of this $950 thing every week. Like they were buying it at least twice a week. And we said, if you're doing it twice a week and you're doing it one off, that's really not considered like a specialized purchase, I think is how we described it. And so if you're buying that many and it's for this huge dollar amount, like negotiate with the vendor to get a discount and buy them in bulk. Like that's not really an audit thing. We usually don't find, maybe things like that or maybe almost make that recommendation. And so that was what I thought was a very interesting use case, instead of the kind of typical things that we might find. And management really appreciated that. So, all right. Those are the two Excel examples. Now I'll show you the Cadillac. This was I learned this from Manuel Carrera, who was formerly at CVS. He was the data analytics senior manager for their internal audit department. And so, most of us would be happy to have a single data analytics, a sole data analytics person within our group. He had like 15. So we had a huge team. And this is what I was referring to as the Cadillac of internal audit analytics. And we have since applied this, and it's fantastic. So I'll just walk you through it, and then you can basically take it and use it in multiple ways. But I'm going to speak to it in terms of P card. So corporate credit card purchases, managers and so on have credit cards from our company. They use those credit cards to buy things like, send us to training or, whatever, our printers and laptops, whatever it is, maybe. So what we want to do is a lot of people will take advantage of that and go buy something for themselves and run it through as a purchase on the company dime. So what we want to do is kind of find those, as well as look at some controls testing as well. So this is what we have. There's thousands and thousands of these credit card transactions over the course of a year, but we're just going to stick to 5 as the example here. So what we're going to end up doing is running all 10,000 of those transactions through multiple controls tests. So here there's only 3. I recommend like 20 to 30 is a good number to kind of hit at. But maybe you're thinking, okay, what is a test? So let's say within credit cards or P card purchases, there's a thing called an MC code. And if nothing else, you could really just look at those MC codes, like you get them in Excel, filter on the various ones that are high risk, such as a casino, strip club, bar, maybe things like that. And so an MC code is registered with the vendor when you use a credit card at their place of business. On the back end, it's registered as a casino. It's registered as a restaurant. It's registered as a flight or an airline purchase. And so if you use it, it'll get tagged as that. And so let's just say test 1 is those we'll just say even just casinos. Let's just say we have a test. If we see where one of our employees used a company credit card at a casino, I want to know about it. So that's test 1. And then we can give it a score, a numeric score, a risk score. And we can say, look, if somebody uses our credit card at a casino, that's kind of a big deal. Like we would not expect that to happen. It's out of our policy. We'll give it a score of a 9 if that pops up. And then we'll say, okay, well, test 2 is, we'll call it weekend transactions. Pretty common test to do. So why is somebody using a corporate credit card on the weekend? It's not during work hours. It used to be a bigger deal than it is now. It's not uncommon now to kind of work on the weekends and things. So we'll say that's not really that big a deal. So we'll give it a score of a 3. And then test 3, we'll say if they take out cash on the card, we'll give it a score of a 6, which probably should be higher, but for kicks and giggles, we'll just say 6. If somebody's taking cash out on a corporate credit card, I would probably rank it higher than a 6. But anyway, and then what we can do for each one of those is we can add up the score and then take the highest risk transaction. So our highest risk transactions. So you can see if we add this up, 6 plus 3 is 9, plus 9 is 18. And if we do that for 10,000 transactions, then we don't have to randomly sample whatever your methodology says. We don't have to randomly sample 6. We can judgmentally sample the top 25 highest scoring ones. All right, and this is great. Like if you just do this, and when I say just do this, it's a ton of work to get 20. We did 3 here and talked about those, but to build out 20 to 30 tests and script it all out to where it's automated. Obviously, this we want to automate this process is a huge deal. And if you can get there, you should absolutely pat yourselves on the back. That's a huge win. But to take a step further, we can add this qualitative piece to it. So we can look at things like, okay, where did this transaction originate from? Like what department? So we'll stick with the internal audit, which I guess this would probably cause maybe some independence issues using this as an example. So take that in consideration. It's coming from internal audit. We don't really care that much. That's not that high risk of a department. So it's a 5. We'll give it a 5 if we see it coming from there. You can see if it's specialty business, that's a big one. So we'll give it an 8. And it's for the expense categories, travel transaction fee. Like who really cares? Those pop up all the time. I don't think anybody's trying to do anything like fraudulent or anything with those. So we'll give it a 5. And then the business activity that they associated it to is for training or education. We'll give it a 5. Not that big a deal. And as I'm going through these scores, I highly recommend working with the business to figure these out or to get their input on it. Or the P card owner, the person that owns the system, they're going to know more than we are. So I work closely with them to figure out what these scores are, and you can tweak them as you go. They're not set in stone. So now we have this qualitative piece. So we could just add these 2 together and get a better risk score. But let's say we have a transaction. We do this quantitative piece, this qualitative piece. We've added the scores up across all 10,000 transactions. We have 2 transactions whose total scores are 207 each. Like 2 transactions, the highest score, 207, 207. Let's say one of them's for $4 and the other one's for $4,000. Well, who cares about the $4 transaction? Like, yeah, it hit all these tests, but it's for $4. Like, it's not that big a deal relative to the amount of time we want to spend looking at it and investigating it further compared to all the other transactions. So the way to separate those out is we can apply the Z-score that we talked about earlier, right? Z-score helps us find outliers within our data. And if we see, especially within the same like business unit or activity, the a $4 amount versus a $4,000 amount, the Z-score is going to kick out the $4 amount and only keep the $4,000 amount. So we can apply the Z-score in order to get a kind of I'll say a better population, if you will. And I don't have a time because of okay, we've got 9 minutes. Sorry there. Let's see. I can't see the time and my phone is not right beside me. So I just want to make sure that we could kind of wrap this up. Nope. Okay. So now we have the quantitative piece, we have the qualitative piece, and we have the Z-score. Here it's listed as the amount weight. And so if you look at the bottom, there's the formula for actually how to do this. And so we take the quantitative risk weight times the Z-score, and then add the qualitative risk weight, and then put it over the max score of the whichever transaction has the highest score overall is what we want to divide by to get that final risk percentage. And then from there, you can filter on or do like high to low. The highest score to the lowest score to see which ones we want to look at. And so I know I kind of blew through that. Reason being, I'm going to show you the output of what this could look like and some of the benefits of it. You have the slides to refer to. I think I stumbled across these and because I was going to talk to Manuel. And so I stumbled across these and just using these, basically these 2 slides, I was able to build this out. And so that's kind of why I go through it kind of quick because it should be enough to, if you want to implement this, then you can. All right, so let me show you though what the output could look like. So here I have the last name of the person that owns the credit card. So you think about your manager or whoever. Ideally, this is just for demo purposes. Ideally, you would want the employee ID, because if we're just using last name Smith, this could be John Smith and this could be Sarah Smith. And I'll kind of explain why that is important in a minute or why you can use that. But and so employee ID is obviously what you want to use for a unique identifier. And then just the record number. So I showed, transaction number 1 through 5, just a record number so that you can, when you're talking to the other folks on the team, hey, record number 1168 is the one we're looking at. Here we have the total quality score, the total quantitative score, and then the risk percentage. And then I have it filtered, I have it from the largest amount to the smallest amount. And so here you could just say, hey, we're going to run this analysis every month. We're going to go get the data every month. You could use a bot if you want, but go get the data every month. We're going to pump it through this analysis, and then we're going to take the top 15 or whatever you want. The top 15 transactions, and those are the ones we're going to investigate. And this is something like, if you automate this, you can basically walk into the office on Monday, or your staff your new hire can walk into the office on Monday, have this report, and equipped with nothing else with this report, can go find the support, the receipts, and all that kind of good stuff for each one of these and start to look at it, and they will find something. If they do it, especially for the full year, that brand new, barely knows what audit is, staff will be able to find something. And so the other thing that you can do with this is you can start to kind of build rules yourself that might make sense. So let's say MC codes, and we want to see, okay, everywhere where there's, let's do this. anywhere where we have MC codes that we care about. Maybe we just call it casino. Oh, we don't want to look at these individually. We want to look at them in aggregate is the example I'm trying to get at. So we want to look at, okay, everywhere where we used our credit card at a casino, and also if they use it at a casino and on the weekend or on a holiday, I want to see if we have any of those also. And we do. We have, I don't know, a bunch of them. Because in a silo, maybe it's a weekend transaction is not that big a deal, or a holiday purchase on a holiday is not that big a deal. But on a holiday and at a casino is a big deal. Or you could look at like Black Friday and a purchase made in a travel city, like Hawaii or something, or like over a typical holiday like Christmas or something like that. Why are you using your corporate credit card while you're on leave in Hawaii? That's kind of a red flag. And then you could also, let's see, let me show you this real quick and then we'll wrap up. You could also look at it on an employee level. So here we're looking at it transaction by transaction, but we want to see which employees, their total risk percentages, to see if anything funky is going on there. So again, we could throw that into a pivot table, and all we're doing here, excuse me, I'm I'm always using two screens when I do this, but I am not at my home, so I'm unable to. All right, large and small. Okay, so here all we did is we just summed up the scores by employee, and you can see Smith has a 5.43 total, Davis has a 4.3, and then everybody else is pretty low. Like if we ran a Z-score just on this, Smith would probably pop out as an outlier, and Davis would probably pop out as an outlier also. So it might make sense in this scenario to go look at their activity, just their activity specifically. So not even on a transaction level, just like, hey, we're going to go look at Smith in general, or Davis in general. And you can use these filters over here to see like where the most of their kind of fishy or suspicious activities coming from. All right. That's pretty much it from me. Like I said, I've got, a bunch of other things in here. These are all the free tools that you can use. Might be worth checking out. Last, analytics tools. And just let me kind of say this about tools. The cheaper it is, the harder it's going to be for you and your department to learn how to use it. These two up here, Python and R, the letter R, are both the most popular analytics tools in the entire world. And they're also free. They're also the hardest ones to learn. Definitely not your average maybe auditor or average pretty much anybody. Unless you are passionate about analytics and automation, you're not going to, I honestly wouldn't even look at them. You're not going to use them. On the other end, the more expensive a tool is, the easier it is to use. Based on all the tools that I've looked at and used, that's been the case. Two things I want to point out, if nothing else from this: download Notepad++, and thank me for it later. It's a text editor on steroids. LastPass, if your admin folks allow for it, is not, again, it's not even an analytics tool, it's a security tool, but it holds all your passwords. You memorize one password for the rest of your life, and this will autofill passwords for you. It is the single greatest app that I've ever used and ever recommend. And then Listery is a very small app, but it's like Google for your desktop or for your machine. So instead of having to, where did I put this, what folder, whatever, you hit Control twice, you start typing, and it Googles, I guess you could say, everything for you. And then, so these are the big fancy tools. Again, the more you pay for them, the easier they are to learn. I don't recommend tools to a broader audience. If you want my opinion on what would be the best fit for you and your group, feel free to message me. I'd be glad to work with you to figure that out. Brain FM is not even an analytics tool. It's like kind of a white noise app, but when I get into these analytics tools and I put on headphones and play that brain.fm app, it just makes my brain all kinds of happy. So I always throw that one out there. All right. These are for reference if you guys get the deck or want them. This is just how to learn anything. And then I use analytics as the example. Last thing, so I do host the Audit Podcast. I guess we've been going for about a year now. Comes out every Tuesday. Our friend Pedro, who did the intro, was a guest. And our friend Julio, who's heavily involved with B-Sides, was also a guest. Actually, hey guys, I don't think I've told you this. Both of your episodes did like really, if we ran a Z-score, like you were the outliers in terms of total download. So it did really, really well. Thanks for coming on. If definitely check theirs out. Like seriously, those are two of my favorite ones. And then on Tuesday, we actually had Richard Chambers, the former president and CEO of the IAA on, and he kind of gave his opinion now that he's, I would say, out of the IAA, just kind of get his thoughts on the profession and things like that. So if you're in internal audit, I highly recommend it. If you're not, check it out anyway. Okay, that is me. If you want, feel free to email me, or you can reach me on LinkedIn. I'm probably on LinkedIn more than I am in my email, so that might be the better place. A lot of people ask me about doing training. So if you have a given tool, I can put you in touch with some folks and get you trained up on, whatever, ACL, Arbutus, Alteryx, whatever. Or if you just need help with your using analytics within your department, we've got a bunch of different programs and services that we can provide to do that. All right, that is, let's see how we are in time. Oh, 2 minutes over. That's not bad. Okay, I'll stop sharing.
You are good, sir. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Appreciate it, Julio. Pedro. So I'm getting my podcast guests confused.
Thank you for the talk. You're right. I was looking at the chat, and we had a couple of guys that were like, "Wow, this is really cool." So we are extremely happy to have you here. So we are going to do a couple of announcements after this. Our next speaker is ready. Jason is waiting for us. So Trent, it has been a pleasure, like always. Really, really fantastic time. We did have actually we have one question, and let me make sure that I talk about this. Minimum required data count needed for Benfords to be reliable. So that was our friend Julio that I was asking this. So I don't know if it's still timely or not, but hey, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll say I don't know. And the reason I say that, I'm not a Benford expert. Like I was telling you, there's someone that I'll ask that to, and he will absolutely know. I mean, he studies this. That's all he does is study Benfords. But the reason why I'm okay with saying I don't know the answer is because if you use that workbook, just throw it in there. It takes 10 seconds to copy and paste. And then from there, if you see an outlier, go look into it. Filter, it'll take the whole thing will take 3 minutes. So I don't know. It is a good question though. Usually the data that we're looking at are at least in the thousands of transactions. So I haven't thought of that. I'm going to Google it right now.
That's all right. That's all good. As a matter of fact, we can have a chat later on in your podcast about this. And see how we can make this work. Hey, with that in mind, let me then flip over to the commercials and talk about our sponsors. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
500 or more. Experts believe data sets of 500 or more numbers are better suited for this type of analysis.
Ooh, that's a good note to have.
Yeah, I'm going to include that in the presentation from now on. So, Julio, I appreciate that question very much.
Great. All right, Trent. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Have a great time. And we appreciate always what you do for us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Paige.
See ya.
All right, bye.
Well, guys, thank you again for being here with me. And so I just want to, first of all, thank our sponsors. Without them, we couldn't be here. Specifically, I want to talk about Alias Forensics. This is where we are currently transmitting from their offices in Oklahoma City. So even in a COVID sort of a remote, we were able to come to the office here in Oklahoma City and start doing this. And for us, that is great. I want to talk about a little bit about the swag that we have. So please, you have to fill out the forms and be able to do that. So BSidesOK.com/swag for you to get this. Also, we have our Slack channel, and I just want to make sure that you guys understand that we are trying to be as active as you can. So this is always great for us, obviously, to be able to bring this to you and talk about this particular track, which happens to be the audit track, right? So I am a security guy, but I love being here because, like some of you have heard me before, this is all about how we can learn from each other. So with that in mind, I have Jason ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add him to the stream. Hello, Jason. How are you?
Hey, Pedro. How are you today, sir?
Very good. Very good. We just want to have a quick conversation
Sure.
to get you ready. I know we are a little bit early in the time, but I want to give you as much time as you can. I think this is great time. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you introduce yourself. I'm going to let you talk a little bit about what you do. And I'm just going to get out of the way because I'm just I'm just here to make it look pretty.
I couldn't do it without you, Pedro. I appreciate it. And yeah, welcome to my work lair, my dungeon of an office. So it's kind of like working in Vegas, as my wife says. There's no clocks and there's no light, so I could be working down here at any time. So it's great.
Perfect. All right. So the floor is yours.
Yep. Thank you, Pedro.
So let me remove my.
All right. Okay. Can you hear me okay, Pedro? Good. Okay. All right. Well, hey, good morning, everybody. And first thing I want to say is I'm a little bummed out today because I jumped into this session, a couple minutes early, like these guys had suggested, and I caught the tail end of Trent's presentation, and I was really bummed out that I didn't go to the beginning of the presentation because the minute I jumped in and I saw him working with the data and talking about the P card analytics, I was like, oh, I should have been here right from the start. That was really cool. I took down a lot of information, so Trent should be expecting an email from me. I was just having a topic this morning on that very thing, so appreciate what Trent did, and that was really cool. Awesome. All right. So guys, good morning. My name is Jason Rolfe. I am the Vice President of Solutions with OnSpring. Real quick, just to give you a little bit of background before we get into our topic. OnSpring is a cloud-based no-code platform technology, a software that you can use to configure, deploy, and manage any variety of different business processes. We focus a lot in the GRC space, so audit, risk management, compliance, policy, and so forth. We're also building solutions around ITSM, so service operations in IT, whether it's incident or ticketing or release and development management. So very flexible, fun platform to work in. And that's about the last you're going to hear about it today. So today's presentation, you can see by the title there, Practical Tips for IT Audit Scoping. This is not a revolutionary topic by any means, and it probably won't be as fun and hands-on and detailed as Trent's presentation was, but I'll do my best to keep you guys interested and informed. So a little bit about my background. I actually started my career in internal audit. So working in operational audit, financial audit, definitely did some IT audit work, worked a lot very closely with our IT auditors in that sense. And then in my current role, it's really more focused on providing service and guidance and consultation to practitioners that are in that same space. So kind of looking at it from two different sides, right? The side of the auditor who's required to provide that assurance and perform those assessments and so forth. And then also looking at this from the angle of the technologist. How can we best enable the auditor to kind of fulfill their obligations and fulfill their actions? The challenge that I'd like for us to explore today together, and when we talk about practical tips for IT audit scoping, is really getting a hold of what is in the IT audit department, what's in their purview. What are the things that that they're going to be required to evaluate, that they're going to be required to give some assurance on? And we're also going to be talking about, what is the best approach for developing, clear, concise, and consistent methods for evaluating and prioritizing all of those items in your purview. And then, finally, when it comes to executing that plan, how do we know that the plan we've put together is focused on the right things? What if new information comes to light as we're in the thick of our annual audit plan or our rolling audit plan, whatever that is? So we want to explore some of that today. And really, again, I'm not talking about anything revolutionary here. I never purport to have all the answers. I may be telling you some things that you probably already know or probably have a decent understanding of. That said, the idea here is to just share some thoughts, share some ideas, put it together in an order that maybe you're going to start making some connections or start thinking about a few things that maybe you didn't connect before, you had thought of before, but they've kind of gone into your subconscious. So we're going to kind of try to elevate that back to your conscious, and really just to get you guys, the experts, thinking about new, different, maybe the same ways of doing things. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so we'll start today by just exploring, what we call these 4 critical factors for successful IT audit planning. Again, this is not an exhaustive list. This is not an all-encompassing list, but we feel like this is a good place for us to start as we go in and start to examine this concept of setting up an appropriate scope. So we're going to go into each of these items in a little bit more detail, but let me just give you a little sort of preview of what's to come for all of these. So the first concept is kind of overcoming this being all things to all people, or coming to terms with it, is probably a better way of saying that. IT audit has such a potentially broad and expansive connotation. So what we want to discuss in that topic is, how do you act as all things to all people in the realm of IT audit? What are some ways to think about the best way to approach that? We're also going to talk about giving your audit universe a little bit of definition. Everything from logical groupings to ownership, the key attributes that drive priority. Really important. The really important piece here, I should say, is really defining everything that's in your purview and thinking about the best way to organize it, structure it, and approach it as you're going into the next phase, phase 3, which would be the actual evaluation, the measuring, the prioritization, right? That's taking all of this stuff that you could potentially audit and effectively shaking it through that set of sieves and seeing what kind of comes out at the bottom. What are those things that we really need to focus on? And what are some techniques and some approaches for applying that logic to those items in your audit universe? And then the last item, when we say taking action on results, it's really about, not necessarily how to go perform an IT audit, but how do you take action? How do you gear your audit process and your audit plan towards those things that you've prioritized? And just as important, how do you potentially adjust or shift gears when some new information comes to light? So we're going to explore all these items, and apologies, I'm old school. I work on paper. I've got my notes. There are things I wanted to tell you today, so I'm just going to make sure that I tell you them. But now that we've kind of set the stage, right? Let's dive a little bit deeper into each of these topics and just kind of explore the process for IT audit planning and IT audit scoping. Okay. So first, let's start with this concept of being all things to all people. So, it's funny, I, working in a software company, let me back up. I got my degree out of college in accounting. Never was an accountant. I passed the CPA, decided I didn't like it, ended up in internal audit instead. And I liked that because it was a lot more financial, operational, IT, got to see a lot of different things. But inevitably I'd go to family gatherings, and they knew that I got a degree in accounting, and Christmas time comes along and we're at the family gathering and they're like, "So are you still really busy at tax season?" Well, I'm not a tax accountant. I've never been a tax accountant. So no, I'm really not. April 15th is just another day for me. The point I'm trying to make there, though, is that you think about people who are in IT, that conversation at the family gathering isn't, are you busy at tax time? It's, hey, can you help me fix my laptop? Oh, well, I'm a network engineer, or I'm a business continuity and disaster recovery professional, or whatever that is. The two things don't necessarily match up, but the point I'm trying to drive at is that, I think when you think about concepts like IT and IT audit, there is this kind of connotation there that, hey, you know it all. You have the view into everything. You are all things to all people. Now, when we compare IT operations to IT audit, you can start to see that there's a little bit of a difference there, because if I'm in IT operations, there is a good chance I'm specializing in my particular area. If I'm in IT audit, my responsibility, the breadth of what I'm responsible for doing is much larger. And that's the expectation that my organization has when they look at me. They say, well, you're an IT auditor. You can pretty much audit anything. You can audit applications. You can audit hardware, policies and procedures, network configurations and components, BCDR, operations, budgeting. All of these things fall under your purview. So in essence, you somewhat need to be all things to all people. But where your real value lies in IT audit, and really in any assurance function, is, really in a couple of areas. Number one, it's that independent perspective. Hey, I'm not mired in the day-to-day of your operations. I can look at this through a different lens. I can look at this through a different perspective. Another thing is being able to provide context, and provide context not just to that individual, practitioner in that deep practice area, but also helping them kind of see the interconnectivity between everything. So in your role in IT audit, you are going to be likely in that position where you need to at least have a baseline understanding of all of these different items in your purview. Now, certainly there may be situations where you need to bring in experts. Again, if you're not if you don't have a lot of deep expertise in network configurations and network devices, that might be a consulting situation or bringing in a third party. But I think the most important point to make here is you even set about to say, here's what we're going to audit and here's why, is first kind of establishing that presence, establishing that understanding within your organization of, here's what's in our purview, the things that you define, in your charter, or the things that you define in your expectations that you set with management. But it's really about setting those expectations and making sure that the folks in those different operational areas, or the folks who are responsible for those databases or those apps or those network devices, they understand the perspective that you're coming at it from, which is really to provide that independent perspective, and that seeing it through that assurance lens. Okay. So once you kind of have that foundation established, again, you've defined that clearly in your policies and your charters. Here's what the intent and the purpose and the goal of IT audit is. Then it really starts getting a little bit more tactical, and the next logical step is defining the IT audit universe. Now, I just rattled off 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 or 8 different areas that could potentially make up your audit universe. And to me, that seems like, almost a really good place to start when you're thinking about drawing borders around the things that you're potentially responsible for. What are those key categorizations? I obviously, if I'm responsible for potentially providing assurance on all of those different areas, how can I place them into different meaningful categories that would allow me to place the items in those categories in the proper context? So if I'm considering applications that I want to audit, just being very simplistic here, well, I would want to understand, well, what are all of the potential applications? And then I start getting a little deeper into that. Okay, when I'm thinking about a business application, right? What is, what is the data attribute of an application that maybe makes it a little bit more important within my organization? Is it the nature and type of data that you're processing in that application? Is it the number of users? Maybe there's been a criticality assessment. This application must be running in order for us to perform our 2 most critical business processes. So when you're looking at something in the context of its category, you can see within that category, there are going to be specific items or identifiers that tell you how important is this application within this parent grouping in the context of all of its other siblings within that same grouping. The same thing could be said, as you're sort of defining that audit universe again, kind of coming up with that understanding of what are the components that make that make a particular set of assets or a set of items in my universe important. It's also important to understand and work with those key stakeholders to understand what's important to them. So as you're defining that IT audit universe, this is where the ownership or the relationship to the business becomes really crucial, because part of what you're going to want to do is work with those individuals to, number one, make sure you have the full inventory. We've talked to a lot of organizations that kind of have a loose understanding of where all of their assets or auditable items are, but haven't yet gone through that exercise of trying to get them at least in one central repository, just so we know what we're dealing with. Forget about automation and multiple KRIs or what have you. For a lot of folks, just getting started in this area is the most important. It's placing that proper definition, compartmentalizing those items, and then maybe it's something as broad as saying, hey, we've introduced a lot of new apps this year, for example. That might be something we want to focus on more heavily in our audit plan. But really, the first step is getting that definition around the universe, getting that agreement with all the key stakeholders to say, yes, we've identified everything in IT audit's purview, and now we can go about the process or the exercise of determining, where is our criticality. Now, this is the area that I could probably spend the most time on, really, is a lot of what we've already talked about, getting that understanding of what your responsibilities are, aligning with your stakeholders, defining and establishing and categorizing your audit universe. That's all foundational stuff, right? If we were building a house, we would have poured that foundation, kind of like I have right behind me, but that's stone. But we would have set that foundation first before we started framing up the house or actually determining where we want to focus our efforts. Well, that's where the overall evaluation process comes in. So as you gain that understanding of your organization's sort of IT policies, processes, systems, assets, all those things, in your view, you use this to actually, kind of formulate that universe. So it's really, it makes a lot of sense. And then when you're evaluating, you're measuring, you're prioritizing, this is now taking those key criteria that you've identified and putting them into action, right? So really, if you think about it, there are a couple of primary approaches or processes at your disposal here. One of those could be your, let's call it your traditional point in time risk assessment. A lot of audit departments that I've dealt with, they have an annual risk assessment process. Let's look at all of these items, all of these assets in our purview, and as of that point in time, let's evaluate their level of risk, their level of importance, the level of concern that resides in there, so that we can do more of that shaking through the sieve like we talked about and come up with that prioritized list. Now, how do you do that? Well, there's any number of ways you can do it. And for me, I'm always a big fan of starting simply and kind of growing from there. But when we say start simply, it's just what we talked about in the last slide about defining your audit universe and defining those attributes. Well, now, as you're getting into this evaluation process, part of this is making sure that everybody understands what those attributes are that you're using to evaluate the assets, that there's agreement, not just in principle, on yes, these are the attributes, but even getting more granular with that. Do we all agree what high means, what low means, what medium means? You may or may not be surprised to know just how many situations we walk into where there just seems to be a lot of disjointed lack of understanding across all these groups, and it ultimately comes down to semantics. Well, we don't really agree on what a high risk is. Well, gosh, before you even go through the evaluation process, that's got to be one of the most important things you do. is establish that common understanding. But once you have that, then you can take those attributes that you've defined, let's say by major category, within applications. These are the most critical elements or the most critical data points. Some of it might be driven by the metadata. This application has these attributes associated with it, which always contribute to its overall risk posture. And then we can go through that point in time assessment. Have there been any major releases or development changes to this application? Have there been any issues or any downtime with this application? Has any of the nature or the extent of any of the data being processed in this application changed over the last time period? Now you can start to use those point in time indicators to kind of meld into those metadata factors and say, okay, now we have a prioritized list potentially of applications. And how you get to that is that measurement phase, right? That ability to go in and apply your logic, apply your scoring mechanism, and say, in the context of all the databases, of all the business processes, of all of the network devices, these are the attributes that we've used to determine whether or not they present the most concern or the most risk to our organization. Therefore, that will lead us to our prioritized list of auditable assets, effectively helping us set our audit plan. So the components and measures you've identified serve as that prioritization and mechanism, that measurement mechanism, I should say. And of course, as with anything, gaining consensus along the way is going to go a very long way into gaining that management agreement, right? The other component here, aside from sort of doing this annual or this periodic point in time assessment, is to also have really a combination of two other items and that are more, let's say, influx. One of them might be any significant changes. So it's nice to say, hey, I want to be able to set my audit plan or build my audit plan on day one, and that's the audit plan I'm going to execute. In a perfect world, we would have everything figured out on January 1st, and we'd go through, and on December 31st, we would report out on those results. But of course, we don't live in a perfect world. We'll get to that in the next slide in just a little bit. But other indicators that can be used to evaluate, measure, and prioritize might be, again, any significant changes to one of those key metadata attributes. You may want to be getting alerts or be made aware when something that really drives that prioritization actually changes. And obviously having a central or some set of central databases to be able to more automatically inform you of that is definitely helpful, but it's not necessary. Again, as long as you have a process in place to be informed of those changes, you can then react to them. There's also the concept of key risk indicators or key performance indicators. So, maybe you have some tripwires set up to say, hey, if I see, this database, go over this, this size limit, for example, or I see a certain number of logins hitting a particular application that's over and above the threshold that I would expect. Maybe that's an indicator. Maybe that's something that sounds a little alarm or just gives a little notice that says, hey, something is happening outside the norm here. Now, key risk indicators, key performance indicators, they all are very, it's a very valuable concept, right? I can see in concept where that would be very valuable. I realize also, though, that the trick in those is being able to have a good, reliable data source to make the process of gathering that data more efficient. And I feel like that's something that most of the companies I talk to are at least in process and working on. But you could see that being another very valuable method for evaluating. So taking this point in time approach it's kind of tried and true. It's something that never really hurts to say, hey, every year, or maybe more ideally every quarter, we're going to go through and just sort of reset and make sure that what we've prioritized initially remains what we want to have prioritized. And then as new information comes to light throughout the year, throughout the audit cycle, those are things that we can use to further kind of bubble things up to the surface. So when we say that, when we get to the last point, when we talk about taking action on results, if we use our first three steps as those building blocks, the leveling of the understanding and the expectations, the definition of the audit universe, the agreement we've gotten to on those attributes and applying those attributes. If you do come up with, let's say, your annual audit plan, if you set yourself up right and communicate and agree with the organization and your stakeholders, the actual communication of this audit plan could end up being really almost a formality, because everybody's been educated along the way, and you all look at this and you say, yep, we all agree that these are the most critical assets, these are the most critical processes that IT audit should be spending their time providing assurance on, given all of the information that we have. That's great. But like I just said, the audit plan, it's not a Ronco product, right? You don't want to just set it and forget it. Just say, I'm just going to go execute this audit plan and just keep going. And I think this is true across all audit disciplines, except maybe regulatory auditing, because they're like, this is what you're auditing and we don't care. This is always what you're going to audit. But if you're thinking about something that's risk-based, like an IT audit or the various things you might focus on as part of an IT audit, you do want to be able to set that plan and execute against it. But like we just talked about in the previous section, we also want to make sure that we have those tripwires, those alarms, those alerts that tell us, hey, something you didn't give credence to before, something that maybe didn't make your audit plan before, is now kind of bubbling up to the surface. And this might warrant another look. So when we say taking action on results in the context of IT audit planning, again, this isn't to say, here's how you go conduct an IT audit. I think any IT auditor can tell you that way better than I ever could. But the concept here is to say, okay, we've got our annual audit plan. We know we want to go execute against that, but we also don't want to lose sight of what might be happening in the rest of our universe. So a big concept here is something that's a constant theme throughout this whole thing, gaining that understanding and that consensus of what does constitute something that requires further attention, what changes or what KPIs or KRIs or new assets being introduced give us pause and cause for reevaluation. I was actually having a conversation with one of my coworkers yesterday, and she was like, well, is the IT audit universe relatively static, or can it be very fluid? And I was like, well, gosh, in the IT audit world, it seems like that's going to be the area where your audit universe could be the most fluid, bringing on new devices and databases, implementing a new application. Maybe you're not changing the business processes as much, but ownership can certainly change. Responding to threats or actual incidents could certainly drive your prioritization or require you to bring on new elements into your universe. So if you think about it that way, that your universe is likely to always be in flux, not just the attributes of the data that's already there or the items that are already there, but the introduction of new items, the retiring of old items. The universe is always going to be in flux. So having those indicators or those tripwires to alert you and say, hey, I know you're in the middle of your IT audit plan, but there's something right over here that I think warrants your attention, and maybe bump something else off the plan, right? There's always that trade-off, because as we all know, we only have so many resources at our disposal. Our resources are finite. So we need to be able to really prioritize. So in the context or in the process of executing your IT audit plan, even if you don't have every perfect tripwire, alert, alarm set up, a simple way to approach this would be to say, hey, we're not going to do an annual review of our audit plan or an annual establishment. We're going to do it quarterly. We're just going to revisit this more frequently. Now, as you continue to do that, and as you start to do more frequent evaluations, even if they're manual in nature, you're at least going to be keeping your finger on the pulse of what's happening. And as you go through that process, if I know anything about folks in IT, especially, and about auditors, is that their minds are always thinking about new and different ways to do things. Even as you go through that manual, hey, let's look at this every quarter activity, what you will likely come up with are, oh, I could use that as a tripwire. I know that data source is right over here. Maybe if I just wired something up here and got this data to populate automatically, I wouldn't necessarily have to spend a lot of time evaluating that. So identifying those opportunities for enhancement, for automation within your process certainly will make this part of the process hum a lot better, right? Okay. So that's really all I had. Like I said, nothing revolutionary, nothing that you guys probably weren't already thinking of, but I wanted to put it in this order. Number one, for myself, just so I can remind myself, hey, this is sort of that order of operations that we want to instruct people on, that we want to enable people to follow, but to also just kind of, maybe get a couple of synapses firing in your brain that hadn't fired in a while, to think about this logical order of operations. Or if you're new to IT audit and you're wondering, hey, what's the best way that I can start to align with the business and add value? Again, just to revisit, it's setting those expectations with your stakeholders, understanding what their needs are and understanding how you can serve those. It's making sure that you've got that boundary drawn around those things that are in your purview, those things that are in your responsibility. You know the criteria, you agree on the rating scale, and you agree on what constitutes a high priority item. And then you're not going to set it and forget it. You're going to constantly adjust. You're going to have indicators, or at least a process to constantly revisit what you're doing. And not to say it's foolproof, but I think if you apply that sort of logic, you'll find that the level of assurance and the level of trust that you're building in your organization, I believe, will continue to grow and strengthen. But yeah, that's what I had. If you guys ever want to talk about this, there's my email address. Feel free to email me. I'm not a salesperson, so I won't try to sell you anything. I just like to solve problems. So really appreciate it, Pedro. Really appreciate you having me here today,
Thank you,
and
sir.
hopefully that was helpful.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for coming over and talking to us. What a fantastic conversation. We did have one quick question in
Sure,
the
go ahead.
chat.
Okay.
How do you track the results of your evaluation?
Mm.
Um, is that maintained in a purpose-built system or just a document you maintain?
That's a great question. I think, the nice thing about that question is that there are a lot of different answers. And, I work at a software company, so I'm always like, use a software tool. But I tell you what, I use Excel every single day. I love Excel. I think it's a great tool. I just watched Trent work wizardry in
Right,
Excel, right?
right,
That
right,
was a
right.
lot of fun. So even if it's something simple like that, I think the most important thing, I believe, is just having the right attributes and data points. But if you have any sort of a data store, even if it is something as simple as Excel to start with, where you can capture those results and use those to do that sorting on that last column to say these are where the scores were the highest, that's such a great place to
Yeah,
start. Now
yeah,
obviously, with tools like I work with, you can always get deeper and more automated and more intricate, but I'm a huge fan of starting simply. So Excel
good,
is always a good place to start.
good, good. Very good, very good. We are out of time, but I love the opportunity to be able to continue the conversation. And for those of you that want to continue to do that, you guys have Jason's email and obviously in the chat. So let's continue there. In the meantime, Jason, thank
Thank you so much.
Hey, Anthony.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
Hey, well, we just had an internet outage, so I'm bringing you on. Could you please introduce yourself, let everybody know what's going on? I've got another track to go jump to. It's very comical to have these issues, but the show must go on, and we're going to let you go ahead and start, and I'll come back on towards the end, and we'll do our rigmarole then. All right?
Okay, perfect.
Can you go ahead and share your screen? All right, Anthony, you're good to go. So thank you so much. I'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Okay.
All right, perfect.
All right, thanks.
Hi, everyone. I am super excited to be speaking today. My name is Anthony Hendricks, and my presentation is titled, I Hate Lawyers, Working with Attorneys During Breaches to Maintain Privilege and Your Sanity. For some reason, all right, perfect. So I am a director at Crowe and Dunlevy in their Oklahoma City office. My practice includes high stakes commercial litigation, along with regulatory work and data privacy and cybersecurity. So while I am an attorney, I am not your attorney, and this presentation should not be considered legal advice. Instead, think of this as a conversation between friends. But if you need legal advice, I know a guy. I also host a cybersecurity podcast that focuses on exposing underrepresented groups to the field of cybersecurity and privacy. I also teach a cybersecurity law class and an information privacy course at Oklahoma City University School of Law. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to start by talking about data breaches and lawsuits. And then we'll talk about what lawyers do and how they help. And then we'll have a basic conversation about attorney-client privilege before talking about how we can work together, how IT professionals, how outside consultants, and how lawyers can all work together. And then finally, we'll talk about how we all win, what the great benefits we get from working together. So let's start by talking about data breaches and lawsuits. There has been a huge growth of data breaches. Last year, there were almost 4,000 publicly reported breaches that took place. And so this number is actually probably a little too low. There were probably more data breaches that took place that just so haven't been publicly reported. The number of breaches in 2020 was actually less than 2019, but the number of records that were exposed because of breaches has increased. And in addition, 2020 brought us a rapid, huge increase in ransomware attacks. Now, some reports have placed the number of records that have been exposed at 37 billion compromised records, and that's a huge, huge number. So the average data breach costs companies around $4 million. So how do we get to that number? That $4 million number also includes the cost to companies when their system is down and they're not able to access anything. The cost also includes the cost of attorneys, the cost of settlements, the cost of litigation, the cost of bringing your system back up. Estimated costs for these large-scale breaches can hit $350 million. And so with these high costs related to data breaches, it's important that companies have staff to prevent and respond to these incidences. So we also have a growth of lawsuits. So data breaches are a big business for both cyber criminals, but also for attorneys. The number of data breach lawsuits has increased. While most of these lawsuits fail or they settle or they're dismissed at an early stage of the case, we really can't ignore these large settlements that we've seen. $117.5 million Yahoo had to pay to settle its data breaches. Equifax had to pay $1.4 billion to settle all of the lawsuits surrounding its data breaches. And so some of that number includes settlements with the Attorney General's office and government, but that's still a huge, huge number. Along with civil suits, companies also face investigations from the government. And these government investigations and lawsuits have also led to large fines and settlements. You probably saw on the news about the FTC fining Facebook for $5 billion. And so not all of that amount of money, not all of that sum comes from a data breach, but it is a big part of it. The UK also fined Marriott Hotels for almost $24 million for a data breach. So now let's talk about how lawyers can help and what lawyers do. Lawyers are the point guard of data breach investigations and responses. So think about the point guard of the Lakers. That's the short guy in the picture. He's not the best player. That's LeBron. He's not even the second best player. That's Anthony Davis, the tall guy in the middle. But the offense, or in our case, the investigation and response, should flow through the lawyer. So what do lawyers do? Lawyers are responsible for determining notification requirements. Do you have to report this type of breach? Because there are so many data breach laws. Each state has their own with all different types of requirements. And then you have to determine what deadlines you're faced with, because each state has its own type of deadline for when you have to report a data breach. Another question that lawyers have to grapple with is what type of information was impacted, because each type of information that may have been exposed or accessed or breached has different types of obligations. So for example, if we're talking about medical information, then maybe we have to comply with HIPAA, and HIPAA has its own requirements for when you have to report and who you have to report to. If it's financial information, meaning reporting to this may mean that you have to report to the Attorney General's office of your state. You may have to report to federal or local banking commissions. Another thing that lawyers do is preserve evidence in advance of litigation. It's important to have a record of everything that happened so that you can defend yourself in a lawsuit. Lawyers also have to direct that forensics team or outside consultants. And this is really important when we get into our conversation about privilege. Lawyers also have to provide guidance to the executive team regarding working with law enforcement. One of the first questions that I get in data breaches is, do I have to report this to the police? Do I have to report this to the FBI? Who should I call? Is it appropriate for me to not talk to law enforcement? And so that's something that lawyers help the executive team deal with. So now that we talked about the things that lawyers do, let's talk about what lawyers don't do. One, getting your system back online. While this is important for clients, lawyers don't play a role in accomplishing this. Next is determining what happened. Lawyers need to know what happened, but you don't ask lawyers to find out this information. It's more technical in nature to determine what happened. And then finally, touching computers. Most lawyers, even cybersecurity attorneys, don't have the technical skills to address data breaches. So now let's just have a basic conversation about attorney-client privilege. Attorney-client privilege is one of the oldest privileges recognized by courts. So what exactly is privilege? It's an evidentiary privilege protecting communications from disclosure in proceedings before tribunals. So what does that mean? In other words, it protects communication with your attorney when you are seeking legal advice. Attorney-client privilege, while important, is pretty narrow. It only protects confidential communications between a client and a lawyer when it is made to obtain legal assistance from an attorney in their capacity as legal advisor. So in other words, if you're communicating with an attorney and you're just telling them facts or providing them with documents, that's probably not privileged. You have to be seeking legal advice, or the lawyer has to be providing you with legal advice. The communication must be between lawyers and clients. So if you have other people as part of the communication, then it could break your privilege. It has to relate to advice or strategy, legal strategy. And then finally, it has to be made under circumstances where it may be reasonably assumed that the communication will remain in confidence. So if you're asking your lawyer for legal advice in a crowded room and you're shouting, then you probably have broken privilege because other people can hear it, and you could not assume that this communication with your lawyer was actually confidential. Along with attorney-client privilege, it's important to talk about work product doctrine. Work product protects written or oral materials created by an attorney during legal representation. So adverse parties can't compel or ask for and receive work product documents during litigation. Work product also extends to materials created at the direction of attorneys. And so this is important when we talk about breach analysis reports that may have been created. If they were made at the direction of an attorney, then they're likely covered by work product. So why does privilege matter? Privilege allows free communication between attorneys and clients because they know that this communication is protected. And so clients are more willing to be honest and open about their needs, about their issues, about what's happening if they know that this information is protected. And while privilege is important in all types of cases, it's really important in breach investigations and data breach lawsuits. When there's a data breach, companies often hire outside forensic investigators, or they use their internal team to produce reports about what happened. And you want these reports to be accurate. You want them to be honest. You don't want people to hide anything in these reports. And if you have privilege, then people feel a little bit more comfortable about saying everything that happened. In data breach litigation, one of the first items that plaintiffs and the government seek in discovery is a copy of your forensic report. And this is because the report provides all types of information that can help them with their claims against your company. And so that includes what happened in the breach, if there were maybe some security risks that weren't taken care of in advance, who was responsible for the type of breach. And so that's really, really important information. Companies try to protect these reports under attorney-client privilege and the work product doctrine. And so there's a current case going on, Capital One, that kind of illustrates what happens when privilege is protected and when privilege is not protected. Capital One suffered a data breach in 2019, and they're facing multi-district federal litigation. The court was faced with the decision whether Capital One had to turn over 2 root cause analysis reports. And the court reached 2 different conclusions, which has led to some confusion. The first decision was about a report that Capital One argued was work product created to help counsel develop legal theories and strategy to defend the bank. That's the typical argument that you'll hear when someone wants to protect these types of reports. So the court looked at the facts and said it was not protected by privilege. So the court looked at several different factors, and I just want to highlight a couple of them. First, it looked at the relationship. Capital One and its outside vendor had a prior relationship. Before the data breach, they had a relationship, they had a contract in place, and they weren't hired specifically to deal with the data breach. Then they looked at how the outside vendor was hired. They weren't hired by the attorney. Instead, they were hired by the business department. And then the report was shared not just with the lawyers, but also with non-legal employees. It was shared with almost everyone. The court also looked at how the outside vendor was paid. It didn't come from the legal budget. Instead, it came from the regular business account as a business expense. The second decision that the court made found that a report created by PwC was actually privileged. So how did this happen? So the court looked at who was able to look at the report. And the report was shared only with the people that needed to know the information. They kept the report confidential. PwC was hired by the law firm that was hired for the data breach, specifically for the data breach. And then they took all the direction from counsel. So they allowed the lawyer to be the point guard for the analysis and investigation. So now let's talk about how we can all work together. Data breaches are stressful, and lawyers and IT professionals and consultants have different goals. The starting point has to be and must be respect. Respect for each other's jobs and responsibilities. Open communication is also important. And so when I say open communication, it doesn't mean that lawyers tell you everything. Because when that happens, as in the Capital One case, you lose privilege and you can't maintain it. But it means sharing the information that you can, and then respecting when a lawyer says, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you about that. And understanding that it's not personally about you, but it's about maintaining privilege. Everyone needs to understand their limits. Lawyers don't have technical skills. That's not my ministry. That's not the thing that I'm hired for. And IT professionals aren't lawyers, even if they understand the concept of privilege and the importance of work product doctrine. They're not lawyers. And if everyone understands their role and the importance of their independent role, then we can work together and we could be a great team. So let's just spend some time talking about the benefits of working together. Working together helps companies promptly meet their regulatory requirements. Every state has a breach notification law, and these laws include requirements for when a company must report a breach, how they're supposed to report the breach, and what information triggers when they have to report information. For instance, in some states, if the information exposed might be fingerprint material, then you may be required to report that type of breach. For other states where they define data breach more narrowly, like for example, Oklahoma, you may not be required to do that. And then some of these deadlines are just really quick. The GDPR has a 72-hour reporting requirement. That is a very, very, very short deadline. Oklahoma has a deadline that says you must report without delay. And so it means as soon as possible without delay, but it doesn't give you that kind of number requirement that the GDPR or other states may require you to have. There are also some other benefits that just makes everyone happy. Working together can limit regulatory actions or even lawsuit. One of the best defenses to a data breach lawsuit is to argue that the plaintiff doesn't have standing. They're not able to show up in court because they have not suffered any damages. And so how do we accomplish this? If we investigate a breach quickly, get a clear understanding of what happened and what was exposed, we meet our reporting guidelines, you can limit damages to people who were victims of data breaches. Lawyers help lead investigations. And so let's wrap up for really quick. Lawyers help lead investigations in order to maintain privilege and meet regulatory requirements. Attorney-client privilege is important and allows for honest conversations between clients and attorneys. But we must work to maintain that privilege. Breaches are not fun, but if we work together and communicate, we can help companies be successful. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and see if we have any questions.
Anthony, thank you. I was looking at the chat for questions, and I didn't see one. And for those of you that are now connected, we had a small power issue. Actually, the circuit breaker that actually was connected to the Wi-Fi here just kind of dies, so we had to do our thing. But fantastic opportunity that you took to give us the attorney talk. Really, thank you. I'm just being honest with you, but it was the perspective for me. I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. Thank you for doing this. I think we need to have this conversation more and more. So pretty impressed with it. Very, very impressed. Thank you, sir. All right, folks, I am going to, now that I have a couple of minutes, talk to you about some of our sponsors. And I just want to make sure that I thank our host, Alias Forensics, because they are hosting us. We appreciate them. They have been a partner of BSides for many years, and I'm telling you, it is a fantastic opportunity to be able to work with them. Also, to all of our sponsors that we have and that they are with us, even now as we are remote. We cannot wait until next year so that we can be live. And we are proving, by the way, that an audit track, it's needed. And I'm telling you that this is it. This is the paving way. Like always, I want to make sure that you guys remember that we have a Slack channel. We are in track number 2. Track number 2 is the audit track. And don't forget about the swag and things of that nature. So I have one more. Let's see here. Well, come on. Okay, there it is. That's the Slack that I wanted to show you. In the meantime, so what I'm going to do is bring our next presenter, and I'll bring him in, and we can have this conversation. Julio has been with us for a long time. We are friends, and we do this all the time. But literally, what I really want to talk about is. Julio, I'm going to give you a chance to introduce yourself, and I know we are a couple of minutes early, but I want to make sure that people know you, that people understand what your talk is about. So literally, I'm setting you up so that we can have a great conversation. So, sir, take it away.
All right, thank you, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, Pedro and Julio down by the schoolyard. I love it. Well, thank you, sir. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's great to be on the con, and thank you all for coming. I first want to spend a minute bragging about these amazing folks at the B-Sides board. Pedro, Nathan, I'm sure I'll forget somebody. Carrie, John, Aaron, Teddy, so many great folks that put all this together. And this is a ton of work, literal months in the planning. So, huge kudos to all you guys, and thank you for doing the IT audit track. It's very much appreciated. So, the talk on machine learning, I wanted to do this talk because as you guys know me, those that know me know that I'm no expert in anything. I just know a little bit about lots of different things, and I decided. About a year and a half ago, about 2 years ago, that I would start to self-learn in the space of AI. I was frankly just really frustrated with everybody and their grandmother talking about AI this, AI that, machine learning this, and I just said, dang it, let me make sense of that. So the talk, my goal is to inspire you guys so it's called Machine Learning for Auditors because the context is going to be from the perspective of an auditor, but it really could be rewritten to be called machine learning for everyone. So my goal is to cover some fundamentals, to inspire you to learn this content. I'll share some recommendations for you guys to continue the learning journey on your own, because here we are, 2021. We are at a different stage in the pandemic, and as you guys all know, as technical professionals, one way or the other here at BSides, the COVID accelerated tech adoption, budget, tech implementation, technology budgets a lot, and it depends on which company. What proportion of advancing, if you will, depends on the company. I think I heard that Microsoft did 2 years worth of IT implementation in like 6 months or some number like that. So things are moving a little faster. And so there are resources out there that we can lean on that I have learned in my career just in the last 2 years. Not enough people know about them. So I want to share some of those resources. So it's reasonable to expect that some of the predictions we had a couple of years ago about where, for example, AI is unraveling, how it's manifesting itself across society, it's probably going to happen a little faster, courtesy of COVID-19. So happy to do the talk. So if you guys have any questions, I'm actually going to lean on Pedro to ask him. I'm guessing at the end, and happy to help and be of any kind of resource to anybody. So I guess what I'll do is I'll share my screen and let's get this going. All right. Well, Pedro, you jump in, sir, if I am not where I should be. But you all should be seeing my slides. Machine learning for auditors again. Hello. I know we have some folks from out of town and out of country, so glad you guys are here. So Julio Tirado, I'm the auditor at Spirit Bank, and I have been with the bank one way or the other since 2007. I took a little break for a while and to be Mr. Entrepreneur, and I continue the audit stuff as a contractor. And long story short, came back as an employee, and I was able to work at Spirit for about a year as their security officer and the risk manager. So I got to see things a little differently from a different perspective. Eventually went back to internal audit, and here I am continuing to professionally harass everybody with a smile and intention. So let's get started. Let's do that again. All right. So you already know who I am, but the reason I have this slide here, and that's as you can see, Pedro and I have history. That was a tough day, but it worked out because Pedro, he's just great with people, so he convinced me to calm down, and everybody worked out. The reason I have this slide is really out of disclosure. So none of those descriptors on the left say anything about machine learning engineer or data scientist or AI expert. Because I am not. And internal audit, what you guys will often find, this talk is machine learning for auditors, but I know we have some non-auditors in the group. So for those of you non-auditors, what you're going to find is many of us are generalists. Many of us know a lot about a little bit about many things. As the saying goes, jack of all trades, master of none. Well, I'm a jack of some trades and a master of none. But in my learning journey, I came to realize that there are resources to learn machine learning and different kinds of AI, which we'll cover here in a little bit. And none of them seem to be designed for folks in the audit and risk community. And I would also say security. You guys are in that bucket. We're all in the same bucket. And so I've learned some lessons, made some mistakes. So my goal is to share with you some fundamentals, but also give you resource recommendations so that I can empower you to move forward. Because this developing this skill set makes a lot of sense. Now, one of the questions you may have is why? Why learn AI? To be really fair, a lot of my security friends will often say that if you got a security problem, you just throw AI to it and it'll fix it, right? ML fixes everything. And it's funny, but because there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of hype in AI, and that's the truth. That hasn't changed in as far as I know. But there's also an underlying trend that is forming, it's developing, and it's undeniable, and it's not stopping. I mean, again, I am no expert, but I have no reason to believe we have a second AI winter coming away. And I think about different data points. I think about, for example, the number of companies that are involved in the AI space. And I came across a week ago a list of the top 50 AI startups in the world, and I recognize about a third of those companies. And so I know a third of those companies were legitimate companies that are actually doing some sort of SaaS product AI-based service. So we have more companies involved in the space. Number one. Number two, we have larger companies involved in this space. And since I work for a bank, I'll point to JPMorgan Chase. JPMorgan Chase has a team or a large team of developers and data scientists, and they're putting a lot of money behind machine learning. Lots of other companies that are large enough are investing in this space. I like to think about what the experts have to say, like Dr. Kai-Fu Lee or Andrew Ng, who are reputable folks in the industry of artificial intelligence. And they share a lot of wisdom, and some of them write books. I read AI Superpowers by Dr. Kai-Fu Lee, great book. Made me paranoid, but great book. So these experts give us data points that I think it gives us more indications of where things are heading. And I know, on the fringes, you got on one end, you got, Elon Musk, somewhat of an entrepreneur hero of mine, but Elon Musk, he takes the worst case. He's like, hey, AI is going to kill everybody. Right? And on the other hand, you have folks like Ray Kurzweil who say, hey, AI is going to fix everything. I'm more of a conservative kind of guy. I like to focus on the averages. But the point is, those folks are collectively, all this data gives us the impression that this is a sustainable trend. And what I also like to point to is, since this is machine learning for auditors, thinking about what experts have to say, what leaders have to say. Larry Harrington, he is a experienced chief audit executive. He was, as some of you in audit will know, that he was at one point the chairman of the IAA headquarters, the large organization, HQ. And he's quoted as saying that artificial intelligence is going to have an impact to internal auditors, that those internal auditors who understand and are willing to invest in themselves will be the most qualified candidates to get that opportunity. So he's about taking 5% of your net pay and investing in yourself. And I have to spend 30 seconds on that. I'm a big believer in learning and growing as a professional, as a person, as a human. If you guys limit your professional growth by the tuition reimbursement rate of your company, or by the reimbursable scope of stuff for your company, you're not moving fast enough. You're not moving ahead as much as you should. So I strongly encourage people to spend more money. It's good for the economy, right? Spend more, plan learning like you plan for a vacation. Be sure you make it that important. All right, let's talk about AI. What's there to worry about, right? This is what we think about whenever we come across the acronym AI, right? We think about the scary Terminator, T-1000, Skynet. Now, personally, I don't get worried or scared about the Terminator. Skynet is the one that freaks me out, because I think about, for example, that one incident in Florida where a lone wolf hacker, an attacker, compromised a water treatment plant and almost poisoned a huge community of people. Now imagine, software in the background, i.e. Skynet, doing that times X all across the world, plus kinetic weapons and other things. This is some serious stuff, right? So, but I want to spend a minute breaking this down, because technically this is a form of artificial intelligence, but it's really an evil implementation of AI. So before I define the two subgroups of AI, real quickly, AI at a high level is just human intelligence exhibited by machines. That's really all that is. AI is human intelligence exhibited by machines. And there's at least two parts. There's artificial general intelligence, AGI, and then there's narrow AI. And AGI, that's the Terminator in evil form, right? Terminator is not the only kind of AGI, fictional or otherwise. It's the evil version. But it is in a current reality, and it is questioned by experts in terms of when it will happen. Some experts will say we'll have AGI in 10 years, some in 20, some in 30. It just depends on the experts. But it is not a current reality. It's not something people should be panicking about. But looking at the big picture, AGI is AI that can do a whole lot, a whole broad range of cognitive tasks that humans can do without little or any human oversight. That can generalize, that can learn new things, that can potentially show some common sense, be creative. So AGI is just a very capable, very human-like AI. Narrow AI is the kind of AI that is as good or better than a human, at least as good or better as a human, at one particular thing. So we're talking image recognition as an example. So cancer detection, fraud detection, right? Those are very specific use cases, and they're trained by experts. Sometimes they're computing systems, but mostly humans are running the show. Humans are always running the show, whether they have used more or less technology, depends on the situation. But what's very special about narrow AI is that it's heavily reliant on data sets or data streams, which we're going to cover here in a little bit. And they're not self-aware. Narrow AI is a very powerful tool, not the Terminator. And we use narrow AI all the time. Netflix, movie recommendations, Amazon, product recommendations, and other things that we don't realize behind the scenes. We got Amazon Echo, Google Home, Google Maps, lots of cool things that we literally use on a day-to-day basis that leverage narrow AI in one for one another. Now, as it relates to the fear of AGI, what I like to do is sit back, relax, take my medicine, and think about what experts have to say that are more conservative, more reasonable, like Andrew Yang, who is the founder of DeepLearning.ai and co-founder of Coursera, co-founder of Landing.ai. And he's quoted as saying that worrying about AGI today is like worrying about overpopulation in planet Mars, right? So I know zero of you, not even Elon Musk, who literally has money on it, is worried about overpopulation in planet Mars. So there you go, put it into context. All right. So needless to say, any reference to AI for the rest of this talk is specifically focusing on narrow AI. So artificial intelligence is one big umbrella with different subparts. And we're talking, it could be about a natural language processing. It could be about robotics. It could be about computer vision. And then there's also machine learning. And machine learning, so machine learning is an implementation of artificial intelligence, but it can also be used as a complement to any of those other forms of artificial intelligence. You can use ML with robotics, and they do. You can use ML with natural language processing, and they do. But ML can be its own separate implementation. The machine learning, the way that I think about it is computers that use algorithms to make sense of the world through experimentation and data. Those are the key words: experimentation and data. And machine learning has its own deeper implementation, no pun intended, called deep learning. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning. And deep learning is a type of machine learning that involves more resources. It's more resource heavy. You tend to require the use of GPUs, certainly more storage capacity. So it's very friendly for the cloud. More literal layers of computation. And once you dive into deep learning, you will learn that there are layers literally from the point of data input to the point of data output that are much more involved than regular machine learning. and so the regular machine learning, those algorithms tend to be called shallow algorithms, whereas the deep learning algorithms tend to be called deep learning algorithms. And an algorithm is just math. It's just math functions that are represented by code, so we humans can use our brains in a more efficient way. And there's also data science. Data science is a study of data. And data science involves a lot of data analysis and visualization. But the reason I overlap these is because there is an overlap between the tools and techniques and the concepts and the code between data science and machine learning. If anything, it should be a much closer circle overlapping those areas. What I've learned in trying to do my homework about the implementation of machine learning by companies is companies that have machine learning engineers and data scientists. What I've seen is they tend to have the data scientists work more on the data side, data analysis, maybe even create algorithms from scratch or custom algorithms, whereas the machine learning engineers will work more on the implementation of the models, of the algorithms that are trained, and then work that model deployment lifecycle. So, but bottom line, for our purposes, I'm just going to focus on, I'm going to call it machine learning. But to be fair, you can call it data science too, as it relates to our content. Now, types of machine learning. So there's at least 3 types that are relevant for our discussion today. The first one is supervised learning, then there's unsupervised learning, and then there's reinforcement learning. And supervised learning is the type of machine learning that involves labeled data. And labeled data, we'll go over an example here in a few slides of a data set. It's a spreadsheet of vendor payments. It's a transaction or a record of multiple payments to a variety of vendors. And as the last column, I've included this conclusion of whether the payment was deemed fraudulent or not. And the hypothetical scenario that I'm talking about today is, imagine a company that is large enough that not only has historical activity of vendor payments, but has internal auditors and fraud examiners or other resources that have also, as a matter of periodic testing, investigated fraud of vendor payments and have a database of which payments were deemed fraudulent. And we can then create a column where we say no fraud, no fraud, no fraud. These 5 were fraud, these 20 were fraud, these 30 were fraud. And now we have this column with conclusions. That conclusion is a label. Another example of that is the doctors that are using supervised learning for the cancer detection, like skin cancer. Well, cancer, no cancer is a label. So supervised learning is the use case that involves labeled data. And unsupervised is the use case that involves no labels, just the rest of the information we call features. Reinforcement learning is learning that learns by trial and error, reward and punishment. And real quickly, some examples to give you a little more context. Supervised learning to me is kind of like a teacher teaching her student by giving her student sample questions, let's say on history. You give the student thousands or even millions of sample history questions or questions on history with the corresponding answers. So questions with the corresponding answers. And then the student studies that information and finds a pattern in the data. So when the student is given only questions and new questions, the student will basically take a test. And anytime you and I as humans take a test, we're essentially making a prediction about the answers. Well, the student is doing the same thing. In this case, the student is the algorithm and the teacher is the human, the AI person. But supervised learning is we give the answer, we give the question and the answers, the student learns and trains, and then we feed it data without the answers, and we have the algorithm make a prediction. Unsupervised is that same use case, except whenever we train it, we only give it the questions, we do not give it the answers. And then the student has to use a different part of her brain or another algorithm and try to organize those questions into different buckets, different clusters, different categories, and make sense of the world, find patterns with a different approach. That's unsupervised learning. And reinforcement is it's like training your dog, giving your dog treats when you see the desired outcome, or not giving a treat when you don't see the desired outcome, or maybe slapping it with a newspaper if you want to upset PETA, right? That's like supervised learning, or excuse me, reinforcement learning. So at the end of the day, you can argue that machine learning is all about predictions. It's about finding historical patterns in data, or data in historical patterns in historical data, and making predictions. So my man, Yogi Berra, he was onto something for a while, right? It is tough to make predictions especially about the future. But this is before machine learning, right? My boy Berra, his days are gone. May he rest in peace, figuratively, literally. Now, so I'm going to speak now as an auditor. Those that know me know that I do not have a background in computer science. I am not I'm not a developer. I've never worked in a technology department other than my 1 year as a security officer. So I don't have professional experience as a coder. So when I started to learn to code, what I realized was, for me, the biggest challenge was figuring out what to learn. There are so many. This is a technical conference. We have developers here on staff, practically speaking, counting with Chris and Nathan. So I will say to that, if you guys that are listening to this talk and you have your own recommendations in terms of what other things to learn, add them to the chat. Any value you can add to the whole community, please do it. Don't rely on me speaking. I welcome everybody's input. Now, so challenge number one for me, or for anybody with a background not in computer science, is what language do we need to learn? Well, first of all, I think I failed to mention, if you want to learn machine learning, yes, you have to learn the concept that we talked about, supervised versus unsupervised, deep learning versus regular machine learning. But the definitions aren't enough. You have to get your hands dirty. You have to learn to do stuff, learn to code. So we, as the audit community, we're not known for coders. I don't care. Redefine it, damn it. Let's do it a new way. Learn to code. So bottom line, what language do you pick? Well, let's go with Python. Python is really a good computer programming language, a good technology. And I would say, as an extension of what Trent said earlier, Trent is an analytics expert. And he mentioned, if you guys want to dive deeper to analytics and you learn Python, this is going to be the harder path, and he's 100% spot on. I've heard of 2 guys doing their analytics only with Python, not with specialty tools, and they have to learn so much Python. They're experts in Python programming, right? So he's spot on, you guys. I don't use Python for anything analytics. I use analytics tools. Now, for the purposes of machine learning, you have to learn Python. Why? First reason is it's easy to learn and it's easy to read for the rest of us noobs out there. So unlike Java and C++, C# that are more verbose, there's more, you have to declare things in advance. It just requires more lines of code to do stuff. Python, it's like English. And it's more efficient in that you have to do less stuff. You have to do less typing. Reason number 2 is a general purpose language. So with Python, you can use it as a backend technology for web development. You may or may not have heard of something called Flask or Django, 2 web development frameworks, and they are based on Python. You use Python to support the backend, like authentication and database management, things like that. The structure of the website, back to bones. Also use it for mobile app development. You use it for automation. If you are an IT department and technology professional, you may be using already Python for automating things in your shop. And of course, AI. And the last one is that it's really popular. There are many libraries that we can leverage that make Python really powerful. We're going to talk about a few. There's a lot of code on GitHub and Stack Overflow. Just a lot of great stuff that we can lean on. So Python is just a phenomenal resource to use, and it's particularly very powerful for machine learning. And after you do this enough for a while, I mean, you're not going to see the code anymore. You know, my thinking is, and I think you guys that have backgrounds in doing code writing as developers, you'll agree, you know, if you're new to this, spend 20 minutes a day, at least 20, 30 minutes a day writing code. After a few days, you'll get more familiar. After a few weeks, you'll get more comfortable. After a few months, you'll feel like a pro. After a year, you're like, this is nothing. I can do this in my sleep, right? And this is like my one time to use a Matrix reference. And I realized the other day, I thought to myself, when did this movie come out? And that's when I realized, oh my God, I am so old. I'm referencing the Matrix. I had to explain to somebody what the Matrix was the other day. Anyway, squirrel. So yeah, code, start with Python, build one day at a time. And I promise you, you will find benefit in a lot of ways, not just in AI related topics. Now, hopefully I've convinced you guys in audit to learn the code. Now let me switch to machine learning. So we're going to talk about some conventions in machine learning. And what we have here is a synthetic data set. This is a fake data set, data with fake data that I created. So I use this particular data set because I wanted to make it relatable for the internal audit community. And in audit, you know, Trent did a phenomenal job with his episode or a talk today, focusing on Benford's law and a variety of other techniques, because part of what internal auditors do is investigate fraud. It's kind of the fun part about it, right? I've never met anybody that thought finding fraud was boring. It's kind of cool. It's like finding an attacker in your network. It's really exciting. So this is a data set that I've accumulated for the purpose of our demonstration. And what you see here on the columns is you see the how old the vendor is once we first created the vendor in the system, 8 years, 2 years, what the level of activity is, one payment per year or several, high, medium, low, day to week that this particular payment was made, the amount of the payment. Does it fall below our company threshold for additional approvals? And here's the conclusion. Was this a payment deemed fraudulent? No, yes, no, 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 yes. Now, again, a very honest disclosure is that we have to have this data set prepared for us. This particular conclusion is not in the AP system, right? So in the absence of a third-party vendor providing the service for you, you have to do this on your own. But this is a very relatable, practical future use case for internal audit. Now, let's talk about some conventions. Convention number one is, you notice there's a reason why we have different colors. What's in the blue, these are known as the features, and what's in the red is known as the label. These are conventions in the AI industry, in the machine learning industry. And the features, these are the data points that our machine learning algorithms are going to use to find patterns in the data. In this instance, corresponding to individual conclusions, the labels. And obviously the labels are those conclusions, fraud. So features and labels, that's it. Now, another convention is we need to store this data somewhere. And the somewhere will be in a bucket called a variable. So if we are coding with Python, we're gonna create what's called a variable and store this data in a virtual bucket, if you will. So all the data in the features, are going to get stored in a variable that we will call X. That is a convention. Any code you see on the internet with machine learning, you're going to see X as the bucket, as the variable, inside of which is stored all the feature data. And then the rest of it, the label, this conclusion, you'll see the stored in the Y variable or the Y bucket. So keep that in mind. Everything that features goes in the X, everything in the label goes in the Y. Now, some more conventions. First of all, you notice some things that have changed here. I'll explain it here in a second. The first thing is this concept called pre-processing. And pre-processing involves getting our data ready in order to use with the algorithm and do stuff with it. And it involves several things. One of those things is we cannot have any missing values in our data set. That's really, really important. So you see here, I'm going to go back to the previous slide. You see here, day of the week is Wednesday, or this is 1,800 and change. Well, these values cannot be missing. These fields, if you will, cannot be missing the data. So we have to address these. If it's missing a number, we can impute it by maybe calculating the average of the mean. Here we can replace this with missing or some other number or some of the text or string. So we cannot have missing data. Another thing is we have to have numerical numbers. Now, why do we need numerical values? Is because we cannot fit letters into math. It is physically impossible, right? So another convention is all these values that are categorical, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, everything, all the stuff that's categorical, even our conclusions, they need to be changed into numerical form. Now, if I were doing this live, I would use a little something called One-Hot Encoder. That's a cool little tool that will allow me to convert all the numerical figures into the categorical values into numerical values. So One-Hot Encoder is what I would use. But if I did that right now, it would actually lengthen the number of columns by a lot. and it will look a little more confusing. So for the purposes of our 50-minute talk in the demonstration, I manually change the numbers from the categoricals of low, medium, high, and so on to these numbers, 3, 2, 1. But if we were using the tools that come within the packages that we would play with, you would see a bunch of zeros and ones with many, 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 many more columns. But the point I'm trying to drive to you guys is we need our data set to be free of missing values, to be all filled, and we need a numerical form at a minimum. We may do a little extra stuff depending on the algorithm, but this is the key point. Data has to be complete, data has to be numerical. Now, train, test, split. Let's talk about another convention, train, test, split. So another convention is we're gonna train this algorithm by feeding it data. But we're not going to feed all of it. We're going to feed some of it. And that is called the training data. That is called the training data. So in this instance, with the training data, what we would do is by convention, we would feed the algorithm 75% of this data set. So here we go. Everything that is in the training area section, both features and labels, we would feed both features and labels into the algorithm in order to train it. And after we train the algorithm, then it becomes a model. Now, quick squirrel, what I've learned is that model, algorithm, they're used interchangeably by folks in this industry. I've heard some professionals say that an algorithm is an algorithm until you feed it the data and then it becomes a model. I like that convention because that seems to be less confusing. So you feed the algorithm of your choice all this beautiful data, and then it becomes a model, a machine learning model. Now, what's the next step in our workflow here in the train, test, split? Well, the remaining portion of our data set will be our testing data. And the reason we use our testing data is because we want to compare our predictions to the actual numbers. Because if I go back to the other slide, remember, guys, we have all this information already populated. We knew the conclusions, fraud, no fraud. We already knew this stuff. Now, we can feed the trained model now only the testing features and ask it to make predictions. And then we can compare these predictions with the results. And this is the way to measure predictive efficacy of our model. Very, very cool, a very new way of viewing, I think, data and analytics in a way. So very powerful stuff. Now, you guys have heard me say the word algorithm a bunch of times. And you may be wondering, Julio, where are you going to find these algorithms? Where do they come from? And there are hundreds of algorithms out there. There are some that are more common than others. And what I've learned is if you take classes through some of the resources that are available online, some of which I'll cover, you notice that they'll often cover some of the basic algorithms, which are included here, among others. But there's this really cool resource called scikit-learn. It's a library. It's a library that is open source, and it's written in Python. And it includes a lot of really cool stuff, including this really awesome cheat sheet as algorithm cheat sheet. So real quickly, to kind of explain the diagram, obviously it's kind of a decision tree, or it is a decision tree. And these little bladders here, I don't know what the technical reference is, but these little bladders, obviously I need to go to the bathroom. These bladders represent algorithms that make up the classification bucket, and these make up the regression bucket. And collectively, classification and regression, I'm going to tie this to the previous slide, these are both supervised learning algorithms. Whereas these items below, clustering and dimensionality reduction, these make up or are part of unsupervised learning algorithms. But to go back to our diagram, we start with an insert button, and every blue circle is a decision point. So decision number one, what do we do? Well, what's the sample size? Is it greater than 50? Yes, no. No, you idiot. What the hell were you thinking? Go back and get more data, right? You can't make predictions with 20 data points. That's insane. Or 20 rows. So get more data and come back. And now we go to the next step. Are we predicting the category? Yes or no? Is it a category or is it a number? Is it a continuous value? Well, in our instance, in our use case, it's yes. Is the label, do we have labeled data? Do we have the conclusions? In our instance, we do. So the answer is yes. So now we're here making a decision about the size of our data set. And if the data set is less than 100,000, we go one direction. If it's greater than 100,000, we go another direction. And if you have this on a browser, then you would see when you click on the green box, I failed to mention, so the blue circles are the decision points. These green boxes, these are the algorithms or the classes of algorithms that you can play with. And if you were to click on the green boxes on your browser, you'd get redirected to the documentation from which you can copy and paste the code and change the variable names, change the options, you make it specific to your particular use case. And very, very easy to do, guys. And obviously, things can get more complicated. You know, there are pages in the documentation where I have to step back and say, "Hold on a second, what the hell's going on?" But this is they have made this as easy as this could possibly make it. So I really, really love this resource. Kudos to folks over at whoever built Scikit-learn. Now, what I've learned, you guys, is there are several pre-trained models out there. There are pre-trained models that folks can use for specific use cases. So Google has several pre-trained models, and obviously there are many companies that are offering SaaS services that are AI driven. So that is available for us, which in other words will minimize the level of work that we do. Now, but I want to go over what a sample manual machine learning workflow looks like, because I'm a big believer that when you want to learn something, if you really want to learn it, you got to get your hands dirty. I've had this talk with auditors as it relates to, for example, networking in the computer space. It's nice to know the difference between a WAN, MAN, LAN, etc. But if you learn how networks work, if you configure a network, if you know how to calculate a subnet, even if you never do that ever again, that's really powerful stuff. You will understand this at a more technical level, right? It's nice to know what a DDoS is or what a social engineering tech is. Learn to use Kali Linux and actually perform it within an environment that's not going to get you into jail. Same thing with machine learning. So let's learn to build this stuff at a minimum so we can really, really understand it. So I'll go over a sample workflow. The first thing we would have to do in this machine learning space is to define the problem. What is the problem we're trying to solve today? We want to find fraud. We want to find some bad guys and bad girls that are being naughty. And that's number one. What do we do here? What are we trying to do? We are trying to find fraud. Number two is we want to identify the libraries that we are going to lean upon, the code that we are going to borrow from to do work really efficiently. And there is a number of libraries. And libraries, I failed to mention, for those that aren't familiar with this, libraries are just collections of code that have been put together for us by other experts in the industry. And this is an open source system. So, a lot of contributors to all this code. But there's a set number of libraries that we're going to always need by default, and some others that we're going to need based on what we're trying to do. So we identify the libraries, the resources we're going to rely upon. Number three is we have to prepare and evaluate the data. This is in the pre-processing. Remember, we want data that is free of missing values. We want data that is in good form, that is in numerical form. In some cases, we may have to do what's called normalize the data or properly scale it, depending on the algorithm that you use. We have to get the data ready in order to use it with selecting the algorithm. And how do you pick an algorithm? Well, I've only got a minute of experience with this, so at least I'm going to cheat with Scikit-learn. I know the PhD computer scientists have other approaches for picking an algorithm. But for the rest of us humans, we got this really cool resource from Scikit-learn to figure out what algorithm we choose. It's really as simple. Fit, train. So this is another convention. In AI, ML, whenever you see the word train means, when you see the word fit means train. Fitting the algorithm is training the algorithm. And you'll see in a little bit, it is really, really easy to train the algorithm. It is I almost fell out of my chair when I first realized how little effort it took to do this within regular machine learning. So once we train the algorithm, then it becomes a model. Next step is we have to evaluate the model, right? Now we have an algorithm that's been trained, we fed it the training data, and now we have this testing data that we can play with. You guys see where I'm heading here. So we test the predictive efficacy of the model. In this case, it's a classification algorithm that I use in our hypothetical scenario. So we will be looking for accuracy. How accurate is our model? Is it 80%? Is it 60%? Is it 20%? If you get 100%, you got some wrong, right? You got to start that over, because that tells you there is a bug in your code, or rather you have overtrained, that you have overfitted, as it's called, the model. You've trained it to a specific use case. It does not do well at generalizing, or you may have made a mistake, and you're not testing against the prediction. You may be testing against the actual data to actual data. But the point is, how good is the model? That's the bottom line. If you don't like the results, let's say you have determined for you to do any extra fraud investigation, you want this to be 90% accurate. So the question is, how do you improve it? Well, you got different options, right? You can feed it more data. As a general rule, more data is better. And more data means adding more rows. You add more rows to the spreadsheet or to the data set. Or you can feed it more features, potentially. And more features means adding more columns. Maybe you could take away some features that were probably not as helpful as you thought. Or you can do what's called tune hyperparameters, which is hyperparameters are like they're like the like a recipe. When you change the quantity of an ingredient or the kind of ingredients or maybe the temperature on the stove, you're tuning the parameters of what you're cooking, and you're going to change what it looks like, what it comes out at, how it tastes, right? So algorithms or models have hyperparameters that you can tune and tune away. You can do different things to find different configurations and pick the one that gives you the highest accuracy. And once you're done, you predict, right? It's prediction time. Time to channel your inner Yogi Berra and go to town. So I want to show you some sample code that I think will show how powerful this stuff is. And I'm just humbled looking at the big picture of what amount of work went into this many, many years ago versus now. So one disclosure I want to make is this assumes that our data set is a data set that is already in numerical form and is free of missing values. It's good to go. Otherwise, we will see a few more lines. So I did this just to fit it within 2 slides and make it easy. So assuming our data is in numerical form, our data is all filled out, easy thing to do. And then we start by referring to the libraries. You guys remember I mentioned earlier that we want to identify what libraries we need. Well, right off the bat, there's a handful that we will rely upon. NumPy for arrays of matrices, pandas to be able to do data manipulation. Using pandas is how we can make our data look like a spreadsheet using what's called a data frame. Pandas, NumPy, they're free, a lot of goodies. And then we go to sklearn, or short for scikit-learn, from which we have models, from which we have tools to be able to do some of the things we talked about. This code here is taking our data, our payments CSV file, and storing it in a payments bucket or a payments variable using this little method called read CSV that we get from pandas. This is a quick one-liner. This is like, I don't know, 20 characters, super easy. And now we're just displaying, by writing payments.head, we're displaying the top 2 rows, and here we go. We see stuff in numerical form, and now we're starting to see, this stuff is great. We're not getting any errors, things are working. You guys remember when I said that we want to split our data set into X and Y buckets, X and Y variables? This is all it takes. So here, I am putting all the columns, our features, all the data except the is fraud column, our label, everything other than the label into this X variable, X bucket. And now I'm putting our labels, label data into the Y bucket. It's really that simple because of the power of Python. And remember when I said that we're going to further split our data set into training and testing? Well, here we go. Training, testing with a train test split method that we got from scikit-learn. Really powerful stuff. And this particular, this option here at the end, I specified that I want my testing size to be 20% of the data set. So far, we got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines that are mandatory in order to do stuff in machine learning. Now, this is the second and final description of code. So here we have this line here. This is the random forest classifier. This is an algorithm that we are going to borrow from the scikit-learn library, and we're going to store it in this bucket or this variable called model. That's all we're doing. We're instantiating this particular algorithm into the model. And now we're going to call upon model and do things. So here, model.fit, you guys remember fit means train? Well, we are going to train our algorithm that we stored in model. We're going to train our algorithm by feeding it the training data. X train are the feature training data. Y train are your label training data. Literally, one line. We just trained a machine learning algorithm with one line. If this doesn't make you humble, I don't know what else will. To me, this is a big deal. Now, we talked about predictions, right? That's the whole reason we do this. So how do we make a prediction? We call upon the predict method here, and we feed it our testing features. Remember, we don't want to feed it the conclusions. We only want to feed it the features. And we store it in this variable called yPredict to display. And with the results that you guys see here, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, you may remember our column of labels that we had in numerical form, 0, 0, 1, 0. Well, 0 is no fraud, 1 is fraud. So based on our trained model, we're now making predictions of no fraud, no fraud, fraud, no fraud, no fraud, fraud. This is really, really cool. So this will be a way for an internal auditor to be able to identify transactions that are candidates for further investigation, just like you would for Benford or any other particular problem. The only challenge, in all honesty, is we have to overcome the data challenge, which I mentioned earlier. So how effective is this thing? How accurate is it in our use case? Well, we can use a score method and feed it the testing data and ask it to make predictions on the testing data, but then we compare it against the actual results. We feed it the testing features to make predictions on the labels, and then we feed it the actual labels, the testing labels, and we call upon our new variable, and voila, our accuracy is 91.66%. This is probably really good, and we probably have done a really good job at generalizing. The only way you know for sure is if you feed it new data and different use cases and play with it. But I have to stress this again. I'm going to go back. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got 9, 10, 11, 12 lines of code to take data in a spreadsheet that was perfectly ready to go and make predictions and potentially completely enhance how we do what we do as internal auditors. And you copy and paste this into security. If you got the other data, log data, so on, there's so much potential. And I know AI has a lot of hype, but this clearly is not hype, right? This is actual stuff. So this is really, really cool. One thing I failed to mention is this thing called notebooks, Jupyter Notebooks. Jupyter Notebooks, for those that don't know, it's kind of like a Word document, except that it's on the browser, and you can write code as well as, this is obviously text. These are commons. You can write code as well as text, except that unlike a Word document, you're obviously making the machine do work for you. This is really, really cool stuff. And Jupyter Notebooks is completely free. Now, you may be asking yourself, well, Julio, all right, I'm a winner. You're a winner. I'm sold, however you want to phrase that. How do I learn the code? How do I learn this stuff? Because I told you guys, step one is you have to learn Python at a minimum. You could learn R too. I think Python has other benefits. So that's why I'll go with Python. Now, I'm not looking in the chat right now. If you guys have not already made any recommendations for those of you guys that have more experience, feel free to recommend resources that I have not used. But this is just what I'm familiar with. And so Free Code Camp, those that know, it's a free resource. It's obviously in the name. If you use them, donate to Free Code Camp. I'm a proud donor of Free Code Camp. And actually the founder of Free Code Camp, his name is Quincy. He's from Oklahoma. So support your fellow Oklahoman. I think he's a graduate from OU. If that motivates you too. So Free Code Camp, phenomenal resources. It's a text-based kind of deal. Code Academy, really cool resource too. They are, they used to be 100% free. Now they're free, but you pay for extra levels, if you will. So if that fits your deal, check them out. I like both of these because this is a way for me to code and watch TV at the same time, or listen to stuff at the same time. Now, these other resources at the bottom, this particular class is from edX, and this particular class on the right is from Coursera. And these are both platforms that offer video instruction and other things and coding exercises and challenges and things like that, but for anything. It's not just programming, it's anything you can imagine. And the majority of the folks that create content at universities, but you have industry partners like Google and Cisco and Palo Alto and so on. So great places to check out. I'm a big fan of all these resources. Now, big disclosure on both of these, I'm very open about this. You'll find some classes that are phenomenal. You'll find some classes that are absolute garbage, from what I interpret to be garbage. So if you don't like it, unenroll. Get out of there, right? But if you like it, this is a great resource. So definitely check it out. I do have the Python for Everybody specialization. I'm a big fan of the gentleman that taught this class. I think he did a great job teaching folks to code in Python. So kudos to, I believe his name was Chuck. Now, learning AI, learning ML, learning data science, same thing with what I mentioned before, a lot of great resources out there. These classes here, this one, they're for Coursera. You can find comparable classes in edX. Honestly, you can go to YouTube and find content on YouTube, as you all know. Udemy as well. This is content from Udemy. My rule applies for Udemy too. You're going to find classes that are phenomenal. I think this one's phenomenal. That's why I'm recommending it. You'll find classes that are just not worth your time, right? Now, what I do with Udemy is I will actually only buy classes when they're on sale. And they're on sale, 10, 12, 13, 15 bucks a pop. Otherwise, I'm not going to buy it. I'm really, really cheap. If I told you how many Udemy classes I have in my account, let's just say my wife would have some issues. But the point is, these are some really good resources. Now, if I were to specifically recommend what to start with, AI for everyone, this would be the first one. Go to Coursera. DeepLearning.ai is the content provider, Andrew Ang. And this is a great high-level class that covers AI for anybody. You don't have to be an AI expert. This one here, complete machine learning and data science. This is not geared for auditors, it's geared for everybody, right? So if you want to want to learn this stuff at a technical level, take this class. And he actually released one the other day on deep learning. But this one specifically already has deep learning, so you can learn enough to feel really empowered. But I predict that if you only take these 2 classes, this is like $40 at the most 1 month. This is $15 if you take it on discount and do it, within a couple months, and you pay one price to keep it forever. You take both of these you guys, and no matter what you do as a living, you'll have enough computer science or enough machine learning technical knowledge for you to be comfortable in making number one, understanding these issues, knowing what you don't know, and then making decisions about what to learn next, how to pivot in your learning journey. So personal recommendations, but again, lots of resources out there: Coursera, Udemy, edX, YouTube, and a few others. Lynda, a lot of great stuff out there. So definitely check it out. I'm a big fan of podcasts. This is how I I get work done when I'm getting work done. Machine Learning Guy, Data Science Imposters, 12 AI Podcast, AI for Business. These are great. These 2 here tend to be a little more technical. Personally, I wouldn't do any of these podcasts until I already took the other 2 classes, because you get more value from the podcast after you have that more technical understanding of ML. But these are great. I love Tomo AI podcast because number one, they have like a gazillion episodes. Number 2, you will hear a lot of industry use cases, which is really important. It's one thing to learn how to write some code and play with the data and so on, but it's a whole other thing to be able to see how, JP Morgan Chase uses machine learning or into it, or any other company that is putting a lot of money into this. So the use cases make a big difference. And this one here, great at giving you the high level stuff, right? Now, at this point, you're thinking, well, I hope you're not feeling this way, because this is supposed to be friendly talk. But this can be, before you actually learn this stuff, this can be a little intimidating. I completely understand. But I promise you, this is doable for those of us that don't have technical backgrounds. But once you learn the code, once you learn how to play with machine learning, one of the questions that may come up is, okay, great, something to add to my resume, whatever. What do I do with it? What do I do now? Well, first of all, you're pretty cool. You can do machine learning program. That's pretty badass, right? Number one. Number 2, I would challenge everybody in audit to try to play with this at the workplace. And I am hoping to play with this at the workplace. I'm actually experimenting with it at home. But clearly, there's a potential use case for us if we use these tools that are for free. Number 1. Number 2, if you work for a company that hires and does work with machine learning engineers and data scientists, obviously there's use case there. And that's in that instance, you may want to get a little more technical. But yes, that's clearly a situation where these skills are kick in. If you are hiring, if your company is hiring in some sort of AI, SaaS product services provider, you understand this will help you better understand that company from a vendor management perspective. And the same thing, if you as an auditor, if you're in audit leadership, you hire a company to give you some sort of AI service for audit, you then can do a better job of doing due diligence of that particular company. And I know of a company that uses natural language processing in what they do for the audit community. And when you learn this stuff, you can understand what they're talking about, and you can differentiate and discriminate based on whatever they tell you. So definitely very, very, very powerful stuff. So with great power comes great responsibility, guys. So learn the stuff, challenging yourself, put it to use. At least know that you're empowered to be ready for what will unravel, will unfold if the experts' predictions are accurate in terms of how quickly, how ubiquitous AI will become in society. Now, technical resources. Python, you need to code in Python. You need to use Anaconda, which is a distribution with different libraries, NumPy, Pandas, Scikit-learn. This is what you use when you want to install it locally. Now, you can alternatively go to use Google Colab, obviously from Google, a browser-based, cloud-based way to do some machine learning, and an easy way for you to do deep learning. That you can do deep learning using their TensorFlow framework and convert. Start to configure to use some GPUs, because you need GPUs in a lot of the deep learning work. Kaggle is a great resource for data sets. So go to Kaggle for free. If you're experimenting with this like I am, you can get data sets from there and try to have some fun. If you don't already have a data set you want to play with now, so check those out for sure. Now, other resources. ISAKA, we're auditors, right? ISAKA has some cool content, some white papers. Please check them out. Do the same thing with IIA. Some great things there. And these organizations, you guys all know, if you're a member of these organizations, they do a lot to try to give us resources. So keep that up. And ISAKA, real quick, created a certificate on artificial intelligence. They actually have a kind of emerging technology deal. I purchased it. I started reading it a couple of days ago. It just came out literally a week ago. they're already putting in some effort to teach us AI, which is really cool. So kudos to ISACA. Other resources, a model is a model is a model. So there are some model risk management guidance from the FDIC, some from the Federal Reserve. These are banking regulators. Check those out because you'll find some commonality between what's a model, how you manage model risk in a company, a bank versus in every other company. Of course, I've already mentioned Kaggle. And I have to put in a quick plug for Monitor. This is a company that has created machine learning assurance software. And the reason I want to put in a plug for them is because they created this, they have this white paper. And if this gets your interest at some point as you guys learn this stuff, go ahead and sign up for the white paper and check it out because it's really an insightful way to view this from a risk and audit perspective. So their white paper has this particular document, and what's down here is the CRISP-DM framework. This is a data mining framework that they reference as an artificial intelligence or machine learning framework. And these white boxes, these are from that particular framework. So data understanding comes from that framework. Data preparation, modeling, evaluation, and deployment. So that particular framework breaks everything down into these 5 particular domains. And the guys that monitor in their white paper, they also further break this down into the top 10 controls. If you're like me, if you like CIS and the OWASP framework, you like this organization. And these controls further break down into this other framework. You know, in audit, we always love frameworks, right? So data governance, nothing new in the IT audit space. This is a huge hit. My man Jonathan Kimmett, big in data governance. He's very smart in the space. So shout out to Jonathan. Data preparation, we've already covered some of this, you guys. This is not a new thing for us. Now, we did not talk about data segmentation, but this is nevertheless important to talk about. Algorithm selection. Well, we have a hint of this already with what we learned in the last 50 minutes. Cross-functional review, metric selection. You guys remember that scoring method that I used to determine how predictive the model is? Well, this is the section where we will play with this particular piece. Model validation. Well, now this kind of ties to our examiner guidance, the model risk management documents that I pointed out to you. And then, of course, there's deployment. And I have zero experience with deploying machine learning models in the real world, so I can't really speak to this, but I can make one comment. Interpretability, I've learned this is a big freaking deal, right? How do you know that your model isn't biased, that it isn't not giving results that cause you problems legally or otherwise? So bottom line, I think I just hit my time, you guys, but I'm happy to help answer any questions. But that is all I have. So again, Julio Tirado, I hope you found this useful. I hope you found it inspirational. My goal is to just get us to move forward with this because it's clearly something that's really, really important. And that is it. Thank you, guys.
Great conversation, Julio. I loved it. Really fantastic. Thank you for being a part of BSides this year. And I'm telling you, just like I said earlier, we're having an audit track, period, in a story. It's happening. This was the trailblazing, and there is a need. So thank you, sir. So while we get ready, I am going to have a couple of announcements that I'm going to do, and I'm going to let go of Julio. So have a good one, sir. All right. Bye-bye. All right, folks. So I want to talk to you, obviously, about a couple of things. One of them, of course, is our sponsors. And let me put it in the... Come on. Where's my sponsors? Well, goodness. Okay. So anyhow, I just want to thank Alias Forensics for having us here and being able to have us here in their place. Also, I want to talk about the swag. So BSidesOK swag. And we have actually a picture of all of the swag, and I'm trying to see if I can get it. And for some reason, it doesn't want me. It doesn't want to work, but that's okay. I'm just gonna play with it. And then there is also we are in track number 2. So that is the actual link right there, BSidesOK.com Slack. So you can ask your questions, you can talk about us, and you can, participate. So what I want to do now is bring our next presenter, Vince Scott, and I want to be able to have a quick conversation with him, and then I'm going to let him introduce himself so that we can start a little early, perhaps. But the nice thing is that because we have some time, we can expand. And I know Vince brings a huge the area of expertise. I was reading his bios, and I wow, this is going to be great. So let me bring Vince. Vince, thank you for being with us. There it is. There it is.
Hey, Pedro, how you doing?
Very
Thanks for
good.
having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And first of all, thank you for your service. I saw that in your bios, so I guess we share a couple of things in common. You in the Navy, I was in the Air Force, but nevertheless, many of our experiences probably cross path in some time. So go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm going to give you a couple of extra minutes. That way I can deal with my background and how come it's not working correctly. So go ahead, sir.
Okay, thanks, Pedro. Yeah, I really appreciate the kind introduction there. My name is Vince Scott. I am a retired United States Navy cryptologist and information warfare officer. I retired in 2010, so I've been out 11 years now. It seems hard to believe that I've been on the civilian side for that long. Along the way, since retiring, I have worked at Oklahoma State, Price Waterhouse Coopers, Procter and Gamble. Now I'm back here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, working for STI Tech, which is a medium-sized defense contractor who is headquartered here in Tulsa, where I currently serve as the chief security officer, which covers the CISO normal real estate as well as the audit, risk, compliance, and then of course partnering with IT is all good security organizations do these days. I am also the founder and CEO of Defense Cybersecurity Group, which is a niche consulting company that's going to be focused on the new DoD framework for cybersecurity, and really that's what this talk is going to go for. Anybody who happens to have seen me give this sort of spiel previously, I promise you there's some real updates in this. And also from a B-Sides perspective, I know this group tends to be a little bit more technical than some of the other places that I talk about CMMC. So if you guys want to dive down and talk nitty gritty about any of the specific controls that are out there, there are a number of them that are very challenging. I'm pretty active in the community and space, Discord and other places, Reddit, on, hey, what do I need to do about this? How would this work? What's the interpretation of how we might put controls in place in order to meet this requirement? I talk to that fairly regularly, so I'd be happy to get into any technical discussions that folks wanted to have as well, particularly as it relates to the compliance side. As long as we're still a little ahead of schedule from a starting perspective, I consider myself to be a hybrid guy. I'm sort of balance the leadership management executive part of this along with the technical side. As all good Navy officers, I always had my hand slapped if I tried to grab a screwdriver or actually do anything, but really have a lot of experience in the technology. And going back to my cryptologic heritage, I like to say I used to play offense and now I coach defense. So my approach to the cybersecurity world is very different because I didn't grow out of IT, and I also didn't grow out of the audit and compliance side, right? I grew out of the real offense side of the ball. And therefore, I have some really good insights in some ways, and in other ways, my background, is because it's different. I don't have all the experiences that a guy who's grown up in IT or a gal who's grown up in IT might have. Pedro, is that what you were looking for an intro? I'll assume Pedro is thrilled and excited with my intro. Now, one of the things I will say to the group here, I normally monitor the chat. Give me a second to try and get them up on BSides Oklahoma Slack channel. Okay, so I presume now that you guys can see my screen, and I will presume that you are now looking at my slides. So real quickly here, CMMC, a compliance journey. What I want to talk a little bit about today is, the journey I've been on over the last couple of years in really trying to chase CMMC compliance. And we'll talk a little bit about CMMC, what it is, why we need to be compliant to it, and what the impacts are along the way. This is a little bit about me. We kind of already covered this ground earlier. I have had some wonderful opportunities to do different things, both in the security space and the government space. So, from a CMMC perspective, we're really, I'm going to try and cover the full gamut of what is CUI that underlies CMMC, what the current rules are, and then actually get a little bit into what I think that costs to actually be compliant. So the first comment here is, what is CMMC? And CMMC, what is CUI? And CUI is controlled unclassified information, and oftentimes we see both government and industry folks whose answer to that question is, I don't know. So controlled unclassified information, the idea behind this, it's based on an Obama era executive order. It was trying to pull together all of the different aspects of controlling unclassified information that the federal government had sort of grown up with over time. The biggest and most obvious of this is for official use only, or FOUO. If you've operated in the government or especially the DoD space at all, FOUO markings are all over the place. They continue to be all over the place. But the idea was to take FOUO, other caveats like law enforcement sensitive, which is an official one out there, and actually there were several dozen different ones of these, to all pull them together under a single rubric and guidance, and then provide, some clear left and right parameters, and really make sense of this so that information could be appropriately controlled across the board. This was established, CUI was established in federal regulation in 2016. And actually at the publishing of that regulation, the previous markings were supposed to go away. Things like FOUO, which I continue to get slides and documents on a daily basis that are newly marked FOUO, actually were no longer authorized under government regulation. So every time you see FOUO, think that's a marking that is actually prohibited now by federal regulation, and nobody seems to know that little fact. A great deal of conversation in the community about, well, we need more training. From my perspective, I fully admit I'm kind of losing patience with the "we need more training" call by many people and organizations. Goodness gracious, this has been around for 5 years now. FOUO was supposed to be retired 5 years ago. Why are we still talking about needing training about not using that and moving to the new standard? This standard CUI, many people think that's a DoD thing. It is not a DoD thing, and the governance of CUI as a structure is not from the DoD. It's actually from the National Archives and Records Administration, NARA. When I first started, came back to government contracting 2 or 3 years ago, and really started to dig into this, I was honestly quite surprised to see NARA as the governing entity of this. But yes, indeed, that is true. DoD is not the biggest thing out there on this. The National Archives and Record Administration actually is. So what is CMMC? So CMMC is the DoD's approach to providing guidance on how you protect CUI. So CUI underlies this, and knowing what is controlled and classified information in accordance with the regulations and what isn't is really important. Your ability to control or secure that is also really hampered when your government clients don't use controlled and classified information markings like they're supposed to. It's very hard for you to understand what is CUI as a DIB contractor if your federal government sponsor and employee is not doing that. So my input to you is that we've got to do the best we can with what we've got on this, and make every attempt to do this as well as we can given the information that's out there. CMMC as a standard was actually developed out of Carnegie Mellon, and anybody who's familiar with the CMMI maturity model, so capability maturity model, uh, Instruction Institute, I forget the I, but it's been around for quite a while. It was originally developed out of software for as guidance or structure around software development. It is now being utilized for being expanded out into how companies govern a much broader set of their processes. And CMMI is out there. It's a certification that's required, and actually government contracts often carry CMMI certification as something that's required, or would give you more points towards winning a contract in the DoD system. The CMMC was originally published as a standard in the end of January 2020, so it's just over a year old. And actually, the assessment guides for this, which are very significant, only came out in the 1st of December of 2020. So they're not even a year old yet. So there's a lot of growth that's going on, and how this standard is going to be looked at, and how the assessment and enforcement of the particular practices is going to go for the defense industrial base. It's a standard 5-level model: level 1, level 3, level 5. Level 1 is going to be stable stakes for the DoD by 1 October 2025. If you're not at least level 1, you're not going to be able to bid on DoD contracts, is the DoD's current position. Whether or not they'll live up to that timeline remains to be seen. That has been very consistent all along. And what that means is, if you are in the defense supply chain, so either you are a prime contractor or even a subcontractor, because this is supposed to go down to the ultimate sub, if you sell through to the DoD in any fashion, you're probably going to need to be CMMC level 1. So I think most companies out there that do some kind of manufacturing or supply ought to at least be aware of this, and everybody who knows that they're feeding through to the DoD should certainly be paying attention on how do you set yourself up for the journey to be compliant and be assessment ready when the time comes that you're going to need that. This is not a short journey. We are used to, in defense contracting, going through and doing the weekend paperwork drill that gets us through what the auditor is going to look like at this week. but we are not in that place with this particular standard. This is not something that you can whip up in a weekend, in a month, in 90 days. I think that this is a very significant set of requirements. It's probably one of the hardest standards that I've ever encountered, particularly the way that we're assessing it today. So I encourage everybody to sort of get on a journey for this, put this on your horizon, and start moving in this direction if you're in the defense supply chain at all, because I think this definitely takes time to put into place. I have on here the number of controls, which we usually talk about in auditing and assessment, but I also have the number of assessment objectives. And in the way the assessment guides came out, they came out with a listing of assessment objectives, most of which were scraped from an existing NIST publication, but also have some others. Those assessment objectives are very, very significant. So I know a lot of companies like me who were looking at this through the control lens. As I've switched to looking at it through the assessment objective lens, I have found a lot of tough things, and there are interpretation and assessment objectives that require approaches that I did not anticipate previously. And so I really recommend for all the companies out there who are looking at this and have gotten the standard in the past and been looking at it from a controls perspective, you need to take a look, crack the book on those assessment objectives because some of them are vicious and set a very high bar. Even at level 1, the assessment objectives can be very significant and very hard to meet for most companies, even at the lowest level, right? Because those assessment objectives are very demanding. So CMMC implementation, as I mentioned earlier, it's supposed to be fully implemented by 30 September 2025. It is, if you mow the lawn at a DoD facility, you're going to need to be at least CMMC level 1. That's Katie Arrington is the DoD Acquisitions and Sustainment NS CISO. That is something she said last year, but I think still very true from a DoD's vision perspective. Now, the visibility on ultimate tiered subcontractors on the part of the DoD can be relatively low, but I know many companies that operate in the subcontracting world are already seeing primes push on having a CMMC certification. If you're a small, medium-sized, or any size business out there that has a prime who's telling you, hey, tell me when you're going to be CMMC certified, or you need to be CMMC certified now, please push back on them. No one can be CMMC certified today because there are no CMMC fully accredited assessment companies yet. The DoD cyber auditing arm, DIBCAC, is out there doing the initial set of companies right now. And as far as I know, none of those companies have yet passed those assessments. So there have been some initial assessments. My information has been some initial challenges with that, and that DIBCAC has even put some additional information out about where they're seeing problems. So there isn't anybody CMMC certified yet. That's the bottom line. And so if you've got somebody who's pushing on you to be that now, that reflects a lack of understanding of the current real estate for CMMC. And feel free to reach out to me if you need some help on pushing back on somebody about that. I'd be happy to help, particularly any small and medium-sized business out there that needs to talk articulately about that, because you can't be CMMC today. But CMMC requirements are coming. There are pilot contracts for this fiscal year. We have not yet seen a CMMC requirement officially hit a contract, but we expect that soon. The DoD is still talking about this fiscal year, which of course ends 30 September for the feds. Maybe this calendar year. Originally, they had said there were going to be 15 contracts. I don't think they're going to get it into all 15 contracts at this point. There have been some of those contracts that they plan to put it on have been pushed out to actually go next year, blah, blah, blah. But we do anticipate requirements for CMMC to be hitting soon. And we also anticipate that there will be at least some certified companies for this available this year. If you are planning, though, and I know a number of companies that are planning proactively, hey, I think I'm ready. We've been looking at this for a year or more. When can we get our CMMC assessor in here? We're going to do that soon, right? Because we want to be ahead of the power curve and we want to be ready when the RFP drops, which is probably wise. But I don't anticipate there's going to be any excess capacity in that CMMC assessment pipeline because it's behind schedule. In order to do just anybody who wants it yet, they are going to be directed by the DoD which companies they will assess, even as commercial entities, because the DoD wants to focus that capacity on companies that need it in order to compete for the limited number of pilot contracts that are supposed to come out this year. So just be aware of that. I've worked with several companies who are looking to get assessments this year. I think your ability to do that is pretty small unless you actually are one of the companies that's going to bid on that even smaller than anticipated pool of contracts. So CMMC assessments, if you've been in defense cybersecurity for a while, enforcement is really the big change on this. And DoD has adopted the PCI model. So, right, they've gone commercial with this. It's not government entities. DCMA would not be able to make the rounds of the defense industrial base in any reasonable kind of time frame. With the assets they had, I think DoD had to go a commercial route with this. And so they have stood up a not-for-profit, the CMMC accrediting body. And I'll caveat that and say they're applying under the federal rules for their not-for-profit status. It takes time to get that as a new entity. 140 provisional assessors have been trained, and we expect to, see additional commercial training. So right now, the provisional assessors were trained by the accrediting body. It was by invitation only. You couldn't go out there and buy a course to be an assessor. Sometime in late 21 or early 22, we're going to start seeing those courses for CMMC accreditation as an individual, right? Whether that's certified professional, certified assessor level 1, certified assessor level 3, certified assessor level 5. Those are the planned levels of that. The training for that is not out there yet. That is coming down the road. All companies will require assessment of their CMMC level every 3 years. And as Darth says here, I think one of the biggest things that is a part of this model is the documentation requirements. So documentation for this cannot be understated. What the requirements for documentation are. They are extensive. They are large. They are demanding. Again, I think they're probably the most demanding set of documentation requirements I've seen in any standard. And a number of interpretations that have been taken by DIBCAC and DoD have actually expanded the amount of documentation that's needed, particularly relevant to your any of your cloud services or tools that you're using. So let's talk a little bit about what the current rules are. So the current cyber rule for DoD is a thing called DFAR 7012 that enforces or says you should implement NIST 800-171 if you're a DoD contractor. It's carried in nearly every contract today. And it was supposed to be final after an implementation period, 1 January 2018. So 3 years ago, the 3-year implementation period for this was over. And everybody was supposed to have fully implemented the 110 security controls of NIST 800-171. That is broadly not the case. In fact, I would argue that probably over half of the defense industrial base isn't even aware of the requirement. Another 40% has some things, but has not fully implemented NIST 800-171, and maybe 10% have a real program and have really worked hard to implement it. But that 10% probably isn't 100% in most cases against those controls, even then, right? The current rule also says that you can have plan of actions and milestones for your NIST 800-171 compliance. So if you're not meeting some control, you can have a plan in place on how you're going to meet that eventually. That is potentially a very powerful tool for good or bad. The DoD has said in the future under CMMC, having a plan of actions and milestones in order to meet a control is not going to be sufficient. You are going to have to meet every control and every assessment objective fully for the level of certification that you're seeking, or you will not be granted that certification. That equates to, in my view, you have to score 100% on your test every time. That is a really, really, really high bar. And I think we're only now beginning to see, as the C3POs are held to the standard, how difficult that is to actually obtain in our wildly diverse IT architectures. So SPRS, what the heck is that? That is part of this ecosystem. That is the supplier performance risk system. Under the rules now, you have to submit your current self-assessment, how you think you're doing against NIST 800-171 to the Department of Defense. And the database you put that into is SPRS. This is supposed to be a requirement for all new contracts, contract modifications, extensions, etc. So that has already started to roll out onto contracts. And in that regard, I think some companies continue to be surprised by this, right? Where, hey, they've got a contract, they've won something, their prime or maybe their government sponsor says, yeah, we're finalizing all this stuff. You need to give me your SPRS score. And they go, what's that? So that's something that's really important for you to understand because it can hold up contract awards if you have not done that work already. So when we did CMMC rule rolled out in the fall, that I had anticipated one rule. We actually got 3 new rules as a part of this. One of those is the SPRS rule that we just talked about. So 7019 is that rule. It requires you to do a basic self-assessment in accordance with the DoD's methodology, which isn't necessarily straightforward, but is out there and published. So you can't just go through and count up the 110 controls and say, I made 90 of those, therefore my score is 90. That's not how this works. Make sure you use the DoD's methodology as a part of your self-assessment. And you need to score yourself, and you need to turn that score into the DoD, and you need to tell them when you plan to be 110 out of 110 against NIST 800-171. Once again, this requirement applies to the vast majority of the defense industrial base. It may, it technically only applies if you have possession of controlled unclassified information as defined in the rule. That's not the way that's working out in enforcement. And it's not, as I anticipated, the contracting officers are just throwing it on every contract and saying, turn your score in. So you may be a company that says, I don't have any CUI, and you may still be held to the standard by the federal government. And there really is, you certainly have the option of pushing back on your prime or on the government about whether or not this really should apply to you. A lot of conversations out there in the assessment community about self-deleting federal clauses and whether or not that's really a thing or not. My experience has been trying to fight back against that kind of requirement is generally a losing battle. So just be aware of that. If you really don't have any thing that meets the controlled and classified information. So, for example, you're completely a COTS vendor. Your mom and pop's flower shop, and you sell through to the DoD because they're buying flowers for their events, and they come out and say, "Hey, how are you doing cybersecurity?" And you need to put your score in, which is sadly kind of a case that I've seen. You would be completely right in saying, "Hey, this shouldn't apply to me." However, your ability to convince the government of that and not have them just move on to somebody else who will provide that score, I think is kind of low. So I think arguing about whether or not you possess is probably, in most cases, a losing battle. It's easier to just go ahead and turn your score in. It can be a really low score, but you got to turn your score in. DFAR 7020 also, it kind of goes with 1719 as a package deal. It primarily says that you have to let the government come in and do a medium or high assessment if they decide to. It has some more information about how to complete the self-assessment, and it does talk about submitting self-assessment that is inaccurate opens you up to a potential for False Claims Act litigation. 7021 is the CMMC rule. So of the three new rules, 7019, 20, and 21, this is the one that actually talks about CMMC. It is really less than a page, and principally it says if you're going to do work for the DoD, you must have and obtain a CMMC certification at the level required by the contract. So that could be anything from 1 to 5. The DoD has said they anticipate the vast majority of those requirements to be level 1, but the level 3 is required when controlled and classified information is a part of the deal. And in my personal experience, most prime contractors certainly have possession of at least some controlled and classified information. So I see that as a disconnect. That the DoD's vision for this being very level 1 at the bottom of the period and a more limited number of contractors that need level 3 is actually hampered by the fact that the DoD shares controlled and classified information widely, and when they do that, they actually kick in the level 3 requirement, whether they like it or not. So let's talk a little bit about the journey. This really is a journey, and I think you should think about it that way. I think most medium-sized defense contractors are going to probably be looking at this as a level 3 certification, and unfortunately, many smalls are as well, right? So level 3 supposed to be moderate security, middle of the road, fully implements all the 110 NIST 800-171 controls, plus some additional ones from CMMC level 3, and there are some heavy lift requirements in the standard that you should be aware of and develop a year or more long plan to do, really thinking that you're going to have to do work over that period of time. So in my case study here, really this started in May of 2019 in my support for my primary client. I came in and did a NIST 800-171 gap assessment and said, hey, where are we good? Where are we not good? What are we missing? And really did that based off of I've got plenty of background in consulting and doing that against multiple different kinds of frameworks and applied that sort of general knowledge to this problem. We came up with a significant set of gaps. We implemented an implementation plan, and we really began to shift towards CMMC compliance. That would be 2 years ago now. When the CMMC standard came out, and I was aware that this was coming, we shifted and did another gap assessment based off the CMMC standard and sort of adjusted again to continue to build over the course of 2020 and now into 2021. Off of our starting point was really what I consider to be kind of average, right? We had looked at the 800-171 clause years ago. Some work had been done against that. It wasn't enforced at all. Nobody ever asked about it. It wasn't, something that was being fed at all. We really didn't have a system security plan as required. We didn't have a plan of actions of milestones. We did have a fairly secure IT architecture. We have firewall, antivirus. We were doing some, hybrid on-prem and cloud infrastructure. We had invested to a certain extent in cybersecurity and really wanted to be secure. And a lot of C-suite support from the CEO on that, which enabled us to go forward. I know that C-suite support for many IT and security professionals can be a challenge. Again, I think this one, from this particular requirement, if DoD business is important to your company, then making sure that your leadership understands we're going to have to do this, and you as the IT or IT security guys and gals can't just pull this together in a long weekend. Hey, we're not going to worry about it. We're not going to spend any money on it until the inspector's showing up next week. That will not work for this. You will not pass. You cannot be done. And it won't be about how much money they're willing to spend then, or bringing in a bunch of consultants, or it won't matter. You won't be able to get all this stuff done in a very collapsed period of time because it's too complex and it's going to require too much heavy lifting. So I think that's an important message to share up your chain of command as much as possible. Building and managing the program. So this is a program, right? You have got to have a programmatic approach to this. This is not just a technical problem. I heard someone in the community say, well, I do this on my home network. All I had to do was turn on two-factor authentication and I'm good. I'm sorry, that's not accurate. That's not the way this works. As you read the standard and as you look into all of the things that need to be done in order to be compliant with the standard at level 3, the amount of work out there is significant. I list some of those things on here. Inventory management sounds easy. Hey, let's keep track of all our assets. We all know that's hard. Password management, not having local admin, that can be a real challenge. Implementing two-factor authentication, that can be hard. Full disk encryption, we don't want to do that encryption stuff. I might lose data, right? We've all heard that from our users before. A SOC SIM solution. Now, a SOC is not required at level 3. A SIM is not explicitly required, although I would argue that I think that's the best way to meet all the auditing requirements that are in the standard. And if you don't have a SIM, and you have any kind of scale at all, you're not a micro business with one laptop, then the auditing requirements are probably prohibitive unless you use some kind of log aggregating SIM solution, right? I chose to go with a SOC SIM solution as a package deal. Really, from a real security perspective, I consider SIM and SOC to be critical pieces of our security infrastructure, but you definitely need some kind of solution there. Proxy, right? For the case study here, we ended up deciding that we couldn't do what needed to be done in accordance with the standard with the firewall that we had. We had the lowest end Meraki firewalls available, lowest cost, right? They just didn't have the functionality needed to implement all of the controls that were required in the standard, and we upgraded those, right? An internal operational control and classified information process. So for those of you who have worked in the classified world, I think in a similar way, you have to have a process for your controlled and classified information across your users. How do I know what it is? How do I mark it? How do I store it? How do I send it to clients? That whole process, which deals with working with your users, is critical, and that takes work, right? That's not a technical thing. I'm not going to go to my IT guy and say, hey, build me a process for this. Yeah, that's a business thing, right? It also has a number of other sort of broader aspects to it. And I've got some of them listed on here, like a risk management process, right? IT does this is not just a technical IT problem. The standard requires you to have a risk management process that's real. Like, we collect risks, we have risk review, we have a board for that, etc. Those requirements are in the standard. It requires you to have a very mature configuration management process. I have baselines for all my boxes. I have configurations control. I have change management across the environment. They require you to have an internal audit assessment process. Again, so all the enterprise-wide training, et cetera, those are all things that tend to be outside the purview of just the IT guy. So this is one that really implementing CMMC is, although probably a majority of the work is in the IT and cybersecurity world, there are certainly big chunks of it that are outside of IT and need to be looked at through the business process lens. Um, um, what does it cost? So the fun part of this is, what does it cost to do this? It is probably true, as we say on the slide, that we can't afford the cat now. So this is just a case study. What I will say is, of course, the cost depends. Different than the official word on this from the Department of Defense, I think the DoD has significantly underestimated the real cost to real businesses to do this. One of the things the DoD talks about is, hey, we don't count anything to do with the original 110 NIST 800-171 controls as a part of our, when we do cost estimates for this. Okay, fair enough. We were supposed to have that done 3 years ago. But the reality is, and part of the reason why we're doing this is, we know that the vast majority of the companies did not do all of that work. So there's still significant technical debt there that needs to be paid for. The second aspect of that, though, even that aside, even given their parameter, I still think they've massively underestimated the cost of what we've laid on the top of the original requirement in NIST 800-171. Of course, part of the vision for this was to do this in a method for small and medium-sized businesses that didn't cost a lot of money. Unfortunately, I think they've missed the mark on that, and we have not realized that the decisions that are being made about how we interpret this set of rules and how we enforce this set of rules have the capacity to greatly impact the amount of cost to businesses in order to execute. So, since I've given this talk in the fall, we've had a number of decisions by the Department of Defense and DCMA about how this is going to be enforced that I think have added significantly to the amount of cost for businesses across the board from an implementation perspective. So it's critical for businesses to understand that there's probably significant technical cost in this. This is a program, it has to run all the time. This is not, I can implement an appliance and then I'm good. Oh, I did two-factor authentication, now I'm okay. This is about the process that has to go on continuously from I'm doing vol scanning, I'm putting patches in place, I'm auditing that my controls are working, I'm having regular reviews of documentation, we're doing risk management, we're doing configuration management, we're doing all those things. All of those programmatic aspects are things that have to be done over time. And as business knows, O&M costs ultimately trump procurement hardware sort of costs, because that little bit over time adds up and ends up costing you more money. So for my case study, we came up with around 18 months. By December of this past year, I thought we were in pretty good shape. Based on what's come out from a decisions perspective and an interpretation perspective, we're actually having to do rework and take additional actions. on parts of our infrastructure, even at the technical level, in order to accommodate the implementation interpretations. And we are also having to expand again our documentation in order to make sure that we are very specifically meeting all of the assessment objectives that were published in the assessment guides in December. So we've actually gone back through and cycled through all the documentation that we had. Now, there's a kind of, as most of us see in information security, an expectation that policies will be recycled and reviewed at least annually anyway. In some ways, we're coming up against that. We did some of this work last May of 2020, right, was sort of our initial policy push out. So some of that would have had to be, we would have been looking to update anyway, but we certainly have done those updates now very much in keeping with what is come out of the assessment guides, in order to make sure that we are covering absolutely every tick box in those assessment guides that the assessors are using with strict compliance as it stands right now. So key takeaways. I would say that if you're a prime contractor, you probably ought to plan to be a level 3. Others may see it that way. You may look at your own business and say, I don't know that I need to be level 3. I think you're going to be significantly hampered from a business opportunities bid and proposal perspective on federal contracts, DoD contracts, if you don't go level 3. And, I said federal contracts. Currently, this just applies to DoD. There are a number of other federal agencies that have been looking at this. And I think given SolarWinds and the exchange hack and things that have gone on in the last 6 months, we very easily could see this standard applied across all federal government contracting, not just DoD. So if you contract with DHS, for example, or pick a federal agency, IRS, whoever, you may see these requirements being instantiated anyway. Basic self-assessment, we talked a little bit about that. Make sure you've got your basic self-assessment in. If you're bidding for the DoD, it's my recommendation. There is a possession requirement. You can try and fight that. Honestly, I don't think it's worth your time to try and fight it. It's easier to just go ahead and turn your homework in and move on. Even if you don't think it should be applied to you, when the day comes that the contracting officer applies that to you, your ability to push back on them and get them to change their mind is probably going to be real limited. Assessments are coming. And there's also an argument out there that says, hey, I'm not going to worry about this until 2025 when this gets implemented. So, that's cool. I'm glad to know, late in 2024, I'll start worrying about this. That's not really the way this is going to work. So although the DoD has said full implementation by 1 October 2025, what they are also saying is that we're going to put this on more and more and more contracts every year until nearly all contracts are getting that clause by 1 October 2025 anyway. So what that means is that if you do deal in this space, your compliance risk for having this applied to you is going to go up every year. And you can't predict when between today and 2025 that's going to hit. Today, your compliance risk for this is 0 for CMMC. And your compliance risk for even NIST 800-171 is pretty low because DIBCAC doesn't inspect very many companies. But that's going to move from 0 to 100%, not just when we get to 1 October 2025, but slowly over time. So sometime probably before 1 October 2025, your number is going to come up on your contracts where you have to have this. And planning to wait until then, it means you likely won't succeed in winning that business because you won't be able to go from a 0 to 100 miles an hour on this in a very short period of time and just make up the difference with the paperwork drill. This standard is crafted to not allow that. and you just won't be able to do it and make it fly. So I highly recommend companies start thinking about that now, considering where in that, based on your contract structure, that risk comes home, and make sure that you have a plan to get there when that risk breaks your risk threshold, which is probably sometime before 1 October 2025. Currently, there's no turnkey solution for this. So there are contractors out there saying, hey, I'll get you CMMC compliant in 30 days. Don't use them. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but to me, that's marketing BS. That's a, hey, let's get him in and get him in there, and we'll do the first 30 days, and then we'll explain to him how hard it is, because nobody wants to understand that it's really hard. And there's a sales, approach there, but really, it's not true. You're not going to get compliant to the standard in 30 days. It just isn't going to happen. And there's nothing that anybody can bring to you. There's no one answer to this question that's going to be doable in 30 days. If you're going to do this standard and you're going to be able to pass a level 3 certification, you need to have a plan. My recommendation for you is that plan should be at least a year long. So if you said, hey, and it's 2021 now, and 2024, I want to be fully ready to go. That's probably not, that's a nice roomy timeline, but that's not like too much time to not be worrying about it. You want to be ready in 2023, time to get to work. You want to be ready in 2021. I hope you've been working on this, because there's probably not enough time left between now and the end of the year. If you're starting from, really, I haven't looked at this at all. If you're starting from 0 to fully compliant, that's a ambitious timeline, right? Anything less than a year, I think, is probably ambitious, maybe doable. You're willing to spend enough money, hire enough people, do enough things. Yeah, probably could do that in 7 or 8 months. Sure. But that, when you want it done that quickly and you want it done to the standard, then your cost of implementation probably rises with that, right? And there is also no turnkey managed service provider solution on the street right now. I'm hopeful that we're going to get some managed service providers who are actually working in the standard in a very, very good way. The MSPs haven't been doing this, right? I have not run across an MSP yet that really has fully even 80% solution for this. This is because it's hard and it's expensive, and the requirement has not been out there from their client base in order to be able to do all the things that are required in here. I think we're going to get there eventually, that the requirements are going to grow because companies aren't going to want to do this in-house, but those turnkey solutions are really not available yet. And final thing here, so step 1, decide what level you need to be. Is that level 1 or level 3? And get yourself a gap assessment. Understand the delta between where you are today and what you need to do to get there. That allows you to make that plan, and whether that's an 8-month plan or a 2-year plan, to say, here's what I need to do to be assessment ready. I highly recommend having that plan in place. And so that is the end of I am stopping sharing. And sir, do we have questions?
So there's been a couple in the Slack channel. Let me review quickly. There was one that was asked about CUI, but Geoff gave a great answer. Thank you, Geoff, for that. Let's see.
Yeah, and I did not make it into the Slack channel ahead of time. My apologies. I need to do
that's
that
okay.
next time.
And that's okay. We know that a lot of times it gets complicated by having 2 screens and all this other stuff. So we get it. We will say this much. Vince, thank you. Thank you for being available, for having the time to talk to us about that. it was fantastic. It was great. Even I was like, oh wow, there's some stuff in there that I had no clue about. So yes,
No questions, though. We've got a few minutes. Nobody's got technical questions about, hey, I'm implementing this particular line item, and really, how do I do FIPS validated encryption or something hard?
Yeah, I don't see any on track number 2, which is our track.
Our track. How many
it-
people do we have in the audience? That's something I can't see.
So we got about 50 actually right
Okay.
now live. Yeah. It fluctuates back and forth. Some people come, leave, they go to lunch. You did answer all of the questions, and so that was a fantastic thing.
Okay.
So absolutely. So let me do this. Let me let you go, and then what I'm going to do is cue my advertisings. There is one of our biggest sponsors, which is Optiv, and I want to make sure that I play a little clip from them.
Okay.
Vince,
Well,
thank you.
sir. Appreciate it. Look forward to talking to you more in the future.
All right, see you. Bye.
Cheers.
All right, guys. So let's view.
So within identity and data management at Optiv, we are able to assist organizations through mergers, acquisitions, digital transformations, really with the mission to secure their organization while also enabling a superb user experience. Digital transformation, or as I say, digital disruption, has brought great opportunity to many organizations, also has created a large amount of risk. And with that, one of the largest ones, if you look at the Internet of Things, you look at the consumerization of IT, that's drove a huge growth in data that many organizations have no idea how to manage. At Optiv, we work alongside our clients to really help identify, one, what are their crown jewels? What are their most critical data assets within that organization? What are the requirements to protect that data? We then take it a step further and from a policy perspective, put the right policies in place. And then we work with the customers and our customers and clients to put the proper protections, all with a mission to help organizations be able to secure and utilize and really maximize their data to grow their own business.
Pretty cool. Just wanted to show you our appreciation for Optiv and being one of our sponsors. The other thing I want to do is talk about Alias Forensics. We are literally in their offices today presenting. We want to give a special thanks for them for allowing us to be here and actually come live to you. We have 3 tracks at the same time running. So it's quite an undertaking. We literally just took over half of their offices and started doing our thing. So that's kind of cool. Alias, thank you for allowing us to do this. And then for the rest of our sponsors, hey, I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that these companies have been with us for a long time, helping us, literally trying to be partners with us. So we are so grateful because without them, we couldn't do this. So if you have an opportunity, these are the companies that are always with us. These are the companies that have been for years, really sponsoring us. I want to talk a little bit about our swag. So if you haven't, let's see, my swag is not working. Well, I don't get it. Well, you know what? If it doesn't want to work, it doesn't want to work. That's okay. Don't have an issue with that. But here it is, right? So if you want to receive some swag, BSidesOK.com/swag. And then, of course, we have been trying to do this. These are all the Slack channels that we have. So please visit. We are on track number 2. So that's a great thing for us, right? So we could be here, we could be together. So let's. I have Richard, our next presenter, ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring him in, and make sure that we can have a conversation. Richard, I'm going to add you in. There you are. Yes, looks like you are muted just in case. But here's what I want to do. I am bringing you in a little sooner, but I'm going to use that to your advantage. So I'm going to give you a little time extra. So please introduce yourself. Tell us what is it that really makes this work together. And I'm going to give you the floor. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm assuming that you can see my slide, because I can't see if you can see it. So let me go into StreamYard and see if you can see my slide. It says I'm sharing my whole screen, so I'm assuming you can see that. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where in the country you are. My name is Richard Cascarino. My background, I'm the principal of Richard Cascarino and Associates, based out of Colorado in the States. I have a depressing number of years experience in IT audit training and consultancy. I spent 30 years in South Africa. I'm a past president of the Institute of Internal Auditors in South Africa, a member of ISACA, a member of the ACFE, and I've written 5 books so far, including, most appropriate for this one, The Complete Guide for CISA Examination Preparation, which came out on the 5th of October last year. I've also written books on data analytics, Auditor's Guide to IT Auditing, Corporate Fraud and Internal Control, and Internal Auditing as such. Okay, what are we going to talk about today? We're talking about CISA. Well, let me be clear up front. Which CISA? This is not referring to the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, part of the National Risk Management Center. This is ISACA's Certified Information Systems Auditor certification. ISACA has at the moment about 151,000 CISAs worldwide, with the idea being that anyone who's involved in auditing, controlling, monitoring, and assessing IT and business systems based around a risk-based plan should be certified. Now, there are various certifications you can get. You can get CISSP, you can get CISA, and there are other ones that you can get even from ISACA. But this one is seen to be, for IT auditors, the qualification. So what is it and why bother? Well, ISACA says that an IT auditor should be able to cover, to a competent and professional standard, the 5 domains that are covered within CISA: the IS audit process, IT governance, information systems acquisition, development and implementation, information systems operations, maintenance and support, and protection of information assets. Now, I first came in touch with CISA back in 1983 when I arrived in South Africa from Scotland, and my boss at my new job said, "Oh, by the way, we've registered you to write CISA." And I said, "Great, what's CISA?" And they said, "Well, it's for IT auditors." "I don't know what it is, but you're writing it." So now I had to learn and come up to speed to write the CISA examination. I discovered early on that there's a problem. You can be very, very good in IT and very, very good in IT audit and fail CISA. At that time, there was a gentleman who was running CISA in South Africa, and he had written CISA 5 times and failed 5 times. And he was the head of IT audit for a large government department, and he was technically excellent. His problem was he couldn't handle the exam. And the main reason for that was he was Afrikaans and the exam was in English. And to try and interpret the English questions, if you're not an English speaker as your first language, can be a real problem. So we're going to take a look at what are the 5 domains, what's in the 5 domains, how do you approach the 5 domains for the CISA examination. This is not how do you audit all of these things. I do run courses on how do you audit all of these things, but this is how do you write the CISA examination. So how do you qualify? Well, first and foremost, you've got to complete the CISA examination. You have to agree that you will adhere to the Information Systems Audit and Control Association's Code of Professional Ethics, and you have to submit evidence of a minimum of 5 years of professional information systems auditing, control, or security work experience. Now, at least there's one good thing. You don't have to have that experience before you write the exam. So you may have 5 years experience in IT, and you may be able to write and pass the CISA examination, but you cannot call yourself a CISA until you've got 5 years of information systems auditing, control, or security experience. So, where do we go from there? Well, you can substitute certain information. You don't have to have all 5 years. You can have a maximum of 1 year of IS audit experience can be substituted, or 1 year of non-IS audit experience can be substituted for 1 year of experience. If you have 60 to 120 completed university semester credit hours, not limited by the 10-year preceding restriction, you can substitute that for 1 or 2 years respectively. If you've got a bachelor or master's degree from a university that enforces the OSAKA model curriculum, that can be substituted for 1 year of experience. You cannot use that if 3 years of experience substitution have already been claimed. A master's degree in information security or information technology, again from an accredited university, can be substituted for 1 year of experience. So what is the CISA exam? Well, it's administered at CBT locations around the world. And to find out what's available from where, you can go onto the OSAKA availability for the PSI exams, check the schedule, register, pay, and schedule your examination. Overall, it's 150 multiple choice questions. Now, the nice thing about it is they do not negatively mark. So if you haven't a clue on a question, guess. Guessing should be your last option, but it is an option. If you do not guess, you don't get a mark for that question. If you do guess and you get it wrong, you don't get a mark for that question. If you do guess and get it right, you get a mark for that question. It's administered during a 4-hour session, so brace yourself for sitting down for a 4-hour exam. And the idea is to test the candidate's knowledge, evaluation, and application of IS auditing principles and practices, as well as technical content area. So let's take a look at the 5 areas. We'll start off with the IS audit process. Now that's broadly 21% of the exam. Every year, OSAKA sends out a request to examination question writers and says, these are the topics, these are the areas, this is the percentage that we are writing. Please submit questions which we can consider to be included in the exam. Not this year's exam, but typically 2 years out, because it takes 2 years to put an exam together. Now that's fine in as far as it goes. You can write your exam question, submit it to ISACA. You have to be able to tell it, this is my question, this is the correct answer, this is the approved textbook in which it says this is the correct answer. This is why the other answers I'm giving you are not the correct answers. And you have to do that, as I say, using the recommended textbooks. So it's not something you just make up from your own brain, simply. And it's got to tie to the processes defined within COBIT. Now, COBIT originally, when it first came out from ISACA, was the control objectives for IT. Now it's COBIT. They've just taken out the definition. If we look at the reference model for COBIT, this, according to ISACA, these are the processes for the governance of enterprise IT. So in each stage, it's looking at aligning, planning and organizing, building, acquiring and implementing, delivering, service and supporting, and overall monitoring, evaluating and assessing. Now that's what COBIT says you have to be able to do in order to carry out a good, well-governed IT function. And that's from the ISACA website. So if we look at that, that's the overall COBIT framework, where we look at the business objectives, dictating the IT resources, planning and organizing, acquisition and implementation, delivery and support, and monitoring. And for each of those within COBIT, there are specific definitions. So looking at business objectives, we're defining an IT strategic plan, defining the information architecture, determining the technological direction. Again, this is not for the auditor, this is for IT, but this is what auditors are auditing IT against. I'm not going to go through these in detail. Again, you can get that directly from the ISACA website, and this is a COBIT framework, it's not the CISA framework. So I said that you have to comply with the ISACA Code of Ethics. In the ISACA Code of Ethics, this is an important one for you to read, memorize and understand, because in many cases, the questions in the exam will say, here is the scenario. What should the auditor do? What should the auditor not do? What could the auditor do? So you need to know what you're supposed to do. Now, the difficulty with many people writing the exam is within their own environment, they have a code of ethics or a code of conduct, and it's normally a very good code of conduct. It's been thought out carefully, but it's not the ISACA code. And if there's a discrepancy between what ISACA says and what your code of ethics says, you go with the ISACA one as far as the exam is concerned. So we support the implementation of and encourage compliance with appropriate standards and procedures for effective governance. Now, what are the appropriate standards and procedures? They're the ISACA standards and procedures, including audit, control, security, and risk management. Perform your duties with objectivity, due diligence, and professional care, and in accordance with professional standards. Serve in the interests of stakeholders in a lawful manner while maintaining high standards of conduct and character and not discrediting your profession or the association. So again, they can give you a scenario and say, what should the auditor do under these circumstances? And they'll give you, it's a multiple choice question, so they'll give you 4 question answers. And you'll look at it and you'll say, well, all of them apply. Ah, right. Which is the most critical to apply? Which does it actually say word for word in the Code of Ethics or in the standards? Because if you can find that one, that's the correct answer. Maintaining the privacy and confidentiality of information obtained unless disclosure is required by legal authority. So there's no way that the Code of Ethics can compel you to break the law. But you cannot use the information for your personal benefit or release to inappropriate parties. And I have seen a gentleman went to do an audit for an organization in South Africa, and at the end of it, the organization was very impressed with his prowess, and they said, we'd like you to come and work for us. We'll offer you this. And he said, you must be joking. How do you mean? Well, I've looked at your payroll, and he's earning this and he's earning that, and that's not as much as they are. And they said, thank you very much. We'll not bother offering you the information, and we'll not bother offering you the job. Maintain competency in your respective fields and agree to undertake only those activities you can reasonably expect to complete with the necessary skills, knowledge, and competence. That doesn't mean to say you need to be an expert in everything, but it means that you need to know when you're getting out of your depth and when you would call in another auditor, perhaps a specialist in that area, or an outside consultant, or whatever. Inform the appropriate parties of the results of the work performed, including the disclosure of all significant facts known to them that, if not disclosed, may distort the reporting of the results. And the IS auditor, like any other auditor, from time to time will come under pressure to say, okay, I know about that, I'll fix it, I agree to that, but for God's sake, take it out of the report, because if my boss sees that, I'm dead. Sorry. If it would distort the meaning or the significance of the facts known to them, it stays in the report. Support the professional education of the stakeholders and enhance their understanding of the governance and management of enterprise information systems and technology, including audit control, security, and risk management. You'll find over and over again that when you go in to do an audit, the people who you are auditing have no idea what it is you're doing, why you're doing it, what you're looking for, what control actually means, and what their role is. And within the Code of Ethics, failure to comply with the Code of Professional Ethics can result in an investigation into your certificate holder conduct and ultimately in disciplinary measures. So, how does that fit in with the overall audit process? Like any other audit, you start at the beginning, go on until you come to the end, and then stop. So we start with the audit charter. Audit charter lays out the goals and objectives and the authority of the audit department, the responsibilities and the actions among the stakeholders. Based on that audit charter, we'll look at the whole organization and the whole of IT, and we'll do our audit planning and gathering of information. So you need to know your business. You need to know what are the critical areas of the business, what are the critical regulations. Regulations, you have no choice. This is the law, you will comply. Results from prior audits and carrying out an inherent risk assessment. Inherent risk, if there were no controls or if the controls all failed, how bad could it be? We'll take a look at inherent and control risk and audit risk in a second. Looking at risk assessment and understanding internal controls, surveying the control functions and procedures, and the results of control. Now remember, control is not designed to eliminate risk. Control is designed to reduce risk to a level at which the organization is prepared to accept it. In other words, if it's within its risk appetite. And that's up to management, it's not up to the auditor. You may occasionally come across a situation where management says they are prepared to accept the risk and you say that's a bit too much risk, I think. Under those circumstances, you can, of course, elevate the risk to the level of management who is authorized and knowledgeable enough to define whether they're prepared to accept that level of risk or not. Having designed our control objectives, we can now look at our targeted controls and decide what tests we'll carry out to ensure compliance, that we can rely on the risks being prevented, that we can rely on the organization policy and procedures, and then we go perform substantive testing, whatever that happens to be. It could be investigation of documents, it could be analytical procedures, any kind of substantive testing, and then reporting back with an audit report, not an audit report, but an audit report, looking at telling them what you found, why it's important. And when you report what you find, you report the good and the bad. Create your recommendations, and then finally you follow up. So how do you do all of that lot? Well, we do our audit planning and we gather our information and our risk assessment. And we do that through surveying and testing, reviewing what we've seen before, reviewing what we've got this time, interviewing people, observing, perhaps using questionnaires, and then testing. Testing could involve the use of the computer-assisted audit techniques, but not necessarily. There's a temptation for all IT auditors to say, computer, right, let me grab my ACL or my IDEA or my R and start hauling things out. If you don't know what you're looking for before you go in, you don't have a hope in hell of finding it. If you're going to use statistics, statistics are a method of looking at a few to draw conclusions about many. But there's two basic kinds of statistics. There's statistical sampling and there's non-statistical or judgmental sampling. And a tremendous number of auditors will use judgmental sampling thinking that they're using statistical sampling. The whole concept in stat sampling is that each item of a population has to have an equal chance of being selected every time. Now, theoretically, that's pure statistics, and that means if you select an item to test, you then put it back into the population and you would select it again, potentially. We don't do that. We select it, we remove it, and we do not replace it. So we have a degree of freedom of 1. We've taken 1 out of the population. You started with a population of 1,000. There was a 1 in 1,000 chance of selecting something. There's now 1 in 999,000. Then 998. Now, in large numbers, that's not that relevant. But when you start looking at a population of 70 or 80 items and you want to select a sample, then you'll find that that method of statistical sampling is not going to work because your population is changing every time. So then you have to move into non-parametric statistics. So it's not as simple as saying, I'll take 1 in 10. Overall, we're trying to get to the evidence to accumulate the facts. I mentioned computer-assisted auditing techniques. Probably the most common ones that are used in auditing today are ACL, which you can get information from acl.com. IDEA, interactive data extraction and analysis, from Caseware, and you can download a trial version from Caseware. So I've got some choices if I want to run CATs. I can run generalized audit software, which is typically packages like ACL, IDEA, etc. Or I can either develop or have developed software so that I can buy software to run a CAT on a specific financial package. Problem is, those tend to be rather expensive. It's a tentative audit utility and a tentative audit module based on what I think I need to know. Nice thing about generalized audit software is I can run a test and say, nope, that's not telling me, let me run another test. And of course, we also have our generalized audit tools, including things like Access, Excel, etc. And there are free downloads that you can get from ACL that will tie into Excel, and from Protiviti that will tie into Excel, and give you some access to some of the additional interrogation tools available within ACL, etc. So, what are we trying to prove? Well, we're looking at our control principles. And the control principles as specified within ISACA relate to the reliability and integrity of information, compliance with policies, plans, procedures, laws, and regulations, safeguarding of assets, and the efficiency and effectiveness of operations. And within that, we've got a whole stack of different types of controls that we could look at. General IT controls are those controls governing the environment within which the computer systems are utilized. Then we've got our operational controls covering the day-to-day operations of the machine. Physical security. Now that used to be a very strong one in the days when all we had was batch processing. Nowadays, when everything's online, real-time, and out in the cloud, we tend to forget about physical security, but it's a critical one. That infrastructure has to be protected at the physical level as well. As well as what? As well as logical security. It governs the manner in which data and software are protected from access via the systems themselves. Now, if you go back to World War II, in fact, go even further back, go back to the end of World War I. World War I, Germany invaded through the Low Countries. And after World War I, they said, aha, we're not going to be caught that way again. We don't want to get bogged down in Flanders Field in trenches. So we will put a control right across the border, all the way down. And they called it the Maginot Line. And they said, the Germans won't get through the Maginot Line. And the Germans said the same thing. They said, well, in case they attack us, we'll have one and we'll call it the Siegfried Line. And the two lines faced each other. And when World War II started, the Germans did not go through the Maginot Line. They went round the Maginot Line. And the problem with a lot of our logical security is we have a Maginot Line mentality that says, put these preventative controls in place and we're covered. No, we're not. We need detective controls that will tell us whether our logical security controls have failed, are about to fail, or are failing at the moment as we watch. Now, all of that is to control what's going on within our data, and our data is accessed typically via our programs. So we need program change control to ensure that when changes are made, control continues to be exercised and it doesn't start to be bypassed, and we don't maintain the controls out of the systems. And from time to time, we want to change systems and we want to bring in new systems. So we have to develop systems or we have to acquire them. So systems development controls to ensure that the systems in use are effective, efficient, and economic, and they're all applied based on risk. So if you don't know what your risk is, you don't know what the appropriate controls are and where to place them. So what is risk? Well, three basic types of risk. Inherent risk is the likelihood of a significant loss occurring before taking into account any risk-reducing factors. So if the controls didn't work, or if there weren't any controls, and it all went bang, how bad could it be? Control risk measures the likelihood that an individual control process which was put in place to limit or manage the inherent risk, doesn't work. Used to work, doesn't work now. The person who was doing it is on holiday, or they've left, or we've changed the system but we didn't change the controls. And I've seen companies who still have control procedures to ensure that punch cards are still accurately captured. Don't use punch cards anymore, but they've still got the controls. Audit risk is the risk that when you look at this lot, you miss a significant business exposure. So either you didn't get your inherent risk right, or you got the inherent risk right, but you said, well, that's probably okay. We don't need to check that. It was okay last time, so we don't audit it this time. So risk analysis includes the significance of the risk. If it happens, how bad would it be? The likelihood or frequency of the risk, and nowadays the velocity of the risk. If it happens, how quickly will it arrive? And then considering how that risk should be managed. So who's going to do what to control the risk? What controls need to be put into effect? Either preventative procedures to reduce the significance if it does happen, or to reduce the likelihood of the risk occurring, or to displace the effect if it does occur. And normally we do that risk evaluation before we start evaluating our controls. So instead of starting off by saying how much risk is left, we start off by saying how much risk could there be. Then we look at what controls are there. The one that's become a particularly critical one these days is risk velocity. Why? Primarily because of the speed of progress in our IT development and implementation. So velocity includes the speed of onset. How quickly will that risk descend upon us? Do you get much warning? In the olden days, when all IT processing was done in-house, you tended to get some warning that things were starting to fall apart. With stuff in the cloud, that may be instant. You've heard already about problems with ensuring that IT confidentiality and IT malfeasance will not happen. But if it does, it happens instantly. So then how do you feel the effects, the speed of impact? Do you feel it right away? Or does the pain slowly increase? In other words, is this a one-hit wonder that hits you and knocks you for six? Or is it something that's going to gradually fade in over a period of time? Does it spread and impact us in other ways? For example, your reputation. And again, speed of reaction. Even if you see it coming, do we have in-house the agility to timely react? So all of that comes under a risk velocity, and that's become a really critical one these days. Our internal control framework includes having a good audit trail whereby transactions can be traced to the recording and the accounting information systems, and recorded information can be traced back to the originating transaction documentation. And again, these days with the cloud, you may not have the documentation. So we need to safeguard the assets to minimize the risk of damage to assets as well as theft of assets. We'll need management reviews of control procedures. So management need to do this, not audit. And a lot of management will turn around and say, we don't need to worry about that. The auditors will pick it up when they come. We need competent and ethical employees to ensure that the individuals responsible for implementing internal control are capable of doing it and are honest enough to do it. And segregating inappropriate organizational responsibilities. Who can go where and do what? And is it organized? And is it authorized? I was doing some work for a gold company, and they were doing international funds transfer for sale of gold. Each transaction was worth about 100 million, and they were doing anything up to 10 a day. That's a lot of money. The way it worked, they had a package that was provided by the bank, sat on a PC. In the morning, the young lady, Bessie, came down, entered her password, 4-digit password, to log in, and entered all of the transactions for the day. When the 10 were entered, she logged off, and the supervisor logged in and authorized the transactions. Then the supervisor logged off. Then at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, third party logged in and paid away to the bank. The bank then sent an independent fax to the fax machine in the company to confirm all of the transactions. If they weren't stopped in 24 hours, they were released. Now, what actually happened in reality was Bessie came in the morning and entered the transactions and logged out. She then logged back in with the supervisor's password and authorized them and logged out. At 3 o'clock, she logged in and paid away to the bank, and the fax was sent to the fax machine sitting at the side of Bessie. That bank account had not been reconciled for 6 months when I came to look at it. I pointed it out to the head of finance. He threw up his hands in horror and said, "That's disgusting. I'll make sure that Bessie does a reconciliation every day from now on." I'm kind of missing the object of the exercise here. So auditing that internal control framework, you need to understand the applicable laws and regulations that are going to fit the scope, your evidence collection and preservation, and the frequency of your audits. You need to understand the different audit collection techniques in this particular system. And then you can use your standard audit techniques to gather evidence by observing conditions, interviewing people, and examining records. And that means that you're going to have to set up an audit program, which is a set of detailed steps that you'll forward in order to gain the appropriate evidence. Okay, that's the process. What about IT governance? We are supposed to provide assurance that the organisation has the structures, policies, accountability mechanisms, and monitoring practices in place to achieve the requirements of corporate governance. That's what it says in OSAKA. So what is IT governance? Once again, it's not the responsibility of audit. Governance is the responsibility of the boards and executives, and it consists of the leadership, the organisational structures in place to ensure that the enterprise's IT sustains and extends the organisational strategies and objectives. So what are the governance objectives? From an executive perspective, to ensure that IT delivers value to the business. The IT risk is being managed, and that includes processes to make sure that we equip IS functionality while addressing the risks, the inherent risks, to measure performance of delivering value to the business, and to comply with legal and statutory requirements. And these days there are more and more and more statutory requirements coming out. From Sarbanes-Oxley to Basel to you name it. Everyone and his grandfather has a statutory requirement. But 6 months ago, California came out with requirements for confidentiality, personal information, and protection thereof. There are now 30 states implementing similar. And that goes on top of the European ones if you're doing business with Europe. So we can have all kinds of governance committees within the organisation. IT strategic committees, which focus on direction and strategy and advise the board on IT strategy and alignment, and optimization of the risks and costs. In addition, you can have an IT steering committee, which now looks at how is that lot going to be implemented, monitors projects and decides where and on what we will spend money. As far as the IS auditor and IT governance is concerned, we want to know, overall, is the IT function aligned with the organization's mission, visions, values, objectives, and strategy? Do they even know what those are? Because in many companies, the board of directors will keep that confidential to themselves because that's highly company confidential. So we won't tell IT. We expect them to hit our organizational mission, but we're not going to tell you what it is. Does IS achieve performance objectives established by the business? Once again, from an audit perspective, we need to find out what those performance objectives are. Do they comply with legal, fiduciary, environmental, privacy, security, and quality requirements? The rules and regulations we implement. The laws and regulations government requires we have to implement. Are IS risks managed efficiently and effectively? And are IS controls effective and efficient? Like any other control environment that we look at, 90% of the time, our requirement is that controls will be effective in governing risk. Once we achieve effectiveness, then we can worry about efficiency. Effectiveness, did you achieve what you set out to achieve? Efficiency, how much resources are you consuming to get there? Economy, what are those resources costing you? So that's EEE auditing. So from an audit perspective, you need to recognize where the problems lie. And you can get that from a whole pile of information: end user complaints, excessive costs of budget overruns, looking at project management, late projects or projects that overrun budgets, checking out high staff turnovers, high volumes of hardware or software defects, mean time between failure. Unfortunately, I can date my existence in IT back to the first machine I ever worked with, which was an English Electric Leo Marconi KDF-9, and the second one, the Leo 326. And the Leo 326 processed all of the transactions for the UK Post Office Savings Bank. The mean time between failures was 12 hours. Every 12 hours, the mainframe would stop because a valve had blown. It had 1.6 million valves. And if a valve blew, he opened the machine, the engineer stepped inside, found the broken valve and replaced it. We've come a long way since then. We do deal with inexperienced staff. And that can be from a lack of training, or it can be simply that we're putting, every time we develop a new system, we don't want to develop the same system we had before, so we put staff on it who will develop a brand new system. Because it's a brand new system, they've never done it before. The concept is the same, but the software will be different. The technology might be different. Unsupported or unauthorized hardware and software purchases, particularly when people bring their own equipment and plug it into your systems. Numerous aborted or suspended development projects. We start, then halfway through we say this is a waste of time and kill it. Reliance on one or two key personnel. What are you going to do if they leave? Poor response times. Extensive exception reporting with many not tracked to completion to find out exactly what caused this. So these are all sources of evidence that can tell you there may be problems here. Reviewing the documentation, we can look at the IT strategies, plans and budgets, look at security policy documentation, including organization charts and job descriptions, who's who in the zoo and what are they supposed to do. Steering committee reports. I did an audit in one organization, there was no steering committee. Everything was done on the whim of IT. I pointed this out, came back 6 months later, there was a steering committee. and it comprised IT and users and management. Looking at the minutes, they said, IT proposed ABC, all agreed. IT proposed ABC, all agreed. There wasn't a single thing that anyone had proposed other than IT, and there wasn't a thing that IT had proposed that they hadn't all agreed to. So it wasn't a steering committee, it was a rubber stamp. Systems development program change procedures, operation procedures, HR manuals, quality assurance procedures, and contract standards and commitments. A lot of what we do these days involves outsiders. So we need to get bidding done, selection, acceptance, maintenance, and compliance with all of those. Security. What about security and governance? Strategic alignment to make sure that whatever security solution we choose is consistent again with those organizational goals and cultures. That the risk management understands the threats and cost effectively controls the risk. We're not trying to eliminate. Value delivery prioritized for the greatest business benefit and using the appropriate performance measurements and metrics to give us independent assurance that we are achieving what we set out to achieve on the security side. Resource management, process integration. Security should not be separate, it should be integrated into a well-functioning organization. You may have a security department that will do an independent review, or it may be IT audit that's doing that review. But the actual doing of security should be within the process, within IT. Control practices, we can have our automated controls. Nice thing about automated controls, it makes it difficult to bypass them unless you have the appropriate authorities. Access controls, to make sure that users can be identified, that they can be authenticated, and they are authorized appropriately before accessing resources. If you have a security failure, what do you plan to do? Do you stop processing? Do you carry on processing and block the hole? Do you compartmentalize to minimize damage? Again, back to the Maginot Line syndrome. Sign in. Once you're in, go where you like, do what you want. You have access to everything. Transparency. Communicate so that the average layperson understands control, which leads to their understanding and support. Don't expect people to implement security controls if they don't know why they're doing what they're doing. Verify communicating partnership through trusted third parties. What does that mean? It means trust no one. We want oversight controls. I like American currency. It says, in God we trust. It doesn't actually say everybody else we audit. Segregation of duties to require collusion to defraud the organization. It's not going to stop it, but it's just going to make it that much more difficult. And when access is granted using the principle of least privilege, the least that you need to do your job. From time to time, we'll be developing new systems or maintaining systems. So we need to monitor and control our projects, including aligning the development of the project strategy with the business strategy, defining the requirements and making sure that it's testable. And it's not testable by audit, it's testable by management. Defining and managing the project scope. We're not doing it, we're making sure somebody is doing it. Installing and progressing project control systems, procuring or inducting resources into the project, building effective project teams, and over again I've seen it where a package is purchased and a consultant implements the package and no knowledge is transferred internally, which means you've effectively given the consultant, and I speak as a consultant, you've effectively given the consultant a blank check so they can keep charging you forever. You need that skills transfer into your own internal controls. Exercising leadership and ensuring effective decisions and efficient communications. So how are we going to do this? We can acquire, develop, and maintain information systems, 18% of the exam. To provide assurance that the management practices for the development, acquisition, testing, etc. will meet the objectives. Generically, there's a project life cycle. Now, there's all kinds of project life cycles that you can buy, but generically, this is from Archibald's Managing High Technology Programs and Projects. Which starts off with the concept, then the definition, then the design, then the development, then the application, then the post-completion. Now, depending on how you want to do it, you may go for the traditional development model, the waterfall model, where we start with defining the user requirements. That boils down into the system requirements. What do we need our IT system to do? We do our global design, our basic design. From that, we can get into the detailed design, which means these are the programs I will need and this is what they have to be able to do. Then we write the programs, test individual programs and debug them. And finally, we move into testing the system, where we do integration testing. This program will link to that program and work. We do system testing. These all work together. And acceptance testing, where we sit the user down and say, okay, there's your system. Try and break it. Which is not the same thing as, there's your system. I will show you how it works. Now sign here. The acceptance test is the user's last chance to say, I'm not accepting this rubbish. It's a test to destruction if possible. Now that's the waterfall model. This is Fish's V model. Similar scenario, user requirements. And at the time of user requirements, we need to be thinking about how we are going to test this to see if it fits those user requirements. Here are my system requirements. How am I going to test this system? There's a basic design. How am I going to integrate that testing? There's a detailed design. How will I test that component? And then, okay, now we'll do the testing all the way back up again. But what it basically says is you cannot really develop the user requirements unless you know how you will know if that's what you want. Boehm had an iterative spiral model. You'll find these coming up in references within the CISA examination. You don't necessarily need to know how to do it, but you do necessarily need to know what it is. So at each stage, you plan the next stage. So when you do your system requirement, you're doing your software design. Software design might mean that you have to go back to system requirement and change something. The software design will go through our analysis of what we've designed, and we'll need to change some of the design. We'll go to the program design. Oh, we thought that would fit together. I don't think it will now. Let's go back to our analysis. So it's an iterative spiral that you go through all the way down until you've got the system developed and in operation. Each stage involving the next stage planning, determining the objectives, the alternatives and constraints, resolving any risk issues, and developing and verifying the next level product before you get into it. You'll also come across prototyping and rapid application development, or RAD. The idea is to take a rapid transformation of the essential requirements into a basic working model, revise and enhance the model, and accept the model as a final simulation of the actual system to be built. It is not the system built, but it facilitates interaction between the user, systems analyst, and the auditor. Some years ago, the Institute of Internal Auditors in South Africa went out to tender for a membership system and for handling membership records. Up until then, it was someone's secretary who would be doing everything. My wife tendered for it and told me I was writing the system. She won the tender, And then she had an illness in the family and she had to go back to the UK, which left me sitting with the system. So what I did was I rapidly developed what I thought might be her requirements. Then I sat her down and said, how about this? And she said, I like that, but I don't like this. Change that, revise that. I want this over here, I want that over there. So I then had to go back and rewrite part of it. And that's part of prototyping. But it meant that when she came back, I had something ready to present to her. In-house development, if you're doing it yourselves, we'll be doing coding, programming, prototyping, unit testing, testing this program on its own, link testing it to other modules, maintaining the documentation, installation, and then ultimately user acceptance testing. Now, in the olden days, the next stage was parallel running. We still do parallel running, but it's a different form of parallel running. Parallel running used to be, here is the manual system, here's the computer system. Let's run the two together and see if they come up with the same results. Nowadays, if we're putting a new system in, it's probably replacing 5 other systems. If it's producing identical results, don't bother developing it. You've already got the systems. So it's not as easy as parallel running. User training, file conversion, and finally live running. So there's the overall overview of the development organization. You've got your steering committee with the senior management and project sponsors and user management. You've got project management, and over above those, you've got quality assurance. Then we've got a project development team, a technical infrastructure team, and a user project team. And all of those have to fit together to make the system work. There's the OSAKA overview of the development organization. So we have a feasibility study, then we review it. Requirement definition, and then we decide, do we make or do we buy? If we make, we do our system design and development. If we buy, we do our system selection and configuration. Either way, we have to implement, go into post-implementation review, and sooner or later, sometime down the line, we're going to replace or dispose of that system. System conversion. You've got a new system. Now you want to convert from your manual system or for 4 other previous systems. You're going to have to acquire data. Chances are some of the data that you've already got is rubbish. So you're going to have to acquire the sources, perhaps develop conversion programs, clean up your input data, do your file conversions. Conversion is a major task. It's not that one line at the bottom of it that says, when we've developed all of that, we will convert and go live. It requires strict control be enforced, and if you're not involved at any other stage, you need to be involved at that stage. Not to do it, but to be sure that it's done. Information systems operation, maintenance and service management, 20% of the exam, to provide assurance that the processes will meet the organization's strategies and objectives. So IT operations management, measuring the effectiveness correlated with efficiency. So we look at functional quality of applications, technical quality, age of applications, portfolio coverage, and how often the damn thing stops. We can look at it by doing some evaluations on costs. It might be systems and programming, of which 70% is typically maintenance and 30% new development. And that could cost you 30% of your budget. Department admin and training, and overall operations, which is nearly 60% of a typical IT operations budget. Service level measures of effectiveness include the rating of the users, user satisfaction. Are they happy with what they're getting out of IT? Response times, uptime versus downtime, mean time between failures, accuracy of data and recency of data. And that's the service report support. That's IT service management. So if we look at it, it's got to be an operational focus, including the day-to-day or short-term planning. So we've got our service support with the service desk in the middle. We've got our change management, our release management, problem management, configuration management, and incident management. A lot of organizations will combine those into one or more support function. But we need to make sure that whether it's one or whether it's 5, all of those functions are being carried out. So service delivery, we'll look at availability management, covering availability, reliability, serviceability, resilience, etc., etc. And all of those, it's not our fault, it's not our responsibility, but it is our job to audit it. How do we schedule reviews? Well, take a look at the console log. Take a look at the schedules. Determine whether the scheduling of rush jobs or reruns is consistent. That will give you a good idea for the mean time between failures. Whether critical applications have been identified. Whether you're using scheduling procedures. What is the number of personnel assigned to each shift? Do you have enough? Review the procedures for collecting, reporting, and analyzing that key information. As far as the final one is concerned, protecting our information assets. Providing assurance that the organization's standards will ensure confidentiality, integrity, and availability of our information assets. With the key elements, now you've covered a lot of this already today and there's more still to come, but the key elements of information security management. Number 1, senior management commitment and support. If they say, I trust my staff to do everything, and therefore they can go anywhere, you've got no chance. Policies and procedures to support senior management. Awareness and education to support the policies and procedures. Monitoring and compliance of awareness and education. And instant handling and response. Inventory classification of information assets to ensure the specific identification of what the assets are, the relative value to the organization, where it is, how it's classified for risk. We did all of this for Y2K. Most organizations found that they didn't have this information and they had to do it for Y2K. Having got through Y2K, they threw it all away. In many cases. So threats, what can go wrong? Well, I'm going to go through these quickly because you've already covered many of them today. Email interception, spoofing, web data interception, network and volume invasion, marketing data, spam, Trojan horses, viruses, cracking passwords, all terribly popular these days as a hobby. Encryption. We've talked about encryption. For those of you who are not familiar with encryption, that's the standard encryption model. We take plain text, run it through an algorithm, some kind of mathematical formula, to end up with garbage, ciphertext. When it gets to the other end, we can run it back through the algorithm and come out with plain text. So the text is encrypted and sent by the originator. The ciphertext is decrypted by the recipient. And it's the same key that's used for encryption and for decryption. If the key is intercepted or deciphered, encryption becomes useless, and that's how Enigma was used to crack German encryption, and that's how World War II was won with the use of the first programmable computer, Colossus, at Bletchley Park, just outside London, in 1943. Strong cryptography, on the other hand.
Hey, Richard.
Yeah.
We are almost
4 minutes.
Almost out of time. Yeah, I need a couple of minutes at the very end for some announcements. So just
okay, I'll wrap this up.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so strong encryption. There's a whole pile of things that makes encryption strong, including acting as a digital certificate with a digital signature, where one key encrypts and a different key decrypts. If you look at the street key strength comparison, most browsers ship with a 40-bit encryption capability. For an individual attacker using the right software, you can crack 40-bit encryption in a week or two. For a small group in days. 128-bit encryption, you're talking about, even for military intelligence, if it's done properly, you're talking millennia, using the appropriate techniques that we understand these days. Hacking, I'm not even going to cover because you've gone through it in detail and you'll be going through it in more detail. Stopping the hackers, using firewalls, basic stuff, don't giving out your password, etc. Password strengths, easily guessed, easily cracked. And malicious software, we've got backdoors used by programmers initially to test programs. They're not supposed to do it, but they do, and they leave them in there, and you can trip over them by accident. Logic bombs. Trojan horses. A useful program that we normally use but contains hidden code that will invoke or perform some nasty activity. Worms. Electronic mail worms, remote execution worms, remote login worms. All of these things can be used to create bots or zombies, a program that secretly takes over an internet-attached computer and uses it to attack other systems in a way that makes it difficult to detect where it came from. There are all kinds of security frameworks that you can choose from. There's ISO, IEC, there's NIST, there's Federal Enterprise Architecture Frameworks, Sherwood, COBIT 5. And the favorite one these days is identity theft. Under the ID Theft Act, identity theft defined very broadly as using without permission someone else's identity. The other part of security is disaster recovery planning. Combination of hot sites, warm sites, and cold sites. As far as the exam is concerned, how do you approach it? Get your hands on past papers or past questions. Lots of books contain questions. Practice the past papers. Concentrate on the ones you get wrong and the ones that you get right by guesswork. Practice, practice, practice. And that brings us to the end. Sorry it took so long. Any questions?
Yeah, I was looking in the chat in Slack to see if we had any questions. It doesn't look like we have any questions. So
that means I put everyone to sleep.
Well, or you answer all of the questions, which is usually what happens. So yes.
Or there was nobody there.
No, there's 50 people in here. So yeah, Richard, I just want to thank you for participating and being with us. Thank you for everything you have done for us. We really appreciate it. So I am going to, let's see, how do I do this? Like that. There you go. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to talk a couple of times about our sponsors. So with that in mind, Richard, thank you for participating this year.
Thank you.
All right. See ya.
I will stop my screen.
You bet. All right, folks. So let's have a couple of words from our sponsors.
So within identity and data management at Optiv, we are able to assist organizations through mergers, acquisitions, digital transformations, really with the mission to secure their organization while also enabling a superb user experience. Digital transformation, or as I say, digital disruption, has brought great opportunity to many organizations, also has created a large amount of risk. And with that, one of the largest ones, if you look at the Internet of Things, you look at the consumerization of IT, that's drove a huge growth in data that many organizations have no idea how to manage. At Optiv, We work alongside our clients to really help identify, one, what are their crown jewels? What are their most critical data assets within that organization? What are the requirements to protect that data? We then take it a step further and from a policy perspective, put the right policies in place. And then we work with the customers and our customers and clients to put the proper protections, all with a mission to help organizations be able to secure and utilize and really maximize their data to grow their own business.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate you listening to that, and thank you Optiv for being one of our number one sponsors. I also want to give a huge thanks to Alias Forensics. We are today at their location transmitting live to you. We literally took over half of their office, and for us that is huge. Also, I want to talk about our other sponsors and what they do for us, right, as they allow us to literally be in the air today. One of the things that you have seen and you're going to see on the bottom of your screen is this swag and Slack banners, and I have them in there so that you guys remember that in Slack is where we have all of the questions. So if you have any questions, we are be more than happy to interrupt our viewers and just literally just let's see what we can do. So let me bring our next panelist, and I know he's excited. So let me put him side by side next to me, and woohoo, here it is. Hey Joe, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to have you here. So here's what I want to do. I want to give you the opportunity for you to introduce yourself and tell us about your talk today. Okay. And then once you're ready to present, you start presenting, and I will show it in the screen, and we'll go from there.
Okay. I kind of have my intro built into the presentation, so I can just.
Outstanding! Yeah.
So let me figure out how to share my screen. Give me a second here. Can you see the gray screen?
Yes, here we go.
Now I'm going to lose everything except the presentation when I start because I'm using Keynote. So if there's anything you want to tell me, you're just going to have to verbally tell me.
No, we are good. If we have any major questions, I will drop in. I will interrupt you a little bit and go from there.
All right, sounds good. So data governance. This is a topic that's been discussed a lot with me in the past 3 or 4 months, primarily because of remote work and ransomware and breaches and things like that. So it keeps coming up over and over and over. So I was like, why not put together presentations? Here we are. This is one of the most challenging aspects of organizational security. And that's because it's really hard to figure out what this is, right? So in this presentation, we're going to look at what data governance means to most organizations and the challenges to go along with it. Then we'll look at some frameworks that can help guide and build your data governance program. Then talk about how to get organizational and executive buy-in on the data governance program. So I'm Joe Sullivan, about 20 years in information security now. Been around for a while. I've been in various roles from incident response, forensics, security architecture, been a CISO for a financial institution, in present day working as a consultant. I also teach Management 514 and Management 512 for SANS, which are both security leadership classes. I'm also involved in the InfoSec community here in Oklahoma City with OWASP and InfraGard. I also have a security-related podcast that focuses on security leadership. One of the things we're doing right now is having guests on the show tell their story about their path in information security. The goal here is to show others there are non-traditional paths to succeed in InfoSec, right? You don't need a comp sci degree to make it here. What we're trying to do is encourage others to not be deterred by their experience, their background, and show them that we need various different levels of experiences, knowledge, and more diversity in information security. So please, if you're interested in telling your story, reach out to me at jsullivan@sans.org, and we can give you that opportunity. So data governance. What this comes down to is managing the CIA triad, or confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data. This is usually in the form of technical or administrative controls to ensure that the data is trustworthy, it's secure, it's not misused or accessed without authorization. Data governance is also one of those nebulous terms that speaks about a lot of activities at a high level, but data governance itself is not a single control or policy. This is why a lot of organizations are failing at data governance. It's not easy to define what data governance is or what should be in the data governance program. So let's talk about data for a minute. Data is the greatest risk today in most organizations. Data is also the currency on which most organizations operate today. So in Bruce Schneier's book, Data and Goliath, he talks about how pollution was the byproduct of the industrial age. Similarly, data is the byproduct of the information age, and it gets scattered everywhere. Your data can be centralized in a file server in one location, or it can be decentralized across multiple file servers in your organization. And there's also something called a distributed file system. And I see this in multinational organizations more than anything else. And what that is that no one seems to put their files, their data, their documents into the appropriate file shares or the content management system. It tends to end up on their desktops or their mobile devices. And if you're looking for a particular file or document, you email a list or you email someone and you get about 10, 15 replies with the document attached, various versions of it, which may or may not be relevant, right? So that's a big problem. But in a ransomware attack, as long as every endpoint doesn't get encrypted, I guess you have some chance of recovering. So there's that. The data in your organization is also growing exponentially, right? It's not just business-related data you have to consider. There's log files, backups, configuration files, and many other files that are critical to business operations. You know, all this data growth can be attributed to new data that's being created, modified data, and unfortunately, duplicated data. And that leads to another issue, and that's change control and version control, right? And your data might be in locations you might not think about. Email servers retain a lot of data, email clients, unapproved cloud storage, shadow IT, and unfortunately, in some cases, the dark web. So recently I was putting in or upgrading a car stereo in one of my vehicles. And I put in a Pioneer and it connects via wireless CarPlay to my iPhone. And what I realized one day when I went out to the car and turned on the radio to go for a drive, I didn't have my phone with me, but my text messages were there, my contact lists were there, my calendar was there. So now my data has creeped out into this other location. I had no idea it was there. These are things we need to be thinking about when we're talking about how do we contain our data, our business-related data. Where might it end up? And we're seeing situations like that. Data at scale is difficult to manage without a data governance program, right? It can be very much like the Wild West from that perspective. Data governance in that context is usually based on tribal knowledge or at the direction of someone who's put together some sort of ad hoc data governance program. Technical controls can help you, but what you really need to do is start with an administrative control system, policies and procedures, and build that within a data governance framework. So let's talk about data governance. So what does data governance mean to most organizations? Data governance usually means starting with a data classification program. Data classification gets into analyzing data into categories based on the type of files, the contents of the files, and the associated metadata. The intent of that data classification process is to mitigate risk and manage your data governance policies. Data classification at a simple level might be broken down into sensitivities like high, medium, and low, right? High would be your PCI data, your customer data, privileged credentials, social security numbers, and things like that. Medium might be contracts, IT configuration, telecom information, internal communications. And low might be marketing material, what's on the website, press releases, and employee contact information. Now, that's a very simplistic approach. And we know that data classification isn't that simple, right? And there's data related to business processes that IT and information security aren't aware of. You know, if we went out to the file system or the file shares and we started opening up documents to help classify this, we may or may not know what this data is related to because we don't have insight to all these various areas within the organization. Oops. So it's not just data classification that's the problem. It's also data identification. And that's where a lot of organizations hit a roadblock. The problem is determining who's responsible for classifying and identifying the data. And I've been in conversations where it was suggested that IT was responsible. And then it shifted to information security, and then to the department that created the data. And then somehow HR was responsible for classifying the data. That's a scary thought if you think about it, right? Your organization have to figure this out, whatever best works for your organization or wherever you may be. But regardless of who is responsible for classifying the data, you need to have a baseline set of rules that everyone can agree on, right? That might be determined by business processes, management, regulatory requirements, business policies, or perhaps audits and risk assessments. If you're already subject to regulations such as GLBA, GPDR, or HIPAA, you most likely already have some sort of data governance program already in place. Data classification and data governance should be a part of the larger governance risk and compliance program in a best case scenario. So how important should this data governance idea be to your organization? And how are you going to get traction with it? The philosophies, the security posture, and the culture within your organization plays a big part of how successful this program is going to be. A more conservative organization will likely have a more well-structured data governance program, whereas a more liberal organization might have some basic rules for how to handle data, but they may not have a formal data governance program. In organizations where security is not a priority, you're going to have to emphasize with the executives and the boards, they are required to do their due diligence to ensure the security of data within the organization. And this is more than just having a program that includes controls for data security, but you also have to think about compliance. Compliance is the more challenging part of the program, and it means that you need a way to measure and report on the adherence to the associated policies and procedures. A good source for compliance criteria is often found in audits tied to certain regulations if your organization is already subject to those. So who's responsible for data governance responsibilities, right? Who should be driving this? Data governance has usually ended up being the responsibility of the legal department in a lot of organizations. And that approach focused primarily on the data retention or the data life cycle perspective. Today's data governance programs evolve much more than when do we purge this data from the systems? Another approach I see a lot is assuming that identity and access management is all you need for a data governance program. When we take a look at the NIST privacy framework, you'll see that identity and access management is only one activity in the protect function. Based on that, we already know that there's much more to this than just identity and access management, right? It's not enough to rely on user level and file share permissions to have a successful data governance program. What I'm getting at here, that this is no longer a single department or a single technical or administrative control issue. So many departments have a hand in data governance now, such as HR, ensuring that employee-related data is secure, student-related data, HIPAA-related data. You have legal with contracts, mergers and acquisitions, SEC filings. You have sales, customer lists, vendor lists, and pricing. You have risk with internal business operations, risk appetite statements, and other sensitive information. You have accounting with banking information, IT, technology-related information, and configuration information. That's important to keep secret. And of course, information security with credentials, public and private keys, vulnerability information, and other configuration information that would be really important to not get breached. So what we're getting to here is enterprise risk management that requires a data governance program that works across the entire organization. It can scale out as your organization grows. So what are the risks that we are thinking about within our data governance program as we threat model this out? Just to name a few of these. With so much data being produced and stored without the proper technical, administrative, and governance controls, along with that's going to come some risks you need to be concerned about. We have shadow IT. We see this in organizations where IT and security doesn't act as a business enabler, right? End users will then start seeking outside solutions to help get their work done. One of the problems with shadow IT is that End users are procuring their solutions and they're bypassing vendor management, contract requirements, SLA, security controls. And oh, what if you need incident response? You're not going to have it with these free cloud storage services and free file sharing services. Insider threat, that could be malicious behavior or as the result of an accident. The majority of the incidents I've worked over my career have largely been due to insider threat more so than a bad actor. So we know organizations need to monitor what activities are taking place internally when it comes to data access and governance. User behavior analytics is really awesome for that. We know breaches are ever increasing, as we see in the news today. We've got supply chain attacks, malware and ransomware attacks, and just data mishandling. You've got ad hoc file shares being set up within the organization who are trying to share files. Those turn into data repositories for any and all data simply because it's more convenient than going through the correct provisioning process, right? Unauthorized access. That also means that you need an audit trail for your data. That's another consideration for your data governance program. There's global access to exposed files and folders, stale data, which is no longer needed that you have to consider. And another problem that we're seeing a lot with cloud services is that when a user gets termed or disabled, that document they were sharing via the cloud service is no longer accessible. And sometimes there's no way to get it back. And that's a big problem. A study in 2019 showed that 53% of companies had over 1,000 sensitive files open to every employee. An average of 22% of all folders were available to all employees, and only 5% of folders were protected properly. So what are some challenges when it comes to data governance? Right now, well, for the past year and a half coming up, we've seen remote work. And that influences changes in behavior based on your surroundings. For example, the visual cues in the office on how data should be handled versus the less formal home setting, right? I'm at home, I'm on maybe my own device, maybe a work device, but I don't feel like I'm at work, so I might be a little lax in how I handle data. Cloud storage, that poses some challenges that some of the cloud services don't provide governance controls. Now, recently I had this conversation for the past 3 days. How do we limit and monitor this data in the cloud with these free cloud file storages? Well, you can't. You're going to have to pay more or get the appropriate solution for it, right? With these free cloud storage services, there are no controls or no guarantees that the data will not be utilized or shared in some way by the service provider also. And most importantly, encryption. Can the cloud storage provider encrypt this data at rest and in transit? Because when all of your controls fail, it comes down to encryption. BYOD. We're seeing a lot more of this with remote work, right? BYOD presents some challenges on how do you separate the personal data from the business data. Then what if you have to wipe the business data? Can you do that without affecting the personal data? And what about e-discovery? If I have to image a personal device in a BYOD environment, how do I do that without exposing the private data of the individual that device belongs to? That's going to be a huge challenge from a legal perspective and from a technical perspective. Technical controls require additional costs and licensing and administration, and we see things like DLP, and then we see encapsulation of the document with certain applications where you can open it and you can view it, but you can't print it, you can't scroll very well, and you can't bookmark it. So it doesn't create a good balance between security and functionality for an end user, so we have to keep that in mind. Administrative controls gets into policy and procedures for data access control and governance. But some of the biggest challenges is the ability to answer simple questions about data in today's modern organizations, right? Like who created, modified, or deleted the data? That can be a very challenging question to answer if you don't have the appropriate monitoring in place. What's the purpose of this data? That's a tough one, depending on who's looking for it or who's looking at it. When was the data created, modified, or deleted? Where is the data? That can be challenging sometimes. How was the data created? Was it the result of a manual or automatic process? We see this one a lot. And how old is the data? And should we still be retaining that data? Excuse me. So some of the challenges we have with technical controls. There are a lot of technical controls out there that can help you with your data governance program. DLP, or data loss prevention, is a good approach, but it can be difficult to configure and maintain. Some solutions come with a standard data set for credit cards, PCI data, social security numbers, and other types of regulated data. But if you want to monitor your customer list, your intellectual property, or your data outside of those definitions, it comes down to you have to write regular expressions or upload a list of your customer list, your other terms that might identify your data, and other information that might be of usefulness to catch that in transit, right? So the problem with that is if you don't keep it updated, you're not going to get the full benefit of it. Another problem with that is SSL and TLS. You need HTTPS inspection to get that insight into data in transit. Otherwise, it's encrypted. You can't see it. That can be problematic because you're getting into deploying certificates on endpoints and basically inspecting that while it's moving out. And what you can run into is, again, private data. If somebody's buying a sandwich online or a pizza with a personal credit card, your DLP system is going to trigger that. And you're going to see that, right, when you look at that alert. So that might be an issue to think about. Some you pointed a file share, and it fingerprints the files, gets a hash value for all those files, and it looks for those hashes as they're uploaded. Well, that problem with that is changing hashes is trivial, right? You just edit the file, put a period or something like that in there, and boom, hash has changed. Data's modified all day long. So you're going to have to keep rescanning these documents to keep uploading those hash values. So that might be problematic. Another problem is you can bypass a lot of these by simply base64 encoding the data before you send it out of the network, right? Images are another good way. You can take a picture of the data and just send it out, because then the DLP system, well, it has no text to read or no fingerprints to look at. So that's a way to bypass those as well. So what is the biggest challenge with data governance? We tend to focus on the regulated data because we understand the risk, and it's well socialized that we need to protect that data, right? In most cases, we're required to protect and report when regulated data has been breached. But is that the most important data in the organization? We know if regulated data gets exposed, there's going to be the cost of incident response, credit monitoring, and possibly penalties and fines. We also have seen that organizations tend to recover relatively well over time, right? Stock takes a dip, it comes back up, they get back up and running just fine. But there's also data that if it gets exposed can literally put your organization out of business. What I'm talking about here is the crown jewels, the data that drives the economic engine for the organization. And that might be proprietary formulas, processes, or some other type of data that if exposed, gives the competition the ability to drive you out of business. And we're already seeing this happen today with medical research data, like with COVID vaccines, mechanical engineering data, and other areas. A good example of this is there was a wind turbine manufacturer who had a lot of multinational contracts for wind turbines. They were selling these wind turbines all over the world from here in the US. And all of a sudden, they started losing market share. They didn't know why. So they started digging into it, and what they found was a lot of their clients were switching over to a competitor that had sprung up in China, and they were getting these for a substantially cheaper price. And they started digging into the turbines that was being manufactured in China. And what they discovered was it was their exact same wind turbine to the T. What they didn't realize is they had been breached, and someone had obtained those blueprints and those engineering diagrams and all that, and it started building those and producing. So it literally almost put that company out of business, cost them a lot of money. These are just things we have to consider when we're protecting our data. What should the data we be looking at to protect besides the regulated data? So how do we find the crown jewels? You don't want to treat this as a compliance exercise, right? You want to start with a business problem. What data does the organization need to function and is critical to business operations and revenue, right? The funny thing about it is, if you go out within the organization, you ask the stakeholders, who has the most important data here? Nearly every department says, hey, it's over here in this area. That is until you explain, well, we have additional data handling measures, controls, policies, and procedures that we need to implement to protect that data. Then suddenly, yeah, that data is not over here. It's probably over there or some other area. But if you ask executives, what are the crown jewels? They know they exist, but they might struggle to articulate exactly what data that is, right? This is when you start to gather the stakeholders around and start having a discussion. What's the most important data to the organization outside of regulated data? The crown jewels is a huge challenge in data governance programs because they're not easily identified, right? And that could mean that it's being treated less important than regulated data. And that could be detrimental to your organization. If you aren't subject to any regulations that provide guidance on how data should be handled, using an industry standard framework is the best approach. For this presentation, we'll take a look at the NIST cybersecurity framework and the NIST privacy framework. But first, let's look at the NIST CSF, or the NIST cybersecurity framework. The NIST CSF is a security program framework, right? The reason we are looking at the NIST CSF is because it overlaps the NIST privacy framework in a few important areas. If you aren't using the NIST CSF or you're using some other security framework, you can still use the NIST privacy framework. But in that case, you'll just need to map out where the overlap is for certain functions, and I'll get into that here shortly. Within the NIST CSF, you have the core, then the implementation tiers, and the profiles. So at the core, you have these 5 functions: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Within those 5 functions, you have categories, such as the identify category. You have various categories there in the protect and going down the line. Then you have the maturity levels, such as partial, risk-informed, adaptive, repeatable, and adaptive, right? So keep those in mind. If we dig further into this, if we look at the identify function, and then we look at a single category like asset management, within the asset management category, we have all these activities within the subcategories we have to perform for the identify function. And it's just one category, we have multiple categories. Then over to the right, on the informative references side, this is how this function within the NIST CSF maps to COBIT, ISA, ISO, or the NIST SP 853 framework. So you don't have to work on multiple frameworks. You can see what you're addressing in others if you utilize multiple frameworks. Another good resource for this is auditscripts.com, which is maintained by James and Kelly Tarala. Really awesome site for mapping your frameworks and your security controls. So the NIST privacy framework, let's look at it now. Notice that it's called a privacy framework and not a data governance framework, right? That's okay, because what we're trying to do here is lay the foundation for our data governance program, right? At a high level, what we're trying to do is ensure the privacy of the data. That is, preventing exposure, unauthorized access, and implement the appropriate administrative and technical controls for the data. The privacy framework includes all those various perspectives. The privacy framework provides a common language for understanding and managing, communicating privacy risk with your internal and your external stakeholders. It also consists of the core, the profiles, and implementation tiers. The profiles are a selection of specific functions, categories, and subcategories from the core that an organization has prioritized to help it manage privacy risk. The implementation tiers support communication about whether an organization has the sufficient processes and the resources that it needs to manage privacy risk and achieve the target profile. So it's important to keep in mind that this is a voluntary framework, and it's based on a risk-based approach, right? When you look at the core, the categories, and the subcategories, it's not a checklist of actions to perform, right? You need to select the activities, the categories, and subcategories that align with your overall data governance program, what you're trying to accomplish. So looking at the 5 functions of the NIST privacy framework, we have identify, govern, control, communicate, and protect. The -P simply means that it's part of the privacy framework, and that's all that means. Identify function is a foundational function that focuses on organizational understanding on how to manage privacy risk for individuals arising from data processing. The govern-P function is also a foundational control. And that one develops and implements the organizational governance and structure to enable an understanding of risk management profiles that are informed by privacy risk. When you get to the control function, that one develops and implements activities to enable organizations or individuals to manage data and privacy risk for both the organization and individuals. The communicate function develops and implements the appropriate activities for the organization and individuals to have an understanding and a dialogue about how data is processed with the associated privacy risk. This function also recognizes that both the organization and the individuals need to know about how data is processed in order to manage privacy risk effectively. So communication is key here. The protect function, right, which is what a lot of organizations are focusing on, this develops and implements the appropriate data processing safeguards, right? That function covers data protection to cybersecurity-related privacy events, and that's where your overlap happens between privacy and cybersecurity risk management. At a high level, these are the functions associated with your data governance program. If you look at the Venn diagram on this slide, you can see that this privacy framework on the right-hand side overlaps with the NIST CSF on the left side of the slide. The NIST CSF consists of the 5 functions: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. The NIST privacy framework consists of identify, govern, control, and communicate. Between the two, we can see the protect P function overlaps with the detect, respond, recover function of the NIST CSF for privacy-related events. Now, if you're already utilizing some other security program framework, you just need to understand how your detect, respond, and recover aspects overlap with the protect-P function of the NIST privacy framework. Now, to talk about the NIST privacy framework. Within the NIST privacy framework, there is a table that outlines the categories and activities for implementing a privacy program or a data management program. This is only a small snapshot of the many tables within that document, right? In this table, let's look at the function column and the category column here. For example, on the left-hand side, the identify function includes inventory, mapping, business environment, risk assessments, and the data process eco risk management process. The govern function includes governance policies, processes, procedures, having a risk management strategy, awareness training, monitoring, and review. Then dropping down to the protect function, you can see that it includes data protection policies, processes, and procedures. And here you have identity management, authentication access control, data security, maintenance, and your protective technologies. Then each one of these categories, again, have subcategories and additional activities. So if you look on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see that the identify function, we're looking at for the categories, inventory and mapping. Then we have business environment, and then the subcategories, we have all these activities here to perform within those. There's a lot to do here from an overall perspective of the privacy framework. I don't recommend attempting to implement all the items within the full document at once because, well, there's too much to do. This is something that needs to be implemented in context with how your organization operates and along with your strategic plan for security, right? But if you wanted to pick a starting point for some of these activities, I would suggest starting with a data risk management or a privacy impact assessment. Then start with the activities that reduce the most risk first. So what are the goals of the data governance program? What we're trying to achieve here is reducing risk to data. We know that data has the most amount of risk within the organization, so this is our number one goal. We want to utilize policies and procedures to establish the bounds of acceptable behavior when handling data. Without the policies and procedures, those within the organization won't know how to handle data securely. And this goes back to your security program or your security awareness program as well, right? You can't hold an end user responsible for their actions when the appropriate guidance was not put into place and socialized throughout the organization. Socializing and building awareness for your data governance program is important to make everyone aware of the bad things that could happen when you don't handle data correctly or when it's mishandled, and how they can ensure the security of the data within their day-to-day activities, right? You want to make compliance easy and not cause friction or resistance with the organization. This is something you have to think about and get input from your stakeholders as you figure out, well, how are we going to implement certain aspects of the data governance program? We want this to be easily adoptable, right? So definitely get some input from your stakeholders. Getting executive buy-in. Executives have a duty to monitor risks to the organization. A good precedent for reference is the CVS Caremark case that stated executives can be held liable for their lack of due diligence that results in an incident, right? What happened there was the shareholders sued CVS because they were taking too many risks to grow the business. And those risks incurred some penalties and some fines that adversely affected the stock price, so the shareholders sued, and they won. And we've seen this in a few other cases like the Target breach, and most recently with FedEx due to the NotPetya ransomware attack. What happened was there, shortly after the attack, FedEx came out and said, well, the financial impact was this amount here. What we found out a few years later was it was actually way more substantial than that. And the shareholders said, well, this happened because you didn't do your due diligence to secure the organization. So we're going to sue you for not doing this and keeping the organization secure, not taking the appropriate actions. When you approach executives for a data governance initiative, you need to have a plan that's ready to discuss, right? That might include the needed policies and procedures or the formation of a GRC steering committee. That's a governance, risk, and compliance steering committee. And that can help drive data governance within the organization. Larger enterprises typically include a CIO, a CISO, or an ISO within your program as well. And you also might include data stewards, data owners, and those aspects. You want to involve as many representatives from other areas of the organization as you can. By giving them input and a voice in the data governance program gives them some skin in the game, then it can help drive compliance within their areas. So how do you get organizational buy-in? Getting organizational buy-in can start with policies for data governance. Policies are literally the best security no money can buy. It literally doesn't cost a whole lot to get a policy ratified and get it adopted, right, by the organization. In this instance, policies can be more effective than technical controls because it enables people to do the right thing and understands, gives them the knowledge on how to handle data correctly. You still need technical controls in most cases, but policies should be your first line of defense. And policies start with a risk assessment, right? By starting with a risk assessment, you can identify all the bad things that can happen and then include those in the policies before they do happen. You don't want to wait until bad things happen, then go back and modify your policy, get it approved again, have to re-socialize it, right? That's very reactive. You want to avoid that. Another good approach to identifying what's needed is tabletop exercises. As you work through these various tabletop exercises, you can better identify what part of the data governance process has issues, then create the appropriate policies and procedures to resolve those issues, right? Policies should also start with a good position statement that communicates why the policy is important to the organization to follow. In my experience, a good position statement that answers the why the policy is required goes a long way to getting users to follow the policy. For example, on this slide, the position statement at the bottom says the organization understands the importance of handling regulated data securely. In order to protect the data of our employees and our customers from being exposed in a breach or other security incident, we have formally adopted and shall comply with the following data governance policy. And then you line out your policy within the document. And if you look at that position statement, oh, well, we're doing this because I'm protecting my data and the data of the organization and our clients as well. So now I understand why it's important to follow this policy. I'm more likely to do so. We also want to look for data governance champions within each department, right? So they can serve as a subject matter expert. You can answer data governance related questions and help drive compliance within their area. As you're building your policies, right? Policy and procedure challenges come with that, right? You want to keep the SMART approach in mind when you're creating your policies. And what SMART is specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-based. Specific addresses a specific problem and not a general problem. Measurable gives you the ability to measure compliance. Achievable, you actually have to be able to comply with the policy with the things you're doing today and not the things you intend to do in the future, right? And this is really important when you get audited. If you're not doing what you say you're doing in a policy to help achieve this or monitoring this, but you plan on doing it down the road, you're going to get called out on that. So be careful there. Realistic is another area. A good example of this is that a policy that says end users shall not use company devices for personal use on the internet. Now, is that realistic? We know for workstations and laptop, it's not. It's going to happen, right? So be careful of that. Time-based. This is another area where I'll see a lot of organizations get bit. You have to be careful with this one, right? You want to avoid saying periodically reviewed or updated as necessary. You want to be specific with your time frames. If you have a policy that says this shall be updated as required, updated as necessary, no one's really going to put that on their calendar. It's probably going to be forgot about. You can have this policy out there that's stale, could be out of compliance. So put actual dates and times in there. all the policies are not the sole responsibility of IT and information security, right? There should be policy owners and policy stewards. For example, a server hardening policy might be created by the CISO, based on best practices, but should the CISO also create the appropriate procedures, baselines, and guidelines if he doesn't perform those activities? No, he shouldn't, right? So we're getting down into finite steps like the CIS controls here. He shouldn't be doing that. The individuals responsible for doing those should create the procedures, the guidelines, and the baselines, and keep those updated and documented and try to track compliance with those. You want to be sure that the individual contributors are responsible for that from that perspective. Providing options. This is important for maintaining compliance. Providing options is really important because nobody likes being told what to do, right? If you provide options, it feels less like end users are feeling told what to do and how to do it. When end users are provided options, they tend to stay within the realms of the guidelines of compliance. In this example, we see options for accessing and processing regulated data. So if you want to access or process regulated data, you have to use an approved secure cloud storage, or you can do this over a VPN connection, or you can use secure email. And also, your device must have at least data loss prevention, DLP, EDR, endpoint detection and response, or mobile device management in order to store, process, and transmit regulated data. Now, for data that's less than the regulated data classification, the options are easier and less restrictive, right? So that reduces the constant friction across the board for access to any and all data. Marketing. This is an area that's really overlooked by information security in almost every organization I see. Marketing for information security initiatives, policies, and procedures and services is an important aspect. You have to keep that in mind. We need to market all the various aspects so we can make the organization of what the security department does and the services they provide for the organization. Marketing from a data governance perspective means marketing the policies to show that the organization is aware of these, and we're doing the due diligence to socialize these and raise awareness for the organization. That goes back to the executives being able to show that they did everything within their power in the organization to reduce risk, right? You also need to market the options available for complying with the policies and procedures. This is going to help prevent shadow IT. When the end users understand how they can comply and get access to the tools they need to perform their data-related tasks, they aren't going to go out and try to get those on their own. Risk assessments. Risk assessing the data governance policies helps you identify any issues that are preventing compliance with the policy. Risk assessments might look at compliance, the data covered, any new data not covered, business operations, data access controls. That means a periodic review of your technical administrative controls to ensure that they're working as you designed them to, or as other departments designed them to. For example, if there are a lot of exception requests related to your data governance policies, that might indicate that all use cases weren't accounted for in the policy, or something has changed from an operational perspective with how the organization handles data. If you build the use cases into the policy, that will reduce exception requests and the friction associated with getting approval for the exceptions. Then information security and IT doesn't become a drag coefficient on getting things done. We don't become a blocker, right? That's how you enable the organization, is to think these through so you don't slow things down. The results of your risk assessment should communicate to the executives. Use balanced scorecards, security dashboard, so you can show compliance across the organization at a high level. From an executive perspective, you don't want to go into the granular technical details here, right? You may show risk by department or by business revenue or something like that. They understand those areas. Stay away from the technical parts. Risk assessment for the data governance program might be on a qualitative scale of red, yellow, and green, or maybe numbers 1 through 5. 1 being the least amount of risk, 5 being on the higher end of risk. So how do we keep our stakeholders engaged? You have to think about this, right? It's not going to be enough to have policies and procedures to drive the motivation to stay compliant. So we need to find a good way to motivate those in the organization to remain in compliance with data governance programs. Keeping the stakeholders engaged helps ensure continual compliance, and that they think about security in the day-to-day handling of data within the organization. So we might do things like, as we do our risk assessments, we might look at the departments on a quarterly or annual or semi-annual basis, and those that are the top performers, award them challenge coins or give them recognition in newsletters or publications like that. If you have a subject matter expert that's driving a good data governance policies and procedures and compliance within their department or their area, you might ask them to, hey, write a blog post, help share your perspectives on how you're achieving this so others in the organization can learn from this and help drive compliance in their areas. And of course, free lunches. Free lunches goes a long way to getting people to do things. Everyone likes a free lunch, right? Within those free lunches, you can also include specialized training or have one of the other subject matter experts who are really knocking it out of the park to come give a presentation on what they're doing there. So, what I covered, talked about data governance. We talked about the NIST cybersecurity framework, the NIST privacy framework. We talked about how getting buy-in from the organization and executives works. And then we ended with maintaining engagement. And I'll open it up for questions right here. Hear you. Can hear you. I can hear you, Chris.
There we go.
There it is.
Button, yeah. Everything going all right?
Yeah, I just ended.
All right. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add to that, or do you want to switch to questions?
Yes, questions is fine.
All right. So let's double check our questions just to make sure. These mics have a little built-in mute that I had noticed. So, okay. So we've got some feedback. I don't have any questions from Jamie Castile. I don't have any questions, but you brought up some great points. Love the SMART goals and free lunches. Looks like Chad has a message for you here in just a moment.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So Chad Stewart, how long does it take to implement a solid data governance program from scratch? So I'm guessing he's looking for a ballpark.
That's an awesome question, right? It depends, like everything in information security. If you're just starting your organization, your startup, right? You want to get this built in the foundation. If you're an organization that's maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, which is the case I've been in almost every time, you have data sprawl, data everywhere, you're not going to be able to do this all at once. You can plan on 3 to 5 years. And the problem that I see is, first, who's responsible for classifying and identifying this data? How do we do this? Especially if you have what I call the distributed file system. You don't have the data in your file shares. You have it on endpoints like laptops, mobile devices, car stereos. Getting everyone on the right page and understand how they're supposed to share the data out securely and get it rounded up. You need to chunk it out. Figure out which hill you want to die on first, which is often the regulated data. Start with the regulated data or the crown jewels. All right, we need to secure that. Get this out of your cloud storage. You have X amount of time to be within compliance. So once you get that chunk done, then you start working on your next chunk. What data do you want to focus on then? And you go on down the line. So don't think you can do it all at once. There's no finite time it takes. Every organization adapts to change. Has a certain velocity at which they accept change. It's not just the technical aspect; it's the culture aspect also. And changing culture can take 3 to 5 years. Studies have shown. So you have a dual-edged sword here. You have the technical side on how to do this, and you have the culture side. So I'd plan on 3 to 5 years is what my answer is there ultimately.
Hey, we have another really great question from a user named Argument Anvil. The question is, has work from home presented any unique challenges with data governance?
Yes, it has. Backup, right? A lot of people aren't connected to the network over VPN 24/7, 365. They're accumulating data on their endpoints. They're surfing the internet. You have the risk of malware breach, an attacker landing on their endpoint. So how do you get around that? There's no good answer, right? You have to look at what fits best for the organization. There are certain things out there, just to name a few brands. This is not an endorsement. Ignite's a good one. Box.com has good governance controls. They have ways of monitoring and securing the data. Paid versions of Google Drive, Office 365. There's that. There's no good solution, right? Really have to look at what you got and what the context is and figure out what works.
All right, and we are handing out books to those with excellent questions. So I think I've got a few lined up with those excellent questions there. We have a couple messages in here that, hey, a lot of thanks here. Argument Anvil says thanks. Stephen Marshall, Michael G, and looks like Chad and Jamie have all said, hey, thank you so much.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the time. Thanks for coming to the presentation.
Yeah. Well, Joe, thank you for joining us. I've got a couple things I'm going to chat about real quick. So, and again, Joe, as always, I love having you on. You are a staple, and we need more of this. We need more people talking about the frameworks and aligning our security interests. So, a lot of people rush to the red team stuff. That's cool and all, but you got to go back to the basics, and a lot of people miss that.
Absolutely. I totally agree.
So, all right. So I'm going to chat here for just a few moments. All right. So have to hit my buttons. All right. So don't forget that we are giving away some copies of Alice and Bob Learn Application Security. This is a book written by our keynote today. You are more than welcome you basically enter to win by participating in the chat. So the more you participate, the more we notice, and then we'll send you some personal invite links for that. We do appreciate when you guys do that. We do still have swag. So if you guys want, I guess I have to hit all the buttons. All right, we will fix this. There we go. A little bit easier to see. Okay, great. So hit BSidesOK.com/swag to be able to sign up for the swag. And here in the next few weeks, we will be sending you a shirt, badge, some other couple goodies, and to many of you, definitely some books. So please definitely participate in that. Let's see. We also have Slack. If you have not joined our Slack channel, please do so. You can join us at BSidesOK.com/Slack. That works just fine. There's also a link on the website. You guys are more than welcome to join and use that. We have some big thanks to our sponsors: Okta, Optiv, Secure Ideas, Pinnacle, Arctic Wolf, Fortinet, and True Digital have all been some big time sponsors this year. During COVID times, this is a really big issue, and there's been a loss in interest from sponsors. We're hoping that will pick back up. COVID's been scary for everybody, but these people have held with us and they've helped us make this happen. We're also shout out to StackHawk and Go Security Pro, who have made significant contributions, and Alias Forensics especially, who has brought us on here today. We are hosting out of Alias Forensics and using their resources and eating their food. So big special thanks goes to them. With that, we are a couple minutes out. So Nick, hey, how's it going?
Hey, doing just fine, Chris. How are you?
Hey, do you want to start a little early, or do you want to take a quick moment and grab some food or anything?
Well, I don't really have the time to cook a roast or anything, so it's really whatever works better for you guys.
So I mean, I can kick you off right now. If you got time and don't want to be rushed, then I'm more than happy to kick you off here.
Well, what if I'm underprepared and don't have enough content and sort of
then we better hold off for.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to go ahead and kick it off, I can at least get the introductions knocked out.
Sure, sure. Oh, I can do your intro. I'm more than happy to.
Well, I mean, you
So-
did select my picture, so.
Well, no. This is your photo. I don't know. 2 years in a row, that means it's your photo. So,
Peter Weller
yeah.
might disagree with that.
So everybody, we have Peter Weller with us today, aka Nick Harris. Nick works for the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority as a senior security analyst, and he spends his day blowing things up at the office. We share a lot of really great stories back and forth. Nick previously worked for the House Committee on Homeland Security in Washington, D.C., spent some time in Russia, so I'm sure that will have some interesting questions as well, especially the time frame when you were there. Great interest in offensive security and information security policy. So, and I'm really looking forward to this talk. I want to see what you have to say, especially after the big SolarWinds fiasco and how they decided to blame it on an intern. Without further ado, have at it. This is all you.
Sure. I guess I'll go ahead and share my screen. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Okay. There we go. I just said that.
There we go.
How about now?
I see your PowerPoint. Don't blame the intern. All right, good luck.
All right. Well, so yeah, anyway, as Chris said, my name is Nick Harris. I work for the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. I have worked at a previous job as a penetration tester, doing a lot of web app stuff. That's actually how I met Chris. In addition to working for the House Committee on Homeland Security in Washington, D.C., I got my first degree in international security studies. Might as well flip over to that slide. First degree in international security studies from the University of Oklahoma. And then I got another degree in cybersecurity and digital forensics from Rose State. My first degree exposed me a lot to formal policy drafting, as well as the traditional security sphere. So while it didn't necessarily contain a ton about cybersecurity, it did expose me a lot to the formal policy drafting, and then my time in DC sort of expounded on that. So why I don't currently serve in a C-level position or have extensive experience with myself acting in a capacity of senior management, I do feel that I'm uniquely qualified to talk about this particular topic because of my exposure to good policies and bad policies or the lack thereof. Anyway, and as Chris mentioned, I am not, in fact, Peter Weller.
Wait, hold on. I think we need a poll. I'm totally taking a poll in Slack that you decide if this really is Peter Weller. Maybe Peter Weller's son or brother, nephew. I mean, something. There's got to be a little bit of Weller in there.
I just feel like likeness. There might be some legal. We might need to ask the attorney. The likeness disputes between.
All right, I'll leave you alone. Good luck.
Thanks, Chris. So anyway, this talk, kind of a brief overview. I won't bore you too much with the textbook definitions of policy and governance, but I will describe what constitutes good policy and governance, as well as the concepts of accountability and leadership, or bad examples of leadership and lack of accountability. One specific example of failures in policies and accountability will be the SolarWinds Orion breach. Additionally, I'll just detail some statistics on public and private sector failings and some common trappings when it comes to policy and governance. Additionally, I will talk a little bit about the shifting attack surface. Obviously, COVID-19 has shifted the way that enterprises operate, and therefore it has created new attack vectors for threat actors. Why this all matters and why policy isn't the most exciting concept, but I think the goal at the end of the day is to make everybody's lives easier, create less of a headache, and save you some time and money. Then I'll obviously take criticism and concerns afterwards. So here is the definition of policy. I'm sure that it might vary depending on the source, but this is as close to as generic of one that I could find. A deliberate system of principles to guide decisions and achieve rational outcomes. Like rational is a key word there. Policy is a statement of intent and is implemented as a procedure or protocol. Policies are generally adopted by a governance body within an organization. So to break this down a little bit, to develop principles to guide decisions to achieve rational outcomes. I mean, that sort of combines policies with business objectives or key business functions. I mean, you don't just make policies to have policies. And while a lot of regulations or standards or whatever compliance an organization might be under might dictate certain policies, from a perspective of actually creating a secure organization, you have to look at what you're trying to achieve and develop the policies accordingly. Additionally, these procedures and protocols detail how the policy is to be executed and who is to execute it and when it's to be executed and why it's to be executed and so on and so forth. The governance body is the entity that should draft and revise and review and determine the effectiveness of the policies. So that is something that isn't always as clear cut as you might think it be. Governance from the National Institute of Standards and Technology describes IT governance as the process of establishing and maintaining a framework to provide assurance that information security strategies are aligned with and support business objectives, are consistent with applicable laws and regulations through adherence to policies and internal controls, and provide assignment of responsibility, all in an effort to manage risk. That's kind of a mouthful, but again, we see that it makes a specific point to note that the point of this is to combine the strategies of protecting your information systems with what you're trying to achieve as a business. So if you're an entity that is concerned with protecting customer data, well, then your policies should accordingly detail how that's supposed to happen. Are you primarily hosting data on site? Are you using a cloud provider? I mean, there's a ton of different variables which I'll get into that you should take into, or any organization should take into account when they're doing this. Because if you have governance and policies that are inconsistent with your business objectives, that sort of defeats the whole point. And then here we get into applicable laws and regulations. So a lot of policies will be developed for the sole point of complying with regulations. I know PCI DSS is a big regulation that the Turnpike Authority has to adhere to. We've got yearly audits, and obviously there are very specific requirements for certain policies and the scope of the policies and what they need to cover. And obviously the effectiveness of the policies will be audited through various means. So depending on what type of organization you are, you have to make sure that these things are working to accomplish what you need them to accomplish. And this can kind of be expounded upon with the effort to manage risk. I mean, know what risk is facing your organization. I mean, if you're a large, well-known consumer goods e-seller, well, then you probably have a pretty exposed attack surface given the nature of your external applications, as opposed to if you're, a small shop of 10 people and run an intranet and have a VPN for those people to connect. I mean, you're probably not going to be seeing the threat traffic day to day that other organizations are, but you still need to have the capacity to manage the risks that face your organization. And additionally, the assignment of responsibility is key, because if you're not empowering the individuals that can allocate the resources or make the decisions at an executive or organizational level, well, then the policies aren't going to be effective. And that's one of the reasons why I decided to talk about SolarWinds, and kind of why this spurred the whole thing, is because the idea that large of an organization with acts or with customers that are about as secure and a high value of target as you could think of from an enterprise standpoint. Um, to have some of the attitudes or to blame the entire thing on an intern setting a crappy password, I mean, that's just extremely negligent to me. Because why would why would you leave the security of your organization in the hands of an intern? And even if you did, why wouldn't you have compensating controls or second layer controls that allowed him to do what he did in the first place? So here's just some characteristics of effective governance. It's an institution-wide issue. I mean, as others who have talked about this, a similar concept have touched on, it applies to everybody. It doesn't just, apply to IT or information security people. If you have various employees that are working with these systems, which they often do, they need to be understanding of the policy requirements of themselves as employees. Obviously, leaders have to be accountable because it comes from the top down. If you don't have buy-in from your leadership with your policies, then the whole thing falls apart. And it all should be viewed as an institutional requirement. This seems to be something that really gets kind of like difficult for some organizations to understand, especially organizations that have been operating for a long time. Um, Security is not often cheap, and sometimes it makes things a little bit more time consuming or tricky. If you've been doing things a certain way, then all of a sudden you have to add a layer of security because there's verifiable risk by not doing so. Well, you need to make sure that everybody understands why that's happening and why it's essential to the bottom line of the business and it not optional. I mean, it's sort of like if you had any sort of workplace, physical workplace with secure operational equipment or information, when everybody left the office, you'd probably lock the door. And if somebody didn't and they got robbed, that person would probably be accountable for not locking the door because I'm sure at some point in time, somebody in leadership said that we need to secure the physical facility because there's sensitive information here, and that's kind of, or a better analogy might be that when you're like a car manufacturer, you make sure that there's a lot of safety tests in place so you don't ship a car that arbitrarily explodes or something, because otherwise it's going to hurt your bottom line. Even though it might not be directly related to the car manufacturing process, it's the cost of doing business. Those analogies might suck, but I tried. So it is risk based. So again, understanding the risks that face your organization, depending on what type of organization you are, these will vary, what size, so on and so forth. Roles, responsibilities, and segregations of duties are defined. This kind of gets us to the whole notion of the intern. If you put somebody who probably hasn't had a ton of resources invested into training, or at least has the ability or saddled with a large degree of authority or responsibility, but at the same time, if they have the capacity to change a system or set a password that could compromise the entire organization, well, then that's a problem. All of these things are addressed and enforced in policy because if you have it in writing, there is no ambiguity. Obviously, staff turns over and things change over time. And to make sure that there are no like communal knowledge or things that you're just assuming people infer from common sense, policies are sort of a safeguard in that. Adequate resources are committed. So again, this kind of gets back into the notion of security is expensive. Sometimes it cuts into like the short term bottom line. If you're an application developer and trying to push a bunch of functionality on a short sprint time frame, then all of a sudden security comes in and says that your application is crap and it's going to be hacked and breached, but you're going to have to roll back the release date and marketing set a release date. Well, then there's going to be pushback, especially if that's not the way that things have been done up until that point. But again, if you don't commit the resources or have the understanding why these things are necessary or a cost of doing business, then the policies are going to fall apart. Staff awareness and training. does the staff know what the policies are? Are they capable of carrying them out? Going back to the whole software or just any system, having a development life cycle. If you're provisioning virtual workstations, new assets, whatever, make sure that there is sort of a documented and defined way of doing things, because especially at large organizations, things are going to be missed, and it's that one asset that falls off the radar that might be the way in, because it doesn't matter how many expensive and fancy security products you have if they aren't configured to have coverage on an asset that's connected to your network. Well, doesn't really matter. And then finally, it is reviewed and audited. So everybody knows that this industry changes all the time. And what was vulnerable one week might be extremely vulnerable the next week, or what was not vulnerable one week might be vulnerable the next. The natures of the vulnerabilities, the types of attacks used. The pandemic's a perfect example of having to review and make edits to policies to address the actual reality of the business operations at the time. Um, having the framework in place to do that is imperative. So, getting into accountability, this seems to be something that there is somewhat of a disconnect. A lot of if you're full-time security, you probably care a lot about these things, but not all organizations empower their security division or personnel to be in the position where they can affect the entire posture or thinking of an organization. If you have security policies that are neglected by senior leadership, well, they're going to fail. Obviously, there needs to be voids of conflict of interest. If you have a duty to your stakeholders to deliver on a certain good, however, you're betting against the stock of your company, there are a ton of different scenarios where it has to be clear what the objectives are of the business and what the goal is, and making sure that if somebody is in a position to enforce a policy and they have a conflict of interest enforcing that policy, then you remediate that. Or if somebody is in a position to develop a policy and enforce it for a certain objective, but they aren't allocated the resources to accomplish that objective, like skimping on a security budget, well, then it's going to fail.
Hey, Nick, we have a question in the chat if you have a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Kevin Seesock is asking, would you agree that it's not the sysadmin's fault but actually the leadership that is allowing one sysadmin to cause that kind of carnage? And Kevin goes on to explain that this sounds a lot like the Equifax breach.
Yeah, I would agree with that to a degree. Obviously, it's going to depend on the situation. You have to empower your sysadmins to a certain degree, and obviously trust them to a certain degree. However, any privileged entity or an account, you should be able to audit that, or you should have, again, other, like, whether it's isolation or just baselines, or some other detection mechanism where, again, if one system fails, the whole thing shouldn't be compromised. It's the whole concept of defense in depth, and I think that any good information security strategy has defense in depth. And yeah, if the breach of one sysadmin account leads to an entire organizational compromise, you have to actually look at how that got breached. And if it's a failure of an organization to secure or isolate those accounts, then yeah, it falls on leadership. Absolutely.
That's all for questions now. Sorry to derail you.
Oh, no problem, no problem. That's a great question. So, but anyway, it was a good time because we're kind of on, policy means different things to different people. So I feel like this guy does a good job of describing things in ambiguous and unsourced terms. So here's just a little bit of a graph or a chart of different frameworks for governments whether you're trying to be in compliance with a specific regulation like PCI, or there are certain ISO standards. Obviously, National Institute of Standards and Technology has certain frameworks, but this just sort of details that it's not an easy process and it's an ongoing process. And you really have to develop policies for all these things. Like, do you have a like IT IT continuous monitoring policy? I mean, do you have a risk management policy? Do you have a firewall policy? I mean, there are a lot of different things. And depending on what, are you a publicly traded organization? Are you a healthcare organization? Do you process credit card data? So on and so forth. And there are a lot of frameworks which they might not, do it all for you, but can provide a good guide of how to accomplish these things. The challenge comes in actually getting that, getting your organization to adopt that and operate with that framework in their day to day, and because often it's difficult. So here's responsibility. CISO US CERT describes responsibility as individuals and groups within an organization understand and accept their responsibilities in respect to both supply and demand for IT. Those with responsibilities for actions also have the authority to perform those actions. So this last sentence here is extremely imperative because, again, if you're not empowering the individuals who are responsible for securing your organization to secure your organization is not going to be secure. That it's pretty simple. I think the challenge really is translating the reason why these things matter to somebody that might not be traditionally inclined to care about InfoSec. Like why this matters a lot more to your bottom line than taking a minute, to log in every day, or pushing back a release by a couple weeks or something. So the SolarWinds was a great example because, again, everybody uses them. I mean, this is a quote from their former CEO: "Is we manage everyone's network here." When it was breached, most likely by a Russian APT, there are 18,000 plus public and private networks compromised, including federal agencies like the Department of Defense, Center of Disease Control, and the Justice Department, Treasury Department, so on and so forth. Obviously, there's a laundry list of prominent name recognizable entities that were compromised as well. This is a perfect example of a supply chain attack, trusting of third parties. Not if it's good enough for the third party and whoever's auditing the third party, then it's good enough for me. And that's exactly what the attackers were relying on and why they targeted SolarWinds. This is a good example of understanding your risks because most organizations aren't going to be attracting the attention of an APT because they're small potatoes. I mean, the resources of a government and a nation state are to achieve geopolitical objectives, and there aren't unless you're developing classified software or holding national secrets, or not just software but any classified like platform. There are additional risks that you face, and this is a perfect example of a high risk enterprise not operating from a risk management standpoint that a high risk enterprise should have. The attack went undetected for months. I mean, this makes incident response incredibly difficult when 7 months into the attack you finally find out because somebody else found out. The whole FireEye thing. They're still determining of the scope. The fact that this is a supply chain attack, anybody that was running that software on their network that got this malicious update, that they're compromised, and the fact that they still don't even understand everything that might have been compromised prior to them pushing it out to their clients. You can just imagine. And the threat actor was a sophisticated APT, likely ties to the Russian government, military, or military intelligence. Typical example of a supply chain attack. This is sort of a rough overview of the attack timeline. I guess we are, somewhat short on time, so I'm not going to get too into the weeds on this because, you know, there are a lot of people on the internet that are a lot more qualified to give a detailed rundown of this that you should go look at. But I mean, we can see how, this is years in the making and execution. So yeah, again, they targeted. Go back. They targeted the weakest points in the supply chain and through our most trusted relationships. I mean, this quote kind of highlights that the Russian government had time and patience and money, and they were looking for a way in, and they found one through an organization that had privileged access and wasn't acting in a way that someone with privileged access should. Former employees of SolarWinds have said, the New York Times and other publications have detailed this, that under Mr. Thompson, every part of the business was examined for cost saving and common security practice were skewed because of their expense. You can look at a sort of a rundown of SolarWinds stock prices and how they consolidated and cut costs and various other things. I mean, there is a lot of private equity involved, and I won't really get into the nuances of that, but I guess when you kind of get into conflicts of interests, if you as a CEO's primary interest is to deliver on the short term to shareholders, but at the expense of your long term organizational security posture, I mean, this is going to happen. And I mean, what are the costs versus the benefits, and were the people that I mean, was he acting responsibly? I don't believe so. I don't believe he was. They were slow to make security a priority, even as they, continue to consolidate their market sphere and get these privileged, confidential, or highly secure contracts with major infrastructure companies or federal government agencies. I know that yeah. So just to sort of detail the difference between responsibility and blame and accountability and so on and so forth, you can see that the compensation of the top Big Six executives was pretty good in 2020, with the former CEO's compensation coming in at 344 times that of the median SolarWinds employee. They had done things like outsource engineers to Eastern Europe, which, if you think of the security implications of, having engineers working on your secure software in Eastern Europe, especially in former Soviet satellite states, I mean, again, it's not surprising that this was the target of a Russian APT just because of the way that they were doing things. And a lot of his compensation came from the stock price value, which, again, if you can pump the stocks in the short term by slashing personnel or other operating expenses, that looks great until it doesn't. Um, that's what kind of happened. So, SolarWinds to me was just a great example because, again, you have this very, very highly compensated CEO who has made a history of, measurable decisions that have negatively impacted the security of an organization. And even if there was at some point an intern that set, SolarWinds 123 as a password, and that's how they got access to a certain part of the system, the fact that they could do that in the first place with a company that's operating in the capacity that SolarWinds was is ridiculous. So we can see that you just kind of close with some general statistics. The average cost of data breach for small medium businesses in 2020 was roughly 3.9 million. This number jumps for publicly traded companies to 116 million. Following share price drop was 7.2. Oh, that's another thing of note. The former CEO still got that golden parachute after SolarWinds stock price dipped 20% by the close of 2020. Here we see the average time to identify a breach. I think this is for publicly traded. I think this is actually was universal. Was 207 days. So again, going back to the concept of the quicker you can identify the incident, the more time you have for instant response. I mean, it just makes it, the scope only grows the longer things are compromised. People have more time to pivot, gain persistence, and so on. Once again, the majority of enterprises don't have an instant response policy or procedure because a lot of times they just develop policy for a compliance, and a lot of these compliance or regulations just assumes that you're not going to get breached, or most of the emphasis on is not getting breached. But if you actually do get breached, what do you do? And if you're only making policy because you have to, then you're probably not going to make one of those. And statistics show, I've seen other statistics that show the majority of enterprises that even have a risk management strategy for information security do so because it's required to by compliance.
Hey, Nick, we got a few questions in the chat. Do you mind if we go over those real quick?
Yeah, of course.
So we only have a few minutes left, but Suki Tasu, hope that I said that right, is asking some others. Looks like just opening it up for everybody. But do we think that the cybersecurity maturity model certification requirement would help bridge the cybersecurity gap and call for more C-level accountability?
I do. I think those type of frameworks actually, because it's sort of a daunting concept to approach, especially if you haven't really done these things before. And I think that things like that can go a long way to really improve things. But at the end of the day, I feel like you really have to have the buy-in from the leadership before it's going to happen. And whether it's like forced upon them or it's them opting to take on a framework like that, I mean, you just have to have the buy-in. I think that's kind of what's most critical. But yeah, I mean, a framework or just accountability framework or anything like that definitely helps.
Right. Stephen Marshall made a comment that he thinks code review definitely should have caught what happened. Would you agree based off the evidence you've seen? Do you think a code review would have caught it, or would it have been easier caught at the policy, like password policy level?
Well, I feel like, I mean, I from my understanding, like it wasn't, the initial compromise wasn't just due to a crappy password. But I feel like if you're going to put changes in code, you should have a policy that addresses how that goes. Or if you're going to, hey, there's new code in production, or we're switching the functionality of a certain code or integrating it into a new operating system. I mean, there should be a review process that includes code review. And I mean, those processes should be in place and defined by policy. Because yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think if they were implementing proper code review standards or other of these like basic security practices, it definitely would have been caught, in my opinion.
But still, to your point, it's mainly a failure of leadership.
Yeah, I mean, because code review takes time. It's like, well, our updates are going to take 2 weeks longer and cost $100,000 more every time now, because we have to go back. We have to go get these guys in Eastern Europe to review all their code, and we have to have somebody else make sure that they're not just saying it's okay and not actually reviewing it. I mean, that cuts into the bottom line. And again, when your primary priority is to maximize the short-term value of your stock price, well then, like, those, if you don't have an understanding or buy-in from your leadership and they don't give a shit about that, well then, I mean, code review is just superfluous to them.
It's very true. Well, hey, Nick, we only have a minute or so left. Any final parting thoughts?
Yeah, kind of talked about all this. Got some good memes. Here's some more facts and statistics. You guys can, probably all know that. Some stuff. Remote facts that you all know probably. More memes and facts and stuff. Yeah, bottom line. So yeah, I think that, I mean, just have consequences and have policy to judge the effectiveness of your policy. Make sure your vendors aren't negligent assholes. Don't hire morons. I mean, it's not too difficult. It just requires effort from everybody. That's my opinion, at least.
Sometimes that's the hardest part, but
Yes,
good leadership has to start at the top.
definitely.
So, well, Nick, hey, thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you, everybody, and have a great rest of your Friday.
Yeah. Several books went out while you were talking, so there's that. Yeah, you had a lot of activity, so I'll let you catch up on that.
I am pro reading.
So everybody, that was Nick Harris, also known as Peter Weller, from RoboCop and the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. So we have a couple things to catch everybody up. So we have, first off, we have sponsors we'd like to thank. As you know, we've got Okta, Optiv, Secure Ideas, Pinnacle Business Systems, Arctic Wolf, Fortinet, and True Digital Security, who all have done an amazing job helping us get things started and pushing through these COVID times. We also like to thank StackHawk and Ghost Security Pro, who have made contributions, as well as Alias Forensics, who let us into their facility, eat their food, and basically run amok at the place, especially after we blew a circuit breaker earlier and knocked out the power. That was fun. But so major thanks goes to them. Don't forget, we have a few more books ready to go, able to be handed out. So if you would like a free book, we encourage you to participate in the Slack channel. So, and if you're not a part of the Slack channel, well, you need to come and join us. So at BSidesOK.com/Slack, you can come and join us. There is a link on the website that allows you to come and join the conversation. We still have swag. So if you would like swag, whether you paid or not, we don't care. Just go ahead and sign up, and we will send you a shirt, badge, all kinds of goodies, and maybe a few books to some of you guys. And looks like it. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on Stephen. Stephen, how's it going?
Goes well. How are you?
I am very well, very well. Thanks for joining us. So real quick, a little bit about Stephen. He's going to present on ways to make cybersecurity training more engaging. So Stephen is a systems and security administrator for the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of Oklahoma. He's been in IT for over 15, 16 years with various titles and roles. So I am eager to see on how we can actually get better training, more targeted training, and training we don't roll our eyeballs at. You know, people do it. So with that, I'm going to bring your slides on if you're ready for that.
Sure.
All right. Well, Stephen, I'm going to let you take it from here.
Thank you for having me. This is my third B-Sides, and this is last year's shirt that I'm wearing there, and this is the year before the B-Sides before that. I really enjoy this conference. It's a great place to meet people and network. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about making cybersecurity training more engaging to people, and this would not be appropriate if I didn't do some engaging you guys as the audience. So I'm actually in the Slack channel still. So I'm going to ask some questions, and I want you to respond in Slack. Here. I'll just give you real quick before we do that. I'll give you a little bit of my background. I've worked in IT since 2005, and I started as an intern. So I'm glad that we are not wanting to blame the intern. I worked from Dell from 2007 to 2017, and I've worked here since at OU. And then I've put some social information, and my LinkedIn URL is very long, so I apologize about that. So, can you guys hear me? I'm just checking.
Yeah, you're coming in.
Okay,
you're coming in great.
So I just want to throw this out there. Why do you think that cybersecurity training is hard for organizations? So if you guys could Slack some responses, why do you think that cybersecurity is hard for organizations and it should be to implement? And Chris says it's because it's boring. I understand. It's very complex. Yes. Poorly targeted. Correct. And no one cares. All of those are company culture. Very true. Users see it as time consuming. That's true too. All right. I see some people are typing, and I want to make sure everyone can get their responses in. So actually, we'll go with that because that list is actually pretty users don't see it as a valuable to them. Absolutely, and those are good responses to the questions. And oh, I like that. IT geeks will protect us all, right? Yeah, I hear that. But the second question from that, and something that we have to deal with, is why is it important? And I know many of you know that the foundation, the thing that seems to cause a lot of problems as far as cybersecurity goes, is the human element. It's our users that are our hardest things to secure, and we should consider them as assets. And I think as a security community, we're kind of are getting around to that as a philosophy, that our users are assets to us, and things that we have to secure just as much as we do the infrastructure or a workstation or a cell phone or something along those lines. So it's really important that we are working to help people become more secure. But you're right. A lot of people see security training as not being engaging. But what about a escape room? How many of you have done escape room activity? Anyone been to an escape room? Chris says, yeah. Yes. So the thing that makes an escape room really fun is that you're engaged the whole time, so you're solving problems with it. So one of the ways that I have found that makes cybersecurity training engaging, especially for the oh, and that's a good point. If you're claustrophobic, it probably isn't a good idea to go to an escape room. One of the things that is engaging about it, though, is that we're engaged during that process. We're having fun, but at the same time, we're solving puzzles and things along those lines. What if we did something like make cybersecurity into an escape room type activity? What would you see benefits? And this sounds really crazy, but I've talked to some universities who have done this, and this was going to be something I was going to try to do in 2020, and that kind of got derailed by COVID. But when I started looking at the this topic of cybersecurity and why people, how well it works when we get people trained properly. Engagement is a key thing to do, and one of the ways that a couple of universities that did some studies reported is that they gamified it, made it into an escape room. So they set up part of their conference areas up as many challenges. So you would go through and you would have to almost think of it as hacking your way out. You would have to find weak passwords and explain why that password wasn't a good password. And then you could move on to the next event. And so we saw that when the people that in those two universities who did that exercise, they had, when they faced actual attempts of being hacked, or when they were challenged with an adversary doing phishing attempts, they did much better in those types of scenarios than users who opted to do things like web-based training and things along those lines. So, but it's also important that we don't make it too easy. We want to make sure that it's challenging. Otherwise, people will disengage. So some of the answers that you gave is that we mandate it, and we say that you have to finish the training, and we see it as just something that we have to do. And one of the things that we've found and recommend is doing things to make it more optional, incentivize it. And I'm not saying like give everyone huge amounts of money who come to your training. That's not going to work well. But do something like badges, like you would see on a website, or things along those lines that you might have in a company portal. Someone's gone through this, and so they've achieved a certain badge, and it makes it more fun. And so people look forward to going into it instead of seeing it just as a task that they have to do, something they have to check off their list of things that they have to do for the year. So with that, I've given some examples. What are some ways that you can think of that might make training better? Yeah, so Kevin, that's correct. So making it gamifying it somewhat for the end user, doing things to make it more engaging. This morning, one of the things that we talked about would be sharing information across different teams and programs. This is actually sharing some of our knowledge of why a weak password is bad. What I have found is that oftentimes people understand once they've experienced something. So if they can go through and they can see how easy it is to crack a poor password, then they can learn, oh, well, now that makes sense as to why I need to understand that training and why this training is important. Yes, you're absolutely right. Duolingo does a great job. I'm a pro member of Duolingo, and I love that process. In Matt, you have a point. That's part of the thing, is you have to work your way out of that. Now, one of the schools that I think that and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on which university it was. They talked about the fact that if a user got hung up, they would go and they would help them, but they did make them, once they started the process, go through it. And it was also important to note that this was an option that was given to them instead of doing like web-based training and things along this would count for credit towards the requirement of the training. So yes, it teaches teaching practical cybersecurity skills, defensive skills, and techniques are really something that's important. So you're right on task. So when a user finds a stranger in the building, they know how to handle it. And I found this meme. It says that they questioned a stranger in the coffee room, found out that they strolled in through an unlocked door. So it's one of those things that we can teach. We have an opportunity to teach our end users habits that make security more important and more fun. I don't know if you've heard of Jen Fox. Jen Fox spoke at a SANS conference several years ago about social engineering, and she's a social engineer. She goes around and she did a demonstration and played some audio clips of where she went through talking to people on the phone, and she had 3 different categories. People who were not prepared at all and who fell for the social engineering attack. Then people who were very confident in their abilities, and there was no way that she would feel comfortable getting through even to trying to social engineer them. But what she found is that most people on the bell curve fell into a category of I know what the policy says, I know what it says that we are supposed to do, but it's difficult for me to enforce the rules. It's difficult for me. I'm in a difficult situation because I'm uncomfortable with it. So when we talk about engaging end users and going through this process, one of the reasons that it works and it helps and it makes the training relevant to them is when they're faced with the situations, then they know how to respond, and they're more confident in their response of, no, I can't give my password out. No, you're not IT. Instead of saying, you know what, that's just not what IT normally does. And kind of questioning it and getting around that. And so we want to make sure that we are doing things when it comes to cybersecurity. Users being engaged helps us as professionals, because now they know what to do, and we can build confidence up there, and so they learn. But part of this is having a cybersecurity training program out in existence. And what I have also found is that there's a number of groups that don't even do any cybersecurity at all. So if you are just starting out a cybersecurity training program in an organization, there is a free website. Now, I will say that that this is probably, I didn't find it the most engaging website out there, but we all have to start somewhere, and getting user engagement means starting. So so if you check out this link, it's by it is actually by the U.S. government. It's on their learning website. It's a free. They have several free trainings that you go through. They're web-based, so they are the next. What I would encourage people to do is to go through those and find things that they can use. Obviously, you want to cite the source where you got it from. But if you don't have anything at all, use that to make a presentation that would be really good for your users to hear and to learn. All right. And with that, I will answer for any questions that you might have.
Hey, Stephen, we've got a pretty good idea roaming around here. In addition to escape rooms, have you ever done a whodunit, a murder mystery?
A murder mystery.
Yeah.
I missed that. Thank you, Matt. I'm just now saw that in the Slack channel. I have not done a murder mystery. I could see that working well. One of the problems that we found with the escape room thing was that it was a good idea pre-COVID, right? Because you could have groups of people in a small room together. Now that we're kind of in a post-COVID world, I do like the murder mystery idea, because you could do that virtually, and that would make it easier. Virtual security training is really difficult to do, by the way. I help teach some of our freshmen. My wife teaches a freshman class here at OU as well, and she has me come in and give us a cybersecurity presentation. It's way easier in person than it is to do in an online format. So just a side note.
I'm going to add some of my own experience, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Years ago, when I was attending OCCC, we did a fun little engagement where it was a forensic incident. So basically incident response, and we got to experience what the investigators would experience. So there was something happened, figure it out. And they purposely withheld some information that was needed to figure it all out, like not enough logs, not enough information missing. And it made us realize oh, if we had just done a better job, it wouldn't have happened in the first place.
I don't. There are scenarios you can set up some of those types of scenarios, like you were saying, in that it would be perfectly well to have end users act out in part of that scenario, a simulation, and learn about things along those lines.
How do you feel is the best way to reward or punish? Basically, the carrot or the stick when it comes to training. There's going to be failures. People are going to learn by failure. Do you think the carrot or the stick is more effective?
I'm a firm believer in positive reinforcement and doing things in a positive way. So I like to do things. I like to try to use it as a learning opportunity. So I would go with carrot instead of the stick, if you will. So I and it's us, and that's a really hard thing, because if you have a user who led to a breach, there that's something that's really that's something that's really a difficult situation to be in. For our users, a lot of times, we if something they've done has led to a breach, or we've simulate, in another talk they were talking about simulated phishing. We do that as well here. And so normally, once they've gone through a phishing attack, if they clicked on the fish or they fell for the fish, they go get enrolled into training. And that has mixed feedback. Some users really respond well to it, but others are like, hey, I would much rather someone sit down and talk to me about this and have a conversation instead of, this really odd web-based thing that we do.
Okay, so we do have a question. So Suki asks, any particular user awareness gamification products or vendors that you would have in mind, any that you've seen do well?
So as far as vendors go, that's a very competitive space. KnowBe4 does a really good job with that, and they also provide a phishing simulation that you can do coincide, which also gets buy-in, right? So people now see why they need the training because they fell for a fish. I've seen that look really well compared to some others out there. I don't know who the vendor is. I know at a previous employer I worked at, they had one that was very cartoonish, and the problem became that they did the same one every year, and people got tired of it really quickly. So it's also good to make sure that you're changing it up, not be stale.
Well, the chat's very lively. I'm going to see if there's any other questions that come in. So have you ever proposed any of these ideas to HR to see if they were on board?
So I've never had HR turn it down. The experience I have is that the HR teams that I have approached here and actually at other locations, when I've helped consult for some different organizations, have always been, we really, I like that last comment. We really want our users to be engaged because we see the potential problems. When you're working with HR, you get better buy-in when you start mentioning the legal implications of an employee dumping data or a breach happening. Now, as far as gamification, if they don't like that idea, or they're coming back and saying even with it gamified, you do have a responsibility to make sure that the policy is fully explained and that you're not leaving out important things. And I think that would be where HR departments would have concern, is they would feel like it doesn't fully explain the full policy.
We had an interesting idea. Argument Anvil asks, would it be useful to ever have the users try to be the attacker and have them write the phishing emails?
Yes, and I've tried some of that myself, and some people are better writers than others. So it's good to sit there and help screen those. But at the same time, I think getting a user to think like an adversary is always going to be helpful in training, because that helps them connect to why it is important that they're doing what they're going through and stay engaged through the whole process.
I think the questions have started to putter out, although there's a lot of ideas floating back and forth. So, did you have any last parting thoughts or anything you wanted to share with us?
No, other than thank you for being attentive at this time. I was afraid I was going to have a silent Slack channel, and you showed up, and definitely it wasn't silent. So I appreciate that, especially at 4:50 in the afternoon. Like I was really happy that you stayed engaged through the whole process.
Oh, absolutely. No, this is a fun topic.
Yeah.
So definitely a fun spin on it. Well, hey, Stephen, as always, thank you. Especially this being your third B-Sides. We will be getting you a shirt, so don't worry about that. So make sure you sign up on bsides.com/swag.
I already have.
Yeah, good. So, and then sign up your wife, sign up somebody, you know, but they have to have attended at least like 5 minutes, you know.
So,
like
I don't know if Max joined the chat, but I actually have a intern who works for me who I had joined the Don't Blame the Intern in my session. So, well, Max, you should join up and get some swag too.
There we go. Okay, well, hey, this was really great. So thank you for joining us again, as always. This was big. So here in just a few minutes, we're going to switch over everybody to track 1, and we're just going to say our goodbyes, our closing remarks. If you guys would like to join us, we'd encourage you to do so. But we'd like to thank everybody for joining us again, and push out, you know, whatever swag we still have. You guys are more than welcome to join us on that. And yeah, that's a wrap. So we will see you here in just a few minutes, and here at 5 o'clock. And you guys have a great day. Bye.